Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. The Child of Mew. Shadows of Kanto. Prologue, what happened before? In every story, there comes a simple change, and with that, a new story is created and written. In the beginning of The Child of Mew, a young trainer was orphaned at the age of 3 due to the Fierro flock attacking them on their way to the next town. A Mew happened to fly by and discovered this child just before the mother's death. The child's name was Ash Ketchum, and the legendary cat decided to take him under her wing and raise him. The boy grew into a knowledgeable 10-year-old, thanks to the Mew games the Mew put him through. However, these Mew games were also very painful and terrifying at times, and he couldn't take it anymore, so the boy decided to run away from home and become a Pokemon trainer. At Professor Oak's lab, Ash received a Pikachu. Although it was very stubborn and disliked him at first, the two became best of friends after they survived the Fierro flock together. Since then they've been going on a journey together, catching and befriending many other Pokemon, as well as gaining 2 human traveling companions, Brock Stone and Misty Waterflower, 2 former gym leaders of the Kanto region. Mew had always been beside Ash. Despite him trying to run away from her, she stuck with him using a Meowth disguise. The 3 humans and their Pokemon went through a lot together, going through gyms, surviving crazy Mew games, and even fought with the infamous Team Rocket. Surprisingly, though, not much is really known about them, just that they're an evil organization that steals Pokemon to make money. Ash had always thought Giovanni was the leader of Team Rocket, as did many others. However, during one desperate battle against a powerful young trainer who worked for Team Rocket, he soon discovered that Team Rocket had many elites, and 2 of them were the leaders to these overpowered elites that even Giovanni himself doesn't know about. The powerful mysterious trainer left Ash in defeat, but not without a fight, and a darn good one at that, defeating the Pokemon the trainer used, at the cost of his whole team. Misty and Brock went their separate ways after Misty got a call to come back to her gym, and Brock decided to go with Connor, a famous Pokemon breeder, to help fulfill his own dreams, thus leaving Ash to go on his own Pokemon journey, once more alone, along with his Pokemon, and to do some serious training in case he runs into that mysterious trainer or anyone like him again. However, that's not the end of the story, far from it. What you have heard thus far was just the tip of the iceberg. For Ash Ketchum would soon learn of the truth behind Team Rocket's powerful leaders, and of the dangerous shadows of the once peaceful Kanto region. Chapter 1, Return to Saffron City. Ash was taking a break from walking. He's going back to Saffron City, but it wasn't a short walk back. Ugh. I really wish I could just ride in a car from here. Walking is such a pain in the feet. He was eating some trail mix. Without Brock he couldn't really cook, and he firmly told his Mema, Pokemon term for parent or mother, who is currently a Meowth but in reality a Mew, not to conjure up anything to eat. Storm, Ash's Pikachu, nodded, groaning as he sat down. Yuck, no kidding. This sucks. My blisters probably have blisters, Ash. Can't we just get Mew to teleport us there? My feet are aching. At least you're wearing shoes. Ash rolled his eyes, scoffing. Yes, he can talk to Pokemon because Mew raised him. It's only natural he'd pick up their language. Of course he tries to keep this a secret from others. Storm, you've been asleep in my backpack for most of the trip. You have no room to complain. Besides, I told Mema I wanted to do this journey without her powers unless it's absolutely necessary. A long walk doesn't count as absolutely necessary, just convenience that will make me lazy. Storm grumbled, crossing his arms as he spoke sarcastically. Fine, JRK. Don't let us take less time to find out about this Gary lookalike you saw back in Saffron City on TV. I mean, it's not like he'll just up and leave at any moment. Ash grumbled and sighed as he opened a can of Pokemon food and put it down for Storm to eat. Just shut up and eat your lunch, we'll be there soon. The two had a brother-like relationship. They argue a lot but they are very close to each other. The trainer's Pikachu rolled his eyes, beginning to dig in. You got any ketchup, Ash? I'm starving. The boy looked at his begging Pikachu, who was giving him a puppy dog pout. No, I didn't bring any with me. And since when did you become so obsessed with ketchup? Storm shrugged, still pouting. They made it so delicious when we ate at that fast food place. So can we get some? Ash groaned, shaking his head. You'll have to wait until we reach Saffron City. I still have some money left, enough for a restaurant of 1, maybe 2. Storm frowned, huffing. Let me guess, just for you. I'm starving for ketchup. The raven black-haired boy gave an annoyed look at the whining Pikachu. Excuse me, but a trainer and his Pokemon count as one. Sheesh. Naya, the Mew Meowtha's nickname in that form, was just liking her arms and content. If you want, I could make you some ketchup, Stormy. The Pikachu perked up, nodding happily. Why yes please, Mew. I'm dying without my ketchup. Naya smirked sinisterly, that made both the boy and the Pikachu nervous. Well alright then, but you'll have to play a Mew game with me if you want it. I'm not giving a free handout this time. With that information known, Ash's Pikachu quickly shook his head, paling. No, no. No, please, I'm good. I'm fine without ketchup. I can wait until we get to Saffron City. Naya kept smirking as she giggled. Works every time. After Ash and Storm finished their little snack, they stood up, it was time to move on again. Storm climbed back onto his trainer's hat while Ash continued walking, Naya just floating beside him despite being a Meowth. Ash frowned, glancing at her in concern. Mema, stop floating, what if someone sees? Naya chuckled, shrugging. I have hypnosis for that. Besides, they'll just think they're crazy hee, and you know I love promoting that. Plus it'll be funny to see their reaction to a flying Meowth. Yes, Ash believes the one who raised him is certifiably insane, but he can't really say much or she'll put him through a Mew game, and those are horrific. Right, well. I think we're in luck, Saffron City is just up ahead, I can already see it in view. Ash smiled. Just before the boy could get into the city, however, someone stopped him, a little boy wearing shorts. Hey! You're a trainer, right? I challenge you to a Pokemon battle. He pulled out a Pokeball, grinning. Ash stopped and turned, glad Naya wasn't floating right now. Right now? The boy nodded, and he sighed. Well, I have a couple of badges. You sure you still want to challenge me, kid? The boy nodded, smiling. I have 3 badges myself. I want to battle. Ash sighed, pulling out a pink Pokeball himself. Alright fine. If he has 3 badges he must be pretty good, might as well see how good. 3 Pokemon only sound good? The boy nodded, grinning. Alright, then. Let's go, Koona. He tossed the heal ball to reveal Koona, a Bulbasaur. Ready for a battle? Yes, it's about time I get to fight. Konoha smirked, readying his vines. The boy looked at the Bulbasaur and danced around, grinning. Awesome. Did you get that Bulbasaur from Professor Oak? I fought with another guy. Who had a Squirtle, and another one with a Charmander, and another one with a Bulbasaur too. That was about, a few months ago, they're probably evolved by now. Ash sweat dropped, it's true none of his Pokemon, aside from Flutter the Butterfree, had evolved, but he knew they're still strong. Just send out your Pokemon, kid. You did say we'd have a battle. The boy smiled and nodded, tossing the Pokeball out. I'll beat you. Let's go. With that, the Pokeball opened to release a Pidgeotto. This flying type will easily take out your puny Bulbasaur. Konoha growled, not taking the insult too kindly. How dare this little pipsqueak insult me like that? I'll show you puny. Ash had to hold back a scoff, grinning behind his hand. Clearly this kid is full of himself, but at least he knows his types. Alright then, let's see if your prediction is right. Konoha, use Vine WHP to tangle that Pidgeotto. It's a shame Gale couldn't be here to fight, he's a Pidgeotto too, but Professor Oak wanted to study him for some reason. Oh well, guess I'll make do. With a smirk, Koona tied up the Pidgeotto's wings real tight, causing it to flail around in shock. The boy frowned, clenching his fist. Pidgeotto, use wing attack, he called, trying to get the Bulbasaur's vines off his Pokémon. It worked, Konoha had to let it go because its wings were hurting his vines. Now use sand attack, the boy called triumphantly, and the Pidgeotto covered the battlefield with sand, blinding the Bulbasaur. And use gust. Ash knew he had to do something or Konoha will get caught in a flying attack. Konoha. Focus, spread out poison powder into the gust. The boy's eyes widened at that command in surprise. What? Pidgeotto, no, don't use dash, it was too late, though, as Pidgeotto was already poisoned from the attack as the sand began to settle. Ash smirked, grinning happily at that. Alright, and add to that poison with leech seed. With pleasure. The Bulbasaur smiled as he released a seed from the tip of his bulb onto the bird's head. Vines grew out of the seed and spread over the Pidgeotto's body, slowly sucking energy away from it. Finish it off with double edge. Ash commanded while the Pidgeotto was down. Konoha charged and hit the Pidgeotto right in the gut, sending it into a tree. No way, the boy screamed in frustration as his Pidgeotto fainted, unable to take the strain anymore. How'd you do that? Ash couldn't help but speak up, startling the boy. It's true grass types have a lot of weaknesses, which is why many of them like my Bulbasaur here learn many moves that help support and defend them from such weaknesses, like sleep powder to put them to sleep, or leech seed to help stall them out. Don't assume, just because my Pokemon's a grass type, that it means they're completely weak, okay? The boy frowned, slowly nodding. Fine, let's go. He tossed out another Pokeball, sending out Eradicate. A normal type, huh? Interesting, since they have such little weakness and pretty diverse. Ash commented as he returned Konoha, since that was the end of round 1 and on to round, alright, let's go, Cooper. He released a Squirtle from his premier ball, and he stretched, grinning. You, have a Squirtle too? What did the old man decide to give you 2 of his Pokémon? The boy frowned in confusion, obviously believing Professor Oak was the only guy who can give people a Charmander, Bulbasaur or Squirtle. Ash Anime fell for a second, before scrambling to his feet and frowning at the boy. Are you kidding me? There's more than just Professor Oak's Charmander, Bulbasaur, and Squirtle in the world, they're just the easiest to find. The boy shook his head, frowning. Not from what I heard a Pokédex say, apparently they're so rare only professors own them. Ash sighed, shaking his head in disbelief. They are rare, but not impossible to find. But this isn't about that, are we going to battle or talk all day? Cooper, use Water Pulse. The Squirtle created a ball of water in his hands and threw it at the Raticate, who blinked in shock. The boy reacted quickly, though, shouting, dodge and use Hyper Fang, quick. The fast rat jumped out of the water pulse's way and bit down on Cooper's shell. Thanks to his hard shell the Squirtle was able to avoid serious damage, but it did still hurt. Ow! Let go of me you stupid buck-toothed rat! Cooper screamed at the Raticate, who refused to let go. Cooper, turn around and use Bite. Ash commanded, frowning in concern. Cooper did indeed turn to the Raticate and bite down on its claws, and now both Pokémon were biting on each other, both trainers knowing it's boiling down to a battle of wills. The boy gritted his teeth, thinking. Use Shadow Ball. Right in the Squirtle's face, Raticate fired a dark ghostly ball. Through pure reaction Ash gave the command, Wah! Withdraw into your shell. Cooper barely had time to get his head into his shell just as Shadow Ball blew him into a rock. Ow! Cooper ummed. You okay? The boy asked his Squirtle. Headache. The former Squirtle squad leader ummed. Man, that hurt. He winced, rubbing his forehead in pain. The boy grinned, fist pumping. All right. You've got this, Raticate. Hyper Fawn while it's distracted. Cooper. Water Pulse. Ash quickly called. Cooper barely had enough time to just form the water pulse before the Raticate bit down on him. The water pulse exploded, soaking the Raticate. Both Pokémon dropped down unconscious. This was a draw. Just attacking and attacking, that's what we've been doing, and we wore our Pokémon out because of that. Was that trainer right about me always going head-on with attacks? Ash thought to himself, troubled by how this ended in a tie. Technically, it should have been a win for him, he had more badges and experience, so how did he lose? The boy smiled, holding out his hand. Hey, great job. You're a good trainer. Ash blinked, surprised as he shook the boy's hand. Thanks, but I could always use room for improvement. Besides, wasn't this a 3-on-3 battle? We still have one more round to go. The odd kid shrugged, grinning. Yeah, we do, but this is such a rush. Honestly, you're super tough. Alright, let's make this a battle to remember. Go Charmeleon. This one I got from Professor Oak. Ash's eyes widened, this kid looked no older than 8 years old. Last he checked you had to be at least 10 to start a Pokémon journey. Hey, how old are you, kid? The boy blinked, before shrugging. I'm 8, why? I don't see the problem. The boy frowned, shaking his head. But you have to be 10 years old to become a Pokémon trainer. He looked at Storm and at the Meowth beside him, the Pikachu just shrugged, he didn't know what the humans do when they become Pokémon trainers. Naya seemed to know something, but she not willing to tell. The younger boy who was Ash's opponent tilted his head in confusion. Huh? No you don't, haven't you seen preschoolers with Pokémon too? Ash groaned, shaking his head. I have, but those were the teachers teaching kids about Pokémon, not them being Pokémon trainers, you know what? Forget about it, let's just battle. The boy took out a Cherish Ball. Since you're using a Charmeleon, just figure this will be fitting, go Scorch. He released a shiny golden Charmander, causing the younger boy to blink in surprise. Huh? That's a weird-looking Charmander. Oh well, guess it doesn't matter much. He shrugged, smiling. Use Smokescreen. She's a shiny Charmander, you know, a Pokémon of a different color. Ash spoke up while the Charmeleon fired out Smokescreen, covering the field. The boy kept shrugging, surprising Ash less and less. I have no idea. Ash sighed, whatever. Scorch, you stay calm, alright? The boy didn't want to make the same mistakes he always did, and that's being too aggressive during battle. That was a big mistake during his battle with the mystery trainer, and he's planning to change that. Scorch nodded, looking around cautiously but keeping a cool head. Right, got it Ash. The golden Charmander looked around in the thick smoke, but eventually she caught sight of a light. It was an orange light, the tail flame of the enemy. Dragon Rage. Ash ordered, knowing a Charmeleon has stronger stats than that of a Charmander, he's going straight for the big damaging move. The Charmander instantly fired off what looked like bluish-purple fire right at the tail, and the boy couldn't see it coming due to the smokescreen. Charmeleon was hit and roared out in pain. Charmeleon. Come on, you can handle it. Use Dragon Claw, the boy quickly demanded, only a little worried. Scorch's evolution counterpart charged at her with its claws singed red. Ash quickly commanded, fight back with Metal Claw. Scorch's claws turned into iron steel before going claw to claw with the Charmeleon, but of course the Charmeleon's claws were bigger, much bigger, and was quickly overwhelming the smaller Charmander. The younger boy cheered, grinning. That's the way to do it. Fire Fawn. Ash blinked before frowning. Scorch, Smokescreen, hide in the smog. Before the bigger Charmeleon could bite down his fiery fangs on the smaller Charmander, Scorch quickly coughed out black smog in his face and hid in it. Ash smiled, seeing an opening now. Yes. Now use Mega Kick. The golden Charmander wasted no time jumping and using her foot kicking the Charmeleon right in the face. He was sent straight to the ground, struggling to get up since she had her foot right in his face, before biting it. Scorch jumped and shouted in pain as she grabbed her poor foot and bounced on it. Ash sweat dropped at the scene. Nice, the thing just bit her like a rattata. Storm chuckled. Remy wouldn't be happy to hear that, Storm, Ash commented to the chuckling Pikachu, who quickly stopped. Remy is a female rattata Ash has, and she's a feisty one too. Storm has a little bit of a crush on her. The boy grinned happily, fist pumping again. Use slash, Charmeleon. I know you can do it. Charmeleon stood up with his claws ready to slash at the pre-evolution counterpart. Ash gritted his teeth, no he had to act fast. Scorch. Ember at his face now, he shouted, just as the Charmeleon was about to attack. The Charmander swung her tail flame like crazy, unleashing her fire at the Charmeleon's face. This didn't do much to the fiery lizard, but it did stall him from using slash on her. Now use Dragon Rage. Ash called quickly. Without hesitation, Scorch fired off a blue dragon-like energy that chomped down on the Charmeleon. He fell back, trying to shake off the energy, before slumping, unmoving. The boy's eyes widened in shock. See Charmeleon? Come on, get up. You can keep fighting. Ash sighed, shaking his head sadly. Look, don't push your Pokémon too hard. If they're unable to battle, don't force them. The boy gave a glare, stomping his foot childishly. But it's not fair. How could you beat me with a Charmander? Charmeleon should have been much stronger than a mere Charmander. Ash sighed again, shrugging. It's true that when a Pokémon evolves they become stronger than their previous evolution, but that doesn't mean they're invincible. You need to use good strategy, too, otherwise you can lose. The boy huffed, turning away. This SCKS. You're really strong, but I thought I held my own until that last Pokémon. Then the boy looked at Scorch with curiosity, tilting his head. You have all three. A Bulbasaur, Squirtle and a Charmander. Okay, the Charmander looks weird but still. Scorch narrowed her eyes in annoyance and Ash chuckled, shrugging. Well, these three I just happened to run into during my journey. Or maybe I just got really lucky like that trainer said. His thoughts darkened at that last bit, before smiling at the boy. Wow. That is so cool. I hope I could find a Bulbasaur and a Squirtle myself too. The boy said with stars in his eyes. Oh, by the way, my name is Tim, who are you? Ash held out his hand, which the boy took. My name is Ash, I'm heading to Saffron City right now to look for something. Tim nodded as he shook the older boy's hand, smiling excitedly. I'm heading to Fuchsia City myself, hoping to see a real ninja in action. I heard Koga is one of the best. Ash shrugged, sighing. I was gonna go that way too, but the bridge is out, so I gotta go through Saffron again. Tim grinned, nodding. I heard, but thankfully my big brother is waiting for me over there with some bicycles. Well, I guess I'll go to a Pokemon Center and get going. I'll see you later, Adam. It's ASH. Ash yelled as the boy ran off, chuckling in amusement. Scorch and Storm gave a sigh, the Charmander grumbling before she spoke up. He's a spoiled brat. You're just angry that he called you weird. Storm smirked. Ash sighed before turning to the Meowth. Mema, did you do something to overwrite the law saying that only 10-year-olds or older can start a Pokemon journey? And if so, why? Naya shrugged, giggling. Who, me? Now why would I do such a thing? Hee hee. Ash, Storm and Scorch all glared at her while the Meowth Mew just kept smiling innocently. Look, it just seems unfair that kids always have to wait until they're 10 years old. If they know enough about Pokemon, I say let them go and have a fun journey. You should have seen it before in the old days where they had to wait until they were at least 20 years old to handle Pokemon. Naya answered finally, shrugging. Ash continued to glare. Well, what if they aren't ready to handle Pokemon yet, Mema? Naya kept giggling. Pokemon aren't stupid, you know. If the kid can't handle them, then they'll learn the hard way. Personally, I got sick and tired of them always disobeying their parents and running away from home just to become a Pokemon trainer to prove them wrong. It's happened a lot, Ashy. At least this way they can grow more experience with real-life experience. Ash blinked in surprise, thrown for a loop by that. Wait, really? So? You just made it so they could go, instead of them doing it to spite their parents? When Naya nodded, Storm blinked. Ha! You actually did something nice for a lot of people. Naya rolled her eyes at that, scoffing. Despite what you may think of me, Stormy, I always do. It is part of my duty after all. All legendary Pokemon have some duty to care of the earth and its people and Pokemon. Mine just happens to be a bit more complicated and bigger than most, since I usually look out for reality shifting, environments, and the people and Pokemon themselves. Others like Suicune for example just look out for water, Raikou for electricity and Entei for fire. Others look out for one major thing like environments, or maybe even the spirit world like with Giratina. Ash nodded. He already knew this, but his Pokemon didn't. Despite how crazy Mew can be, she really does care and look out for this good world, even if she does it in her own twisted way. Then Mew Meowth looked at Ash, grinning mischievously. Besides, I do remember a certain child that ran away from home before to become a Pokemon trainer, the same one who picked out a stubborn Pikachu and almost got killed by the Fiero flock a few months back. I wonder who it was. Ash blushed, glancing away nervously. Mema, that's different. Naya just gave a giggle at her child's nervousness, shrugging. Well, that little stunt did make me wonder if the other parents had to go through the same worry, only they can't help their children like I can. So it's what gave me the inspiration to just take out the age limit altogether. Scorch yawned and stretched, sighing as he jumped on Ash's cap. This is all good, but aren't we supposed to be somewhere now? Ash straightened up, remembering. Oh right, we should be close to Saffron City now. Scorch, return. The boy shot the red beam of light at the Charmander, turning her into red energy and being absorbed into the Cherish Ball. Storm sighed, curling up. So we're going to find out about that Gary look-alike, then straight to Fuchsia City? Ash nodded, shrugging. That's the plan, well, assuming I can actually get a bike to use. The boy and his two Pokemon walked along the path and were glad that they made it into the city again. Ash stretched out, grinning. Ah, it's good to finally be back. He looked at the tallest building in the city. I'm glad to see the Sylph Company is still up and running. Storm nodded. Same here, it's a relief to see the, Hey Ash, look over there, I see the look-alike at the entrance. Ash stopped and almost did a double take, surprised. What? We found him already? The boy blinked a few times and looked at the entrance. What he saw looked just like Gary but also a little different. For one, he wore different clothing, a green jacket, a black t-shirt, blue briefs and a necklace with a small blue stone. Gary usually wears a blue t-shirt and a pendant with a green and yellow yin-yang symbol. Their physical appearance also had some differences too. Their spiky hairs are the same, but this boy's is a lighter shade brown. Naya blinked, tilting her head. I recognize that boy from somewhere. I wonder. Ash couldn't stop staring. It was just so odd to see almost a clone of his rival here, yet it's not Gary. Should I talk to him? Ash felt nervous now that he's seeing him in person. The Gary look-alike had some kind of aura around him, similar to that mysterious trainer, and that was enough to make him weary. Storm shrugged. We might as well, yeah. He seems pretty strong. The boy gulped, shaking his head. Maybe we should approach him cautiously. I mean, there's something about him that's similar to that mysterious trainer, and I'd rather not have a repeat of what happened last time. Ash whispered. Naya shrugged. Well, I'm not. With that, the Mew Meowth walked up to the boy, and smiled, purring. Ash's body turned pale white. Are you crazy? The Gary look-alike boy looked down when he heard her purring, glancing down at her. He bent down to her, beginning to pet the Mew Meowth. Well, hello there, what are you doing way out here? Are you alone? She shook her head, pointing at Ash with one paw. He paled, trying to find a place to hide. The boy just dived head first into a wall. Storm flipped off his frantic trainer. Ash! What are you doing? Just talk to the boy. Storm snapped at his trainer, hiding like a scared Rattata, not counting his Remy. Ash shook his head. And no way, he's really kinda scary. He whispered, before seeing a shadow cover him. Ash jumped when the shadow turned out to be the Gary look-alike. The boy looked at Ash curiously, raising an eyebrow. Are you playing hide-and-seek or something? Ash quickly stood up and grinning nervously, and no, I was just, looking for some, loose change. Hello. Nice to meet you. Forgive me for saying this, but you kinda look like someone I know. The boy blinked in surprise. Really? Well. Maybe I'm related to them. Can you describe the guy for me? The raven hair boy chuckled nervously, he felt like he was talking to Darkrai himself. His name is Gary Oak, and he has the same hairstyle as you and Dash. Gary Oak, you say? Yeah, he's someone I know. The boy sighed, shaking his head as if trying to remove a parasite. Ash blinked, surprised at that. You do? The boy shrugged nonchalantly, rubbing his forehead. He's my twin brother. This shocked Ash to the core, for as long as he knew Gary he had always saw he had an older sister, that was it. No brothers, let alone a twin. Wait. You're Gary's twin. The boy shrugged again. He doesn't mention me at all, does he? When Ash nodded, he rolled his eyes. Well, what's your name? Ash was still opening and closing his mouth like a golden. I'm. He quickly cleared his throat. I'm Ash Ketchum. But wait, if you're his twin brother then, why doesn't Gary or Professor Oak mention you? The boy sighed, looking away. Gary and I never really see eye to eye despite being twins. And my grandpa, well, let's just say we had a disagreement the last time we spoke to each other. Ash frowned, before speaking up quietly. Well, could I at least get your name? The Gary twin looked at Ash again, looking away. Just call me Blue. Ash blinked. Blue. That's a name. It's a color. Blue shrugged, chuckling. Well, I knew someone named Red, so I'm not the only color-named person. Ash blinked in surprise at that. Wait, Red? As in, the Kanto champion Red. It was at this that Blue gave a sigh and rolled his eyes as if seeing this reaction many times before nodding. Yes, the very same Red. He's probably out looking for Mew right now. I hadn't seen him since he left to find that impossible Pokemon. Anyway, I'm just out traveling on my leisure. Ash, ignoring the Mew bit, spoke up in confusion. Wait, aren't you a Pokemon trainer yourself? Blue nodded, sighing. Well. Yes, but why do you ask? Ash decided to dive right in and go for it, shrugging. I was wondering, if you'll have a battle with me. You know, just a quick one-on-one. Blue blinked before groaning as he face-palmed. Oh come on, not another one. Listen, Ash, I don't battle. I only keep Pokemon with me to protect me from wild Pokemon, but that's it. I'm not a trainer and I don't battle with other trainers, though for some reason everyone wants to battle me whenever they see me. Ash blinked, surprised. But you just said you were a Pokemon trainer. Besides, you have some kind of aura around you. I know he doesn't seem to like battling based off of his loss on Sabrina and what that Arcanine back at the salon said, but I want to engage his skills at least. Blue looked at the boy in confusion, raising an eyebrow. Aura? Oh come on, you're saying everyone wants to challenge me because of some stupid aura? People V got to learn to leave a guy alone. Ash shrugged, sheepishly smiling. Well, it's not just that, but something about you. Blue sighed, something about me? Look, I'm just a boy who became the forgotten twin of the Oak family, nothing special about me. But, if you won't leave me alone until I battle you, fine, let's battle. What are you using? Ash smiled in excitement. I'll be using my Pikachu, and you? Blue gave a bored sigh, shaking his head as he pulled out a Pokeball. I'll just use my EV then. Ash frowned, why is he being like that? Well, that's what he's trying to find out. Alright Storm, here we go. Storm jumped into the battlefield on all fours, sparking in excitement. I'm going to get you. Blue sighed, before letting out his Pokemon. The EV looked at the Pikachu just as boredly as its trainer. Yeah, whatever. Troublesome Pikachu. Storm bristled. Glaring. What did you call me? Storm, cool it. Ash scolded before looking at Blue's bored expression, and he frowned. Blue, I don't want you to lose to me on purpose, I want an honest-to-goodness battle, you hear me? Blue rolled his eyes. Why do I need to? I barely need to put any work into this. Ash frowned, he could see some other emotion past Blue's boredom. But he couldn't tell what. Blue, just please battle with your real strength, even just for this one battle. Blue grumbled, rolling his eyes. Sabrina said the same thing, but I'll just battle how I want. Eevee, use growl. Eevee opened his mouth and let out a loud growl at the Pikachu, lowering his attack. It then turned into a yawn, causing Storm to blink. Ah. I'm too tired for this. Hey, don't just fall asleep on me. Storm glared, beginning to charge. Storm. Use Iron Tail. Ash called, trying to keep his Pokemon calmer. The Pikachu jumped and turned his tail into steel and whacked at the EV, who just used Sand Attack on his own accord and blinded Storm and made him miss completely. Ash blinked in shock. What the heck? He attacked on his own. Wait, that trainer from before. He said the true symbol of strength was when you didn't have to give an order. Or was it that they can evolve through just a snap of a finger? Either way, this proves he's a very advanced trainer at the very least. Blue sighed, shaking his head. Tackle. Eevee hit Storm right in the stomach with a tackle attack. It seemed like a pretty strong one too, as it was enough to hit the Pikachu back. Storm gritted his teeth, glaring. Even with an EV, this guy is strong. He then charged again, his cheek sparking. Ash blinked, before calling out to him. Use Wild Charge. Storm charged at the EV with a full-on powered-up Volt Tackle cloaking him. Blue's eyes actually widened in surprise at this, calling out, dig now. Eevee quickly buried himself underground to avoid the incoming Volt Tackle. Blue crossed his arms, narrowing his eyes. Impressive, to have a Pikachu that knows Volt Tackle, that's pretty rare among many trainers, Ash. Ash blinked, Volt Tackle? Wait. Storm, when did you learn Volt Tackle? Back when that duat almost killed you. Storm answered with a huff. But I guess you didn't notice. I mean, you were pretty disorientated. Blue looked down, he didn't call out any commands, but Eevee jumped out from beneath Storm and pounced the Pikachu. Ash's eyes widened. Again. He didn't call out a command, yet his Pokemon just knew what to do. I'm sure that's something a very experienced trainer can do. Storm grunted in pain, laying on his back. Let me go. Use Thunderbolt now. Ash quickly called. Blue sighed, bite. Eevee opened its mouth and bit down on Storm's neck. Storm cried out in pain, he was in too much pain to focus and couldn't unleash Thunderbolt. Blue cringed at this as a memory suddenly invaded his mind. This is just like with Red's Charmander that time. Eevee, stop. Eevee did stop and got off the Pikachu. Ash blinked in confusion as to why he suddenly stopped the attack. Huh? Blue, what are you doing? Storm gritted his teeth, sitting up. Yeah, why'd you guys stop? You were winning. Because Blue said so, troublesome Pikachu. Eevee shrugged, yawning. Blue crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow. Well, what are you waiting for? You should take advantage of this and attack. Ash glared, shaking his head stubbornly. I refuse to win because you let me win, Blue. We fight without one of us giving up. Blue rolled his eyes. Well, then I suppose I give up. No. I wanted us to battle fair and square. Ash snapped. Blue grumbled, turning to face Ash with a scowl. What is with you? Why are you so determined to make me battle and win? Look, the way you battle is okay, but you can't be so aggressive or agitated while battling. I know I made that mistake way too many times. Ash shook his head, glaring. It's not that I'm trying to make you win, but giving up won't help either of us. He winced at the aggressive insult, but tried to ignore it for now. The Forgotten Twin sighed, shaking his head. Just forget about it. He returned his Eevee back into his Pokeball and began walking away, but Ash wasn't going to give up that easily. He picked up Storm and handed him 2 Oran berries. Here you go, buddy, these will help make you feel better, you get some rest now. Ash said to the tired Pikachu before putting him in his backpack, with the bag open of course, and began walking after Blue with the Meowth walking behind him, finding this quite amusing. Blue, I'm not letting you out of my sight. Ash spoke up as he hurried after the Gary twin. Blue turned and scowled, glaring. Just leave me alone, I have no reason to challenge or talk to you anymore. Ash shook his head, glaring right back. Maybe not, but I do. I'm not leaving your side until I figure out why you're so cold. Blue was surprised by this. Why wouldn't this kid leave him alone? I'm not cold, I just didn't want to battle. There's nothing wrong with that. Ash crossed his arms, narrowing his eyes. I can tell you're a very experienced trainer by just how you battled. Half the time you didn't even command the Eevee to attack, it just did it on its own. Blue just rolled his eyes, scoffing. Oh please, just because the Pokemon acted on its own a few times it automatically says I'm an experienced trainer? No, it just means the Pokemon can think for itself, because I just got it from the wild. Ash glared, getting right in his face. That's Tauro's CRP and you know it. I've caught plenty of wild Pokemon before, and none of them ever does something on their own. Not only that, but I know it's an advanced technique, to let your Pokemon battle on their own. Blue grumbled, this kid was annoying. Will you just go away already? Not everything is what you think. The other boy frowned and crossed his arms as Naya jumped on his shoulder. Show me what Pokemon you have. The spiky brown hair boy blinked, what? He didn't expect that to come out of the kid's mouth. Ash shrugged. You heard me, show me what Pokemon you have. Eevee can't be your only one. Blue grumbled, you just won't quit. Fine, just look and leave me alone. He released 2 other Pokeball, a Growlithe and a Spearow. There, happy now? These 3 are the only Pokemon I have. Ash frowned in thought, nodding slowly. Alright. 2 of them are really rare Pokemon, so you're not just an ordinary trainer. He smirked at Blue. Blue shook his head, scoffing. Oh please, I didn't catch them. I was just walking on my own for a while when I came across an Eevee digging through a garbage can. I gave it some food and it followed me. After a while I decided to just clean it up and it went into a spare Pokeball I had. The Growlithe I found someone abusing it before abandoning it on the streets. Like with Eevee I gave it some food and healed it up with some super potions. After a while the Growlithe also went into a spare Pokeball. The Spearow I saw had an injured wing. after bandaging it up and taking care of it for a few days, I tried to let it fly away free but instead it went into another Pokeball. I swear these guys have a problem, but whatever, at least they keep me safe from hostile wild Pokemon. Ash blinked in surprise. Wait, it just... They all followed you. He was completely surprised. That's... Well, it happened to me for a few, but... Blue shrugged, sighing. But yeah, I'm not a Pokemon trainer like I said, they just kinda do what they want and I only say commands if I feel it's necessary. Ash frowned. Well, I'm still following you. So where are you heading now, Blue? He raised an eyebrow at the boy who just began to hit his head on a nearby wall. Blue returned his 3 Pokemon and glared at the annoying boy, moving his head away from the wall. Not that it's any of your business, but I was going to Sylph Company to see if my brother's been there, that and to get some extra Pokeball in case any more Pokemon need a home. I'll probably let someone adopt them later when I get back home. Ash nodded, smiling. Well, I'll join you then. And perhaps we can head to Fuchsia City afterwards. Blue glared at him even more. Hey. I don't want you coming with me. Ash shrugged, smirking. Too bad, you're stuck with me. Besides, I've been pretty lonely since I had to leave a few friends of mine anyway. That's my boy. Sticking to the traveling partner you chose. Naya giggled like a happy schoolgirl. Blue scowled, glaring angrily. Whatever, you annoying shadow, follow me if you want, but don't expect me to treat you like a friend or a pal. Ash just kept smiling as he shrugged. Sure, let's go. On to Sylph Co. Chapter 2, Another Elite. Blue was grumbling under his breath, glancing at Ash as he stormed towards Sylph Company, the boy walking right behind him. Stupid little. Will you just go away, already? Ash grinned, shaking his head. No way, Blue. I'm sticking with you, fair and square, until we have our full battle and you don't just quit in the middle of it. Blue glared at him, scoffing. Don't you have anything better to do? Like that sleeping Pikachu to the Pokemon Center or make sure that Meowth have her rabies shots? Naya pouted, crossing her arms. I don't get rabies. Blue just rolled his eyes, almost as if he was doing it to her. I just want to travel alone. Ash blinked, surprised. Wait, can you understand Naya? He folded his arms, raising an eyebrow. Blue blinked confused at him, shaking his head. No, I mean I don't speak Pokemon. I mean, it'd be cool if I can, but that's impossible, unless you were raised by one like a jungle boy. Ash shrugged. Well, you rolled your eyes right after she spoke, so, obviously she said something that you didn't believe. I was rolling my eyes at you and your ridiculous energy. Blue grumbled as if it was obvious. Before Ash could reply, they made it to the Sylph Co., to which Blue sighed in relief, turning to him. Alright, we're here, now you can go on and explore the building your own way. Ash nodded, grinning. Alright, then. Where are we going? Blue face-bombed at that, and the boy shrugged. Well, I'm going wherever you are, so. The twin of Gary just stormed in while Ash followed like a shadow, trying not to look at the younger trainer. I'm just going to find some spare Pokeball, you can leave now. Ash smiled. Well, maybe I need to find some spare Pokeball too, what about that Blue? Blue just grumbled, turning away angrily. Fine, do whatever you want. He went over to the lady at the counter and spoke up. Excuse me, miss? I was wondering where you keep all the Pokeball. I need some spare ones please. The lady looked at the two boys, startled. Oh of course, but you could just buy some at the Pokemart. Blue sighed, shrugging. I know, but I'm a little short on cash and you have Pokeball here that no Pokemart sells. So I'd like to just use some spares if possible. The woman then shook his head, surprising them both. I am sorry, but I insist, you really do need to buy them at a Pokemart, we don't just give them out for free, young man. Blue shook his head, shrugging. Of course not, but I heard on the ad your prices are much lower than that of the Poke Mart, and I don't want to just buy regular Poke Ball, Great Ball and Ultra Ball, I kinda wanted some luxury balls so the Pokemon will have a nice place to stay in for a while. Ash looked at the boy as if surprised by this. Really? You're just looking for luxury ball? I heard they're expensive. Before Blue could respond, though, the lady shook her head again. We're all out of luxury ball. Look, go to the Celadon City Mall or something if you need luxury ball, we're not going to sell them here. Blue frowned, crossing his arms. Why not? Something's wrong here then. The woman rolled her eyes. I just told you, we're out of them. And we're not going to make more or get more anytime soon. Blue only glared, narrowing his eyes as he slammed his hands on the countertop. I was just here yesterday and you had thousands of them, lady, what is going on? Look, just go, I can't talk right now. The woman said, trying to act busy. Blue knew something was wrong, then Ash spoke up. Well, I suppose so. Let's go, Blue. He grabbed the boy by the arm, trying to drag him away. Naya glared as she scanned the lady's mind. There's an intruder here, a very strong one, almost to that mysterious trainer who beat you up, my poor Ashy, back at Celadon City. Ash grew very pale at that as he was reminded immediately of his defeat against that trainer. Now there's another one here too. Be Blue, we really need to go. He tugged at the older boy's arm, but Blue still wouldn't budge. Not until I get what I came here for. I'm going to look around and see what the problem is. Blue snapped as he walked towards the elevator, Ash quickly going after him. You can leave if you want, you're obviously scared. Ash shook his head. Be Blue, you don't understand. There's someone here. Someone as strong as you, if not stronger. We've gotta go, now. The spiky-haired boy frowned, raising an eyebrow. Someone strong. And how would you know this? Ash gulped, stammering. I just do, okay. Look, we've gotta go. Why else would that lady be acting weird? Blue didn't like the idea of leaving, though, and he shook his head stubbornly. I came all the way to Saffron City just to pick up these luxury ball, I'm not going to back out now. Look, if we run into this person we'll run and hide if we have to, but I'm not leaving without at least 10 luxury ball under my belt, got it? Ash gulped before sighing. Fine, but we're hiding as best we can. I do not want them to find us, Blue. Alright, come on then baby. Sheesh. Blue grumbled as he grabbed Ash's arm and began dragging him through the place. Ash gulped at how empty the entire building was, at least last time there were Team Rockets everywhere, but now it's like a ghost building. Blue raised an eyebrow, confused. What's with you? Have you been here before? He asked, surprised. Ash slowly nodded. Why yeah, but. For some reason, this is creepier. Blue sighed, shaking his head. I guess everyone else ran away, though, gotta wonder why that lady is still here at the counter, just to shoo people away. Why not just lock up the building and say, closed? Ash shrugged. Maybe, it's to keep people from questioning why such a big building would be closed so randomly. Blue put a thoughtful hand to his chin, thinking. Maybe. Then, he suddenly saw a shadow and crouched down. Someone's here. Ash and Naya stiffened up, they were all on high alert now. Blue looked around in one direction while Ash had his back to look the next while Naya herself looked from Ash's head. Blue's eyes jolted when he heard a faint footstep, coming closer to them. Whoever they are, they know we're here. Ash's eyes widened as fear began to settle in. Then, we need to go, Blue. If they know we're here dash. Blue just grabbed Ash's arm and made a run for it. Shouting back at him, no time to talk, just run. Whoa. Ash was being dragged, Naya couldn't help but find this amusing despite the situation. Hoo hoo. Faster. Naya cheered. Blue glanced at the Meowth for a split second before looking around, and stopping right in front of an air duct. Quick, into the ventilations. He opened it and dropped the grate quickly, trying to usher the younger boy inside. Get in, get in, get in. Ash tried to crawl in, but the space was narrow and hard for him to get in, especially with his backpack on. Naya, being a cat, already squeezed herself in. Blue's eyes widened when he saw the shadow coming closer. Wah! Schitin. Blue yelled, using his foot to push Ash's behind to go in faster. Hurry up. Ash gritted his teeth, finally squeezing through. Blue then followed him, the three of them hurrying as fast as they could. The three of them crawled, hoping the shadow wouldn't follow them. Blue turned back to see if they were in the clear. And screamed, seeing the shadow right behind them. Wah! Faster. Faster. I'm crawling as fast as I can. Ash groaned, trying to hurry it up. Blue shouted back at the shadow, Hey! Stop chasing us already. Instead of responding, the shadow continued to follow them, not even crawling, just gliding, somehow. Blue frowned in confusion at this. Is this thing even human? What is this? Are we almost out? Ash saw light up ahead and nodded, sighing in relief. Yes. I see light. We should be out soon. The Meowth and two children made it outside, but ended up falling into a box full of Pokeball. Wah! Ash tried to climb his way back to the outside of the box and saw that shadow leaping out of the vent, easily landing on both feet. He quickly went back in to hide. He gulped, hearing some beeping, before someone spoke up, sounding like a teenager. Hey, it's me. Two brats are here, messing around in Sylph company, and you'd recognize one of them. Not her, that fake child, you dunce. Ash paled as he heard the teen talking and sounded female. Oh no, 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 not another hybrid child. I can't even take one of them out, let alone two. Where's Mema? Where's Storm? Where's Blue? Dang it, I even lost my own Pokeball. Oh, this isn't good. No, I lost them when they fell out of the ventilation. Hey, don't you start. They can't have gotten far. Hey, stop calling me Imuto-chan. The voice sounded furious and annoyed there, screaming into her phone. Ash blinked, surprised. They almost sound like they don't get along, either that or they have a brother and sister relationship. Ashy. I found your Pokeball. Ash was relieved to hear the sound of his Mema's voice in his head. Where are you, Mema? Ash mentally asked back. Down in the box, Stormy and Bluey are here too, she giggled, and Ash had to hold back a chuckle at that. Ash had to swim his way down to the bottom of the box, glad he was able to find Blue, Storm and Naya there, waiting for him. Seems they were smart enough to get as far away from the top as possible, knowing that crazy ninja, possibly hybrid Pokemon girl was out there looking for them. Took you long enough. Storm grumbled, rolling his eyes. He obviously just woke up and slipped out of the bag. Oh, I'm glad to see you're awake, Storm, but as you can see we've got a situation. Ash frowned. Blue crossed his arms, frowning. What was your first clue? Obviously whoever that is outside isn't human. I saw her gliding at us while we were in the ventilation. Ash blinked in surprise. Gliding? In that tiny space? Blue nodded, thinking. Exactly, nobody our size could do that. Someone your Pikachu's size could fit. But even then they wouldn't be able to glide, they'd have to be smaller. Ash nodded slowly. Alright. How small we talking here, Blue? I was too busy trying to squeeze through to tell. Blue sighed and began thinking. Not a lot of Pokemon are that small and can fly. It's hard to say right off the bat. Mostly it's the smaller legendaries that fit the bill. Even the smallest bird Pokemon can't fly in there, so most likely it was levitating without actual wings. Naya's ears twitched as she heard the teen girl outside, walking around. Shoo! She's walking around the box, stay quiet. I was sure I hear rustling. Then the four of them felt the box being lifted with a grunt of exertion. Oof! The poke ball went everywhere. Blue, Ash, Naya and Storm were all scrambled out as the girl smirked. She was wearing a t-shirt with a redesign of Team Rocket's symbol on it, black jeans, and had brown hair. Ash gulped as she spoke up. Well. Looks like we've got a pair of brats. How much did you hear, little mice? She grinned ferally, revealing a tooth. Hey, we didn't hear squat, all we knew is that you were chasing us for no real reason. Blue snapped before Ash could speak up. She rolled her eyes, scoffing. When you snoop in places you shouldn't be, kiddies, security kicks you out. That's who I am, security. Sylph Company has lots of hidden secrets, you both have no reason to be here. Now scram, before I kick you out the nearest window. Alright. We'll do just that. Ash quickly said, gathering his pokeball, Storm and Naya. Blue refused to budge, though. I came here to pick up something important, once I get that we'll leave. Blue said firmly. The girl sighed dramatically, rolling her eyes before picking the four of them up. Okawae, it's your death. Blue, can't you just pick up those balls somewhere else? Ash demanded frantically, knowing this can't end well for them. Blue scoffed. I'm getting them here and nowhere else. They have the only luxury ball in Kanto. Besides, I didn't come here just so some girl could tell me to leave empty-handed. But she's strong. Our Pokemon can't take on hers. Ash said frantically. Blue grumbled, rolling his eyes. I know. I didn't want you to come with me anyway. He took out a familiar-looking Pokédex from his pocket. He looked like he was about to push the white button that transfers Pokeball from Professor Oak's lab, but he stopped. Do I really want to do this? Ash's eyes widened, seeing the Pokédex. Why, you have one too? The teen girl kept smirking. You can either leave willingly without the pain, but I'm fine just beating you to a pulp. Although, if you show a lot of strength you could become potential use for us. Blue looked as though he's still debating before shaking his head and closed his Pokédex and glared defiantly at the girl. We'll leave, but we are coming back. The girl rolled her eyes, smirking. Sure, one small thing we gotta do, though, it's standard procedure. Blue glared while Ash looked ready to battle himself if he had to. These elite Team Rocket members were no joke. What is it? The girl grinned, shrugging. Not much. Just have to knock you both out so our company secrets stay safe. Don't worry, we'll drop you off at the door and wake you up. Ash and Blue quickly glared and took out their Pokeball. We should have known not to trust you the minute you saw us. Ash glared as Storm got down on all fours, his cheeks sparking. Naya's claws shined. She was still angry that they hurt her child just to find her. The girl just laughed at them, rolling her eyes. Please, I'm not going to do anything to you two. But to get back to the ground floor, we need to go through some rooms with company secrets. Ash kept watching her, glaring. Could you at least give us your name? Or a code name, I at least want to know what to call you too. She raised an eyebrow again, beginning to scowl. You too. I'm alone, brat, can't you count? Look, I'm trying to be civil here and make this clean. If you agree to be knocked out we'll be there in less than 10 minutes. If you don't we have to wait for another employee to bring some BLNDFLDS and then sue you both for everything you're worth. Ash didn't detract, still glaring. You know what I meant. There's obviously two of you working together. And we're not going to get knocked out willingly. How do we know you're not going to do something to us in our sleep, anyway? Naya nodded, knowing if she gets knocked out, her transformation would wear off, revealing herself to these dangerous people, and her child. The girl scoffed. Police, you two have nothing I'd want, so why would I bother? Look, you can check at the door before leaving to make sure nothing's out of place. Besides, I can't do a thing to you and get you both back to the lobby in 10 minutes. Ash looked down at Naya, knowing if they get knocked out, Mew will be exposed to the enemy. Look, can't you just blndfld us yourself? The girl scoffed yet again. I don't have them, just my brand new t-shirt. I'm not ripping that. We'll have to wait a good hour because you brats are stubborn. Blue crossed his arms, glaring. You seem to be looking for something here, the MSTR ball perhaps. And even if you weren't, there's something here that's obviously got your attention. He looked over to Ash. Think you can do a double battle between us? Blue asked the girl, and Ash blinked and looked at him in shock. The girl scowled. I could take you both on easily, if I didn't care about my job. As for what I'm looking for, a solid paycheck from my boss, and that means getting you two idiots off Sylph Company property now. Blue took out his pokeball, glaring even harder. Well, too bad, you'll have to face us in a double battle to do so. Ash quickly took out his own pokeball, nodding. Yeah. We're not going down without a fight. Storm was jumping up and down, eager for battle himself. Yeah. I'm ready to fight. By now the girl was glaring herself, pulling out a pair of pokeball. Jrrr. Fine. A battle it is, then I'm kicking you both out with a solid beating and taking your money for being a pair of pests. The girl released an Umbreon and an Espeon. Ash's eyes widened at the two evolutions together, standing side by side like trained soldiers. This is going to be difficult. The boy grumbled, gulping. Blue glared, sending out his EV. Right now I don't have a type advantage. Do you have any, Ash? This'll be much tougher otherwise. Ash frowned. Well. For Espeon, I do have a Ghastly, but he's part poison type, and for Umbreon I do have Butterfree but I don't know if he's strong enough to take it on. Blue groaned. Wonderful. And this is in a building, too. The girl smirked. Well, little boy. Send out your Pokemon or you forfeit. Ash glared, narrowing his eyes. Fine then. I'll send out my own EV. Go Ian. He released the spiky-haired EV into battle, who growled, ready for battle. The girl grinned, oddly enough, liking her lips in anticipation. Now that's what I'm talking about. Espeon, Psychic Combo number 3. Ash frowned, a combo? What kind of combo? Espeon smirked as it jumped and flipped in the air, its body was covered in a mystical blue aura of its psychic energy. The entire area suddenly became hard to breathe for Ash, and possibly Blue too. He noticed both of their EVs weren't looking too good themselves. Then the Espeon shot out little blue discs of psychic energy at them. Wah! Ash yelped, barely dodging the discs in time. Ian wasn't so lucky, though. She got hit directly, not fast enough to dodge them all. Ugh! Ian groaned in pain as she fell to the ground. Ian! Are you okay? Ash called out in worry. Blue glared, narrowing his eyes. So you're attacking the trainers too? Hardly fair. EV, Shadow Ball X4. Blue's EV created a big shadow ball, then used his tail to break it into 4 pieces before throwing them at the Espeon, the 4 dark balls seeming to hone in on her. The girl shrugged. He isn't precise enough yet. Umbreon, Defensive Combo number 11. With that, the Umbreon and Espeon flickered before swapping places. Blue frowned, seeing it hit the Umbreon and do little damage. Of course that would happen. Blue crossed his arms. Guess Ash was right about the aura thing. You certainly are a powerful trainer, though, there is something off about you. The girl rolled her eyes. Stop stalling, I have a deadline, you know. Alright, it's my turn. Ian, use Sand Attack combined with Dig and Iron Tail. Ash quickly called. The spiky-haired Eevee quickly kicked up sand, or rather, pokeball since there is no sand, and dug her way under, metal, don't ask how that works, and was burrowing towards them. Ian managed to get up to the Umbreon and slam her iron tail into his face, actually causing some damage. Confused Ray, the girl spoke calmly, smirking. The Umbreon's red eyes glowed purple and Ian's eyes began glowing purple too, and she ended up tackling a wall, hurting herself. I hate confusion. Ash muttered, annoyed. Ian, snap out of it. Come on, you can do it. The girl just rolled her eyes, scoffing. This is too easy, 2 ordinary trainers can't possibly fight me and win. You'd have to beat the champion himself before you can even have a chance against the elites of Team Rocket. Blue's eyes widened in shock. There are people above Giovanni. He couldn't believe it. He knew Giovanni was the strongest gym leader, but there was someone stronger than him in Team Rocket. Maybe I should have swapped my team. No. No. I refuse to use them ever again. They're not mine anymore anyway. The girl yawned, stretching. Alright, Espion, let's just do what we should have done at the beginning, because I'm in a hurry here. Use hypnosis on them all. Espion nodded, beginning to flash before her eyes glowed pink. Everyone besides the girl and Naya blinked, before their eyes turned pink as well, and they slumped to the floor. The girl raised an eyebrow at the conscious Meowth Mew. Now why are you still awake, she muttered to herself. Naya looked over at the girl before looking at Ash in concern, then she stood in front of Ash in a protective manner, hissing at the girl and her 2 Pokémon. The girl rolled her eyes, picking up the Meowth by the scruff of her neck and opening a nearby window, making sure the Meowth was facing away from her face. Right, out the window for you. Naya slashed at her arm before the girl dropped her, smirking. Have a nice trip down. But then her eyes widened in shock when the Meowth suddenly turned into a very angry-looking Hydreigon and flew up in her face, shooting out a flamethrower. She ducked, smirking as she held the sleeping and entranced Ash in front of her, forcing Mew to stop. So. Mew, Listen, I'm just going to do my freaking job and drop him off at the bottom. I have no use for these twerps, I didn't lie once. But I do see why they didn't just let me knock them out. To protect you. The girl felt giddy, but did a good job at hiding it. Thanks to her training she can keep all psychic types, including Mew, out of her mind. This is pure gold. I come in here looking for some coals and I find the rarest diamond I could imagine. But I guess now I owe him $20. Again, obviously, I'll have to put it off on a later date. No need to make the Mew, the mother of this kid, angry right now, though. Why didn't she make him a true child yet? I'll need to find out so Mema can help his Mema make this crazy creator join us. One way or another. But of course, the time isn't right. Mew needs to make a human her true child or it will never work. The Hydreigon Mew kept growling. If what you say is true, then put my child down. That's odd. I can't read her mind. She was clearly trained for this. The girl rolled her eyes, smirking. Yeah right. I do that, you burn my face off. No thank you, I'll keep using him as a shield, I'm not stupid. Now if you left, I'd let him go. Hydreigon Mew growled even louder, I have my ways of still attacking you without harming my child. I did it before when someone else was foolish enough to use my child as a meat shield. The girl nodded, smirking. Ah yes, I remember, you destroyed the roof yet left him untouched. But what would happen if you did it here, in the middle of a very heavy skyscraper? Ashy would be dead from the rubble before you could save him. The Hydreigon Mew only chuckled like she said something ridiculous. Clearly you don't know my powers, girl, you greatly underestimate me. I can easily protect him and his friends, even in the heaviest of mountains or skyscrapers. Trust me, I've done it several times before with a Mew game. Do you want to take that chance? The girl suddenly grew pale at this, as if remembering something. Mew game? She actually did that to her own child? I've heard of Victini rounds and, well, my own Mema's way of playing rough with others, but to her own kid when he isn't AMEW? Why? But, if she did, she's not bluffing. I better not play with fire. Despite what I said, I'm still no match for a true legendary like Mew, at least not without Mema. She sighed, before gently lowering Ash to the ground. There. I doubt I've put him down, let me carry him and his friends back to the lobby, then you can leave. I am just following orders from the boss. Hopefully she'll take my bluff. The girl hadn't felt this kind of fear since her own Mema was angry with her. Clearly Mew is a true legendary as they only drive such primal fear into her heart. Hydreigon Mew glared at her for a few more seconds, as if deciding on something, before she lowered down. I will let you go, but only if you put my child, his friend and their Pokémon onto my back. I will fly us out of here. This way you won't have to take them down and out of the building yourself. I don't trust this girl enough. She might plan something while I'm unable to see her. The girl nodded, before her hand glowed and picked Ash up with that same green glow, secretly rewriting his memory to think she really was a part of the staff. She lowered him onto Mew's back, before doing the same with Blue, along with the Pikachu and the two EVs. When she was done, she stepped back. There, happy now? The girl asked defensively. Hydreigon Mew turned back to her after making sure her child and everyone else was safe on her back. One more thing. Even as a Hydreigon, she was able to use Psychic, and brought over 10 luxury ball that Blue had wanted. I'll be taking these. Now don't mess with my child again, or I won't show any mercy next time. Mew hissed the warning to her. The girl blinked, startled. Hey. I didn't want to hurt the kid, he attacked me first. I was really just going to bring him down to the lobby, that's it. The Hydreigon Mew growled, glaring. I know what you were doing. But that was because you chased them, of course they're going to attack. And it didn't help that your buddy attacked my child before, and severely injured him in the process. The girl's eyes widened, and she paled. That idiot. Doesn't he know that hurting a child of a legendary would only make things much more difficult? It sets the legendary themselves into a high paranoia alert. I'll see what happened, but at least make sure it wasn't your child who did it. We know he's very selfless, maybe he jumped in the Wadash. I know what he did. Hydreigon roared at her, shutting her up quickly. I saw it in his mind. But that's not why I was so angry. Your little members kidnapped him, and beat him to a pulp, then tried to electrocute him in order to call and lure me into a trap, then your buddy kidnapped him again while he was still injured and forced him to battle. That's what ticks me off. The girl paled even further, and she shook her head so fast she nearly got whiplash. And my partner's an idiot, but I swear, the grunts are Giovanni's fault. We didn't want to hurt him at all, Hone Dash. Again Mew Hydreigon roared angrily, clearly showing nothing would set a mother off more than the endangerment of her precious child. Toro's CRP. You knew who he was and none of you hesitated to hurt him just to get me. If you want me so bad, then instead of being a coward and hurting my child, just come at me. My child isn't a hybrid like you are, he can't take harsh punishments like that. The girl was shocked, despite being able to keep Mew out of her thoughts, the legendary knew she was a hybrid. But how? And of course, a legendary raising a hybrid or their own biological child was dangerous enough, but a legendary raising a full human makes them far more protective and dangerous. Honest to you, my partner and I never attacked him directly. I'm sorry about the grunts being so stupid, but we didn't dash. Hydreigon Mew didn't give her time to finish before she was up in her face with a flamethrower burning in her throat. Tell this to your little grunts then, if anyone ever hurts my child again, they better be ready to meet Giratina after you. With that, she fired it off, barely missing the girl by an inch. Mew never intended to kill or hurt her, but she did want to scare the girl as a warning, and it worked all too well. She passed out instantly, a suspicious stain spreading on her jeans. Hydreigon Mew chuckled, grinning to herself. Well, I suppose I might be facing an angry legendary soon for this, but it was so worth it. But in the meantime, better take my child and his friends somewhere safe. Now that they know, they'll be looking for us. And with that, she flew away from the city. Chapter 3, On the Road. Ash only remembered meeting up with Blue in Saffron City. They went to the Sylph Co together and, next thing he knew, he was waking up on the back of a Hydreigon. Wah! Ash screamed, not knowing it was Mew. Don't eat me, he cried, trying to curl up into a ball before grabbing onto the Hydreigon's back to not fall off. Mew giggled, shaking her heads. Silly Ashy, I wouldn't eat you. Well, except for a Mew game. Ash blinked at the Hydreigon for a minute before a realization came to him, and he looked closely. Emma? He had never seen her transform into a Hydreigon before, and he has a strong fear to big dark types, especially vicious ones like Hydreigon. Mew smiled, of course, I wouldn't let you get hurt by that nasty girl. Ash blinked, confused. Girl? What girl? He shook his head. I don't remember any girl. Mew blinked before scowling. Why that little? She erased your memories. When did she do that? The boy gulped, knowing better than to anger Mew more when she's already angry. I don't know. I don't even know who you're talking about. Mew sighed, shaking her head. Oh, don't worry about it, Ashy. I'm just going to let you and Blue down around here. But keep in mind that the elite Team Rocket are now on the lookout for us. We need to be more cautious. Mew landed them just outside of Vermillion City. Ash blinked, surprised. Why did you land us here, Mema? And, who are the elite Team Rocket? Remember how you said you needed a bike before? I seem to have a faint memory that someone here will give out a free bike voucher to fellow Pokemon fans, if you show them a rare Pokemon in return, of course. Mew said, returning to her Meowth disguise. Luckily for you, you have plenty of those. Just show even Storm and it should do. A Pikachu isn't that rare. Ash groaned, shaking his head. But fine, I'll try. Storm was still asleep himself, all curled up as Ash picked him up and cradled him in his arms after he returned Ian, who was still sleeping. Blue was also still conked out, but Ash looked at him. Why did you bring Blue with us? I thought he didn't want to stick with us. Mew looked at Blue, before shrugging. I didn't mention this before, but there's something about him that makes him similar to, well, it's hard to say for now, but I just get the feeling you might want to stick with him for a while. Ash blinked, surprised. Really? You've got a feeling about him? He frowned in confusion. What is it? I think I'll tell you later, Ashy, just make sure Team Rocket doesn't get their hands on him. Mew answered quietly, and Ash shrugged. Fine, but he needs to wake up. I'm not carrying an unconscious boy with me on my back into the city. Ash said, pointing at him. Mew grinned. Well, I've got just the thing. Take off your shoe and wave it in his face. That ought to do the trick. Blue quickly jolted up. I'm good. Wah. Ash blinked. How did he hear that, or better yet, how did he understand that? How did you even understand that? Thought you were unconscious. Blue blushed as if just realizing something, looking away. You'd be amazed what the human mind can understand while not all conscious. And keep your dirty shoes away from my nose. He stood up, looking around. Where are we? This looks like the route that leads to Vermillion City. And he quickly returned his own sleeping EV. Ash nodded. It is, but I'm not sure what happened in Sylph Co. Do you know? Blue grumbled, shaking his head. I just have some fuzzy details, like you won't leave me alone, someone or something was chasing us. I think we battled or something, but we got knocked out. That's about it. Ash blinked, surprised. Huh. I don't even remember that much, it all goes blank once we enter the building. Probably because she hit you harder with it. Blue said, stretching, acting as if it was no big deal. So, we're here, I'm going now. Ash quickly reached out and grabbed his shoulder. Blue, wait, if you're just traveling, why not travel with me? At least I'm a real Pokemon trainer who can help defend you from evil trainers like Team Rocket. Blue muttered under his breath, looking away. Fine, but only for so long, got it? Thanks. Ash smiled happily, making Blue scowl at this, but didn't say anything. Alright. First we're going to see if we can get some bike vouchers and then it's off to Fuchsia City. Please stop cheering so loudly, you've got out a loud annoying voice. Blue grumbled. Ash merely pouted, looking away. Alright, but I think the Pokemon fan club might have them. Blue said and put his hands in his pockets. How do you know that? Ash asked, surprised. Blue smirked, pulling out his own bike voucher in his pocket. That's where I got mine. You're supposed to turn these in to the bike shop in Cerulean City. What? We have to go all the way back to Cerulean City. Ash yelled in shock, not wanting to have to backtrack all the way just to get a bike. Blue nodded. Yep, although I know a shortcut through some tunnels that'll bring us right to the edge in a day. Or do you have any Pokemon that knows fly? Ash grumbled, shaking his head. None of them knows fly, the closest would be Gale, who's a Pidgeotto, but he's not strong enough to carry all of us. Then how did we get here from Saffron City? Blue asked, confused. Ash nervously chuckled, looking away. Oh, you know. I have my ways. He didn't meet Blue's eyes, and the other boy narrowed his. Let's just go. Blue grumbled. I swear, this boy gets more confusing by the minute. Is he hiding something? Probably, but what could that be? Ash and Blue walked into Vermillion City. Naya was on Ash's head and Ash was still carrying the sleeping Pikachu in his arms. Blue looked over at the Pikachu and Meowth. Why don't you keep them in their Pokeball? He asked. After all, it might let you travel faster. Ash shrugged, responding easily. Storm hates Pokeball, and Naya. I don't keep her in Pokeball. Anyway, where's the Pokemon fan club you were talking about? Blue sighed, pointing to the familiar red building. It's just beside the Pokemon Center. You didn't see it before? Ash blinked, before shaking his head. No, not really. I was kinda busy with other things. He chuckled sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head. Blue shook his head in pity before continuing. Well, it's here. Oh, and you might want to hide your Pokemon, people here can get pretty grabby when it comes to Pokemon. I don't mean they steal them but, they do get rough with them. He whispered to the boy as they came in front of a fancy-looking building with a big sign that says, Pokemon Fan Club, bring your best Pokemon. Ash whistled in awe, looking up. Whoa-aha. This is huge. I wonder which Pokemon I should show for the pass. The boy actually felt excited. That spiky-haired EV you had might do the trick, Blue said with a shrug. Ash blinked. Wait, how did you know I have a spiky-haired EV? Of course he didn't remember battling with Blue, yet Blue seemed to recall that. Blue blinked. Huh? You don't remember? He asked. Then he sighed. Right, you don't. I wish I did. Ash frowned. I feel like I've been left out of the loop. Yup, you have, Ashy. Naya snickered. Big time, too. Blue just shrugged, sighing. You can go in there and show off, I'll just watch. I already have my own voucher anyway and I don't have anything too rare to show off. Ash frowned. You have that EV. He shrugged. Aren't EV rare? Well, if you're going to show off your spiky-haired EV, it wouldn't do me much good just showing off a regular EV. Blue shrugged, nonchalantly. Ash nodded slowly. Good point, I guess. But are you sure you don't have any more Pokemon? Blue hesitated for a minute before shaking his head, frowning. No. I'm not a Pokemon trainer, so I don't collect Pokemon. Ash sighed. Fine. He put Storm into his backpack and released Ian from her luxury ball. Ian. Let's go in and show off. Show off? Ian blinked. Why, what are we showing off for? Ash shrugged, smiling. I want to let other people see you. Plus I'll get a bike for this. Fine then, but they better not pile on me. Ian grumbled. Ash walked in. The people in the club looked over. They were sitting at some big fancy table with a statue of a Rhydon in the middle. Ash noticed a man with a Pikachu beside him. Hey, we have a newcomer. And my, this one has an adorable little EV, a lady with a Clefairy said with a smile. The man smiled, standing up. Ah, welcome. He walked over. It's always nice to have new members join our little club of Pokemon lovers. Ash blinked. Yeah. Oh, I'm not planning on joining, I dash. Oh. Is that a rare spiky-haired Pokemon? I haven't seen one since someone brought in that rare spiky-eared Piku a few years ago. The man was studying Ian like she was a new species or something, making the EV kinda nervous. This is most fascinating. Thanks, I'm here. To get a bite dash, Ash was interrupted again. Allow me to brag about my Pokemon too. It may not be quite as rare or unique as your adorable little EV, but it's pretty special all the same. Come here, Rapidash, the chairman called, and a Rapidash came walking in. Its flames were a ghostly gray. Ash's eyes widened in shock. Is that a shiny Rapidash? He asked weakly. Wow. That is a rare Pokemon, no wonder the chairman is so proud of it. The chairman nodded, smiling. I can tell you're in awe. Well, I'm not too surprised. Ash had a big love for Pokemon, but an even bigger respect for unusual Pokemon like spiky-haired ones like Ian or shiny ones like Scorch and Nidosaur, mostly because they usually get made fun of because of how different they are, or hunted down because of how rare they are. The boy was all over the Rapidash, looking it over eagerly. Wow, this is so cool. I can't believe you actually have a shiny Rapidash. The Rapidash seemed to be loving the attention, rearing its head so Ash can pet it better while the chairman bragged, Ah yes, my lovely Rapidash, its flames are so authentic and lovely and warm. Blue couldn't help but chuckle at the boy's admiration while he kept stroking the majestic horse, while Ian and Naya just watched and chuckling themselves. The boy acted like he's never seen a shiny before. Ash smiled, nodding. Yeah, but the fact that it's shiny just makes it all the better. It looks almost like a ghost. Ah yes, the majestic ghost. The chairman smiled happily. I am so happy to see one so young like yourself to admire the true beauty of my Rapidash, and I simply adore your Meowth and spiky-haired EV. Ash smiled, looking at them before glancing at the chairman once more. Hey, is it okay if I get a bike voucher then? I kinda need it for my journey. The chairman merely laughed, nodding. Of course. For a true Pokemon fan like yourself, why even simply give you a voucher? In fact, I think you deserve a deluxe bike voucher. This will give you a very expensive but very nice bike. Ash's eyes were twinkling, really. Blue blinked in surprise, he never got a deluxe bike voucher. The chairman nodded once more. Of course, my boy. Or rather, fellow Pokemon fan club member. I only give these ones to the true Pokemon fans, who I believe deserve it. He handed the boy a golden bike voucher. Ash smiled as he took it, before bowing in thanks. Thank you, sir. Oh, and out of curiosity, why are you giving away bike vouchers? The chairman smiled kindly. Well, I know most trainers can't afford a bike, so it's my way of donating to your world. I prefer to just train my Pokemon a little, though, enough to keep them healthy. And besides, I have my own wonderful Fiero to fly me around where I need to be. Ash smiled and nodded, thank you very much. When the boys finally left the place, Ash felt so giddy, he was practically bouncing up and down. I can't wait to see what this voucher will get me. Blue just chuckled, glancing at the boy. You sure got spoiled, huh? You're lucky, because the rarer the Pokemon you showed and more admiration you have for the chairman's Pokemon, the better the bike voucher he gives you. The chairman is a very rich man who is super enthusiastic about Pokemon, that's how he made all these Pokemon fan clubs. He then looked down at the voucher. But to be honest, I never knew about there being a deluxe voucher. Guess I really did get lucky, huh? Ash chuckled, but inwardly this troubled him, being lucky, is that why Mew chose him? He's been asking himself this question since that mysterious trainer said so to him, but he tries not to think about it. He wanted to ask Mew why she chose him as her child, but he didn't want to either because he was afraid of the answer. I guess now we'll have to walk to Cerulean City. Blue said. Ash groaned, shaking his head. I wish we could just teleport there. Naya grinned, speaking up. Oh, Aishi, you could just let me teleport you both there. Blue looked at the Meowth, who was grinning like she just ate a Pidove. What's with your Meowth? Ash smiled nervously, shrugging. Air. I think we can get there faster if we have a device that can mimic an Abra's teleportation. Blue blinked and frowned, raising an eyebrow. There is no such device. It's new. I have the, prototype from Sabrina after I beat her. Ash said, hoping he would just go with it. Blue frowned even more, crossing his arms. Alright then, show it to me. What is this teleporter, and why haven't you been using it? I wanted to walk on the journey myself, but this is just backtracking right now and a big waste of time. Ash said as he gestured to Naya silently. She nodded and walked behind him so Blue wouldn't see him as she used Transform to turn into a small gadget that looked like some kind of metallic arrow, before flying into his bag. Ash pulled the teleporter out, waving it a bit. See? I told you I had it. Blue blinked, surprised. That is, pretty cool, but why an arrow? Ash thought about it and answered, you're supposed to say a town or route's name and then it will point in the general direction and teleport us there. Like this. He threw the arrow up. Cerulean City. With a distortion of light, sound, and overall disorientation, the trio disappeared, before reappearing right in front of the Cerulean City Pokemon Center. Blue fell on his but as he hadn't expected that to work. Good enough of proof for you. Ash chuckled as he grabbed the arrow when it fell down. Storm began to grunt from in Ash's backpack. Is it time to eat breakfast yet? The groggy Pikachu spoke. Or am I seeing things? Ash blinked, before Blue fell back, trying not to hurl. Be Blue, you okay? The pseudo-trainer gulped, nodding. Fine, just, gimme a moment. Oh that's right. I'm sorry about that, first-time teleport is usually pretty sick. Ash said with a nervous chuckle, remembering how sick he was when his Mema first teleported him. Of course she does it so often to him that he barely feels a thing now. Give it a good 10 seconds, just to be safe. Blue shook his head, breathing in and out. And no, just a second. I'll be fine. Hey Mom, isn't that guy Gary? I remember seeing him in a red car full of cheerleaders. A boy pointed at Blue, who was still trying to get over teleportation sickness. The woman frowned, pulling her son away. Don't stare, Timmy. It's rude. Ash chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. I think people sees Gary a little too often, the little cocky boy always tries to get everyone's attention. Blue sighed as he stood up, coming over the sickness. I don't really care. I just keep going in my travels and stick to the shadows. Now let's just hurry up, get our bikes and move on. Ash nodded, before blinking. Wait, you never got the bike. He frowned in confusion. I thought you said you had one already. Blue shrugged. I never bothered to turn it in before. Ash sighed, shaking his head. We need to talk about your issues sometime down the road, now come on. He grabbed Blue's arm and dragged him outside. Hey, what are we doing? Storm asked, still feeling sleepy, and noticing that Naya was nowhere in sight. Ash shrugged, smiling. Getting our bikes, Storm. Maybe now our journey will go faster. Bikes? Oh cool. I hope you get one with those little baskets. I'd love to just sit in one of those, feel the wind in my fur while eating a nice big apple and a big bottle of yummy ketchup. Storm said while closing his eyes and daydreaming about it. Ash and Blue looked at the Pikachu, sweat dropping, before Blue turned away quickly. There's the bike shop, he pointed out. Let's head in. They entered the shop, and saw many people looking around for bicycles, mostly little kids begging their parents for one. A girl was looking a red bike. I want a bright red bicycle. I'll keep it in my room so it won't get dirty, she said with a smile. Ash raised an eyebrow at that. If you're going to buy a bike and not ever use it, then what's the point of even getting it in the first place? Alright Ash, I'll get my bicycle first. Blue said as he headed over to the shop manager. I'll take a bicycle please, he handed the bike voucher to him. Ah, a bike voucher, sure, what color do you want? The manager asked. Blue looked around and chose a blue one, this one will do. Ash chuckled, a blue bike for a blue boy, nice. Blue glared at him, just shut up and get your own bike. Storm smiled looking around, oh, get that one, he pointed a bright yellow bike with a basket. The boy chuckled at his Pikachu's enthusiasm, just give me a minute, Storm. Hi, I'd like to get a bike. It'll be about $9,000, the shop manager said. Ash dug into his pockets and took out the deluxe bike voucher. What can I get for this? The shop manager's eyes bulged out when he saw it, and stared at it as if he couldn't believe it, gaping in shock. The deluxe voucher. Ash nodded, grinning openly. Yeah, so what can I for it, he repeated. I'd like a bike. The cashier slowly shook his head, as if trying to shake off the shock he was in. You can take any bike you want from here. Ash blinked himself, shocked. Wait, any bike? As in, the most expensive one too? Of course, that's what the deluxe voucher is for, the manager said with a chuckle. You didn't realize that when you got it? Ash slowly shook his head. No, not at all. How could I know that? He glanced at Blue, before speaking again. So I would like the... Ash stopped and noticed a yellow bike. He did see Storm pointing at it earlier but he didn't notice that it was a rare, limited edition Pikachu bike. It has the tail's marks in its cheeks and lightning mark, as well as a Pikachu's head basket. The manager raised an eyebrow, surprised. Yes. What would you like? Ash slowly pointed towards the bike. I'd like that one, please. I think it'd be really powerful. Storm was fawning over it himself, loving the bike that had his figure all over it. Ash could literally see hearts floating from the Pikachu's head over the Pikachu bike. This bike looks awesome. Oh, that's the very rare limited edition Pikachu bike. We used to have 3 others, and that's the Kanto Charmander, Bulbasaur, and Squirtle bikes, but some rich trainers took those already, we only have the Pikachu left. The store manager said. Ash smiled, nodding. Well, I'd like it please. The voucher does cover that, right? The manager nodded, smiling. Yes, but only barely. And would you like a bike, sir? He asked, turning to Blue. Blue thought for a moment before nodding. Sure, just the standard bike for me, I've got a voucher myself. Okay, take any of these you want. The manager gestured to the more normal-looking bikes. So which one are you choosing? Ash asked as he took the Pikachu bike, to which Storm was still cuddling up with. Naya, still in her aero transportation device disguise, was giggling, watching the cute little Pikachu fawning over the bicycle. He's acting just like a little kid, begging his parents for a brand new toy, how cute. I'll probably just take Dash, Blue was about to say when someone suddenly spoke up. Hey, aren't you? Blue. That boy who was almost champion at the Elite Four, a man spoke up, startling them both. Blue cringed, before taking a deep breath. No, I'm sorry, you've mistaken me for someone else. The man shook his head. No way, it's totally you. I am so honored to meet you, you were awesome in your fight against Red. Hey. I'm not who you think I am. Blue quickly said. I'll just take this bike. See ya. The boy grabbed a green bicycle, tossing the voucher on the counter, and just about flew out of the store. The manager blinked once, twice, then shrugged and took the receipt. Are you taking that bike, young man? If so, I'll take the voucher off your hands. Yeah, I am. Here you go. Ash put the voucher on the desk and took the bike out, following Blue. Hey Blue. Come on, wait up. Why are you running? Blue groaned after he finally slowed down, breathing heavily. Nothing, it's nothing. Let's just get on these bikes and head to Fuchsia City now, across that bridge hopefully. Ash nodded, glancing at Blue worriedly as he unfolded the bike, getting on it. Alright, let's go Blue. I wonder, did Blue actually defeat the Elite Four before and actually fought with Red? I wish I knew more about him. He'll tell you, in due time, Ashy. Mew giggled from in his backpack as the two headed out of Cerulean City, Storm ever so happily relaxing in his little basket. Ash grumbled. I know, but I want to know more about him. This guy is such a mystery. I'm not even sure his name's really Blue. Like I said, Ashy, he'll tell you in good time. Mew giggled again, sounding as mischievous as always. Chapter 4, The Biker Gang. Ash and Blue were making great time on their new bicycles. Storm the Pikachu was just relaxing on his little basket, enjoying the ride. Naya was still a remote in Ash's backpack. I just hope Misty doesn't see this. Ash muttered to himself, remembering how hard-pressed she was about him owing her a bike, and if she found out he had a limited edition bike. He'd be so dead then. Blue raised an eyebrow. Misty. Like, the gym leader, Misty Waterflower. Ash chuckled sheepishly, yes, that's her. I didn't get her sisters' names, so I just called them by their hair colors, mentally of course. We traveled together for quite some time before she had a call to go back to her gym. Blue blinked. Wait, are you talking about Daisy, Violet, and Lily? The three sisters of the Cerulean Gym? The boy looked back at him for a second, surprised. Well, if that's their names, sure. I guess, why? Blue shuddered, to the surprise of the boy. Ugh, please, don't call her when I'm in view, the girl hates me, a lot. Huh? You mean Misty? Ash asked, blinking in confusion. Why would she hate you? Blue shrugged, sighing in exasperation. I don't even know. The girl takes one look at me when I challenge her gym, and she forces me out. I had to wait for her sisters to be in charge for a day for that badge. Ash blinked and frowned. That doesn't sound like Misty. I mean, sure, she's very short-tempered and hard-headed, but I don't think she'd kick a challenger out. Unless she had a good reason to. Blue chuckled sheepishly. Well, I might have been, different from how I am now. You were. Ash frowned. He didn't really expect that at all. Hey, was he like Gary? Storm spoke up from his basket. Blue looked away, sighing. Well, I was almost like my brother, but much colder at the same time. Consider arrogance, combined with a cold outer shell. Ash began thinking. That almost sounds familiar. I heard from Mema one of her friends had a child similar to what you're describing. Mema? Blue blinked. I meant Mama, of course. Ash quickly corrected himself, blushing. Blue raised an eyebrow, glancing at the boy. Well, we lived in the same town, so I'm not that surprised. Hey, do you remember Leaf? His eyes narrowed, looking at the boy for a response. Leaf? No, I don't think so, why do you ask? Ash wondered, not looking at Blue since his eyes were on the road. Blue nodded, looking back at the road. Well, it's funny, she always knocked on your door when we were kids, trying to get another kid to play with us. And yet. His eyes glanced back at Ash. You never answered the door. Ash sighed, shrugging. I was probably out. During my toddler and kid years, I was out with Mom, a lot. I was very rarely home. Mema always had to play Mew games after Mew games with me. I'm surprised I'm still alive up to this point. Ah, Ashy, you know you loved it. He heard Mew's voice giggling in his head, and he sighed. Blue shrugged, speaking cautiously here. Sure, perhaps. But if you were always out with her, what friends would she have, I wonder? She certainly was never in town often enough. She likes to go out of town a lot, especially since Pallet Town is such a small place. Ash said, trying not to sound too nervous. Blue frowned for a moment before shrugging. Sure. I get that, but who's her friends? Mom has a lot of friends, but I'm not allowed to say, sorry. Ash shrugged. Storm then pointed ahead, surprising them both. Hey! I think I see the bridge you were talking about ahead. Look at it. It's under construction. The Pikachu blinked, surprised. Blue nodded. Yeah, there it is up ahead, it's been that way for a while, and won't be done for a long time. The only bit done is the bike road, or the cycling road, they call it. Ash and Storm stared at the boy, who eventually raised an eyebrow. What? You just answered Storm. Ash pointed out. Blue grumbled. No, I didn't. I just simply stated it's been that way because it was like this when I started out, which was a long time ago. Ash frowned in confusion. That I thought you weren't a trainer. Blue shrugged. Well, I'm not anymore. I guess you could say I'm a retired trainer. Ash raised an eyebrow, surprised. Really? You can retire from that? The boy was surprised, he didn't even know that was an option. Yes. Blue sighed. But that's not important right now. We better cross that bridge now. Right. Ash sighed, not wanting to push the issue. They were heading to the bridge when a cop standing guard said, holding a hand up to stop them, "Wait, kids." What is it? Ash asked. The cop looked at them. You might want to be careful, there's a biker gang terrorizing the cycling road right now and they love to challenge anyone they can to a Pokemon battle. Blue sighed. You mean like a few years ago? I remember they were here then, too. You met them? Ash said in shock. How'd you get away? Well, yeah, I did. I was fast. Blue said quietly, obviously hiding something from the boy. Ash frowned, raising an eyebrow. You would have been on a bike, not a motorcycle like I'm sure they were. They're not on a motorcycle, that would be on the freeway bridge, not the cycling one. Blue rolled his eyes. Ash blinked before chuckling sheepishly. Oh, right. Am I bad, Blue? The security guard blinked himself before shaking his head. Well, anyways, be careful, the leader is really powerful. We'll keep that in mind, thanks. Ash said as he and Blue pedaled into the cycling road. Storm began coughing, covering his mouth. Ack. The air around smells so bad. He held his little nose. What is that stench? Ugh. Blue frowned in thought, sniffing the air. That I think whatever that smell is, it's a tank of kerosene. I can smell it from here. I swear you're talking to my Pikachu, Blue. Ash said to the boy beside him, also holding his nose. That smell is strong, it's not my fault he spoke about it right after I answered. Blue snapped back. Even if he was in his poke ball, I'd mention it. Because I'm sure you're curious about this too. Ash grumbled, shaking his head. Whatever, let's just hurry and get across this. I still can't believe they're taking so long with the road, this must be one tough bridge to assemble. Not really, they just don't have a lot of money to finish it quickly, especially over the water like this. Blue sighed. Their money was mostly taken by Team Rocket a few years back, so ever since then work's been slow. Ash nearly growled in anger. It looked like wherever he went, Team Rocket has some kind of influence to the area. How'd they take the money? Blue looked thoughtful, thinking. From what I can remember, they were building the bridge just fine, they already finished cycling road and were halfway done with the road itself, but then Giovanni came in, well. He took the project over, putting it on halt by taking most of their money and putting it in his own projects. After he left, they tried to continue it, but they barely had enough for the bridge anymore. Ash frowned at that. Thought it was Giovanni? He looked at Blue. Not anyone else. He was thinking of the mysterious Team Rocket member from before when he mentioned that. That guy was super tough, it wouldn't be a stretch to imagine him walking in alone and taking the money before threatening them to say it was Giovanni, or it's possible that those in the elites are young children so they can easily blend in as a regular everyday people or trainer. It's hard to see a kid as a shady character, much harder than a full-grown man. Blue shrugged, sighing. Well, I'm not sure, really. They said it was Giovanni, but Team Rocket knocked out the power to the cameras before striking. He then paused, frowning, before he shook his head. Well, either way, it was Team Rocket who took away the money, so it's taking forever for the bridge to be completed. The two boys continued cycling across the bridge when they suddenly saw a lot of people heading their way. Oh no, here comes the biker gang. Blue groaned, like it was more troublesome than dangerous. Ash raised an eyebrow. Huh, but I thought they were dangerous, aren't they? He didn't understand, the security guard said the biker gang was dangerous, so why is Blue treating it like an annoyance? I've met them before, they have tough Pokemon yes, but they rely on brute strength only, no strategy involved whatsoever. Blue sighed. It's more troublesome really. Ash chuckled, the boy almost sounded like a certain mudkip he met. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. But you know, you kinda remind me of a Pokemon I met a while back. Blue raised an eyebrow, surprised. Huh? A Pokemon? What Pokemon? A Slakoth or something? A Mudkip. Storm said with a sly smile. A very troublesome Mudkip. Blue's eyes sort of twitched and sighed, shaking his head. Forget about it, here they come. The two boys were soon surrounded by the biker gang, all of them were young guys, but they were all much older than Ash and Blue, some were big and bulky, others were lean and mean, but there was one green-haired girl in the group, and she seemed tough. Well, what do we have here? A couple of passerby trainers perhaps, a skinny one with a mohawk said, smirking. One of the biker gang noticed Blue and blinked, trying to see his face. He looks familiar, is he that arrogant punk called Gary Oak we see on TV? Probably, but I'm surprised he's not using that limo he always has. Then again, he does need a bicycle to get through here, though I thought he'd use a Pidgeot or something to just fly across it. A bulky guy shrugged, frowning in thought. The girl then spoke, grinning sadistically. It doesn't matter, these two boys are on our turf, so shouldn't we give them a proper introduction? One of the other guys smirked, stepping forward. Yeah, we should. He pulled out a pokeball, grinning. Well, hi, I'm Ash Ketchum and this is Dash. Ash gestured to Blue but he answered quickly. I'm nobody important. Blue said. I'm Storm, a Pikachu, but you should know that. Storm said with a wink. Ash sighed. They can't understand you, Storm, you should know that by now. I know, I was just being funny. Storm rolled his eyes. Surprisingly, though, the girl blinked in surprise. A wise Pikachu, eh? She smirked. Well little boy, too bad for you when we say, proper introduction, we mean Pokemon battle. Chopper, why don't you take him and his little trainer out first? The man with the mohawk stepped forward, smirking. Sure thing, Tyra. Looks like this ain't your lucky day, brat. He tossed a pokeball into the air. Let's go, Golem. The Golem roared like an animal. Ash couldn't understand it as it kept just roaring out mindlessly. Ugh. Alright fine, I guess I'll. He took out one of his pokeball, he left Cooper back with Professor Oak, so he decided to go with Konoha. Go. He released the Bulbasaur from the heal ball, and he got into a battle-ready position. Alright, who are we fighting this time, Ash? Koona then blinked, seeing a golem in front of him. We're fighting a golem. Yes, calm down, you have the type advantage. Storm muttered from his basket. I'm not fighting it, thankfully. But it looks pretty strong. Konoha sighed. And I'm half poison. Poison types don't do so good against ground types. Storm rolled his eyes. You still have the type advantage, and you'll be using strategy. Now go ahead and beat this glorified boulder. Ha, a puny little Bulbasaur. That's just too funny. Golem, crush that pipsqueak with a body slam attack. Chopper ordered. Konoha, jump and use Razor Leaf. Ash ordered. The Bulbasaur jumped out of the golem's way as it smashed down onto the road and fired sharp leaves at the golem, scratching every inch of his rocky hide. The mindless beast roared in pain, glaring at Koona. Chopper blinked in surprise. What the? How'd you dodge that? Bah, whatever. Body slam again, and this time don't let the little thing get away. Vine WHP. Ash yelled. Konoha slapped the golem and wrapped his vines around the rocky body and threw it into the ground. Chopper narrowed his eyes in anger. How are you doing this? Rock throw. Konoha growled as he awaited Ash's orders, staying in one place. Get out, Dash! Ash was trying to tell him to get out of the way, but the rock throw was too fast and some of it already hit Konoha. This is no good, just trying to give him orders over every little thing is getting too complicated, if only I could get them to think for themselves should the need arise. Ash thought to himself as Konoha growled at the golem. Like that trainer did, along with Blue, then Koona could have dodged. Chopper grinned viciously. Alright, now we're talking. Tackle that little pipsqueak into the ground. We're not through yet. Konoha, use sleep powder now. Ash quickly ordered. The Bulbasaur spout out blue pollen from his bulb at the golem was charging at him, but when the spore hit him the golem soon fell asleep. What? Wake up! Chopper shouted. Now finish it with Razor Leaf again. Ash ordered as Konoha hit the sleeping golem with Razor Leaf. Golem growled in pain, waking up a second too late. It fell back, unconscious, as it rolled towards its trainer. What the? Golem! Golem, stop it! Chopper tried to run out of the way, but got ran over by his own Pokemon. Wah! Ash and Konoha began laughing at the sight, Blue was chuckling from his bike, and Storm was kicking his feet in the air while laughing. The girl in the group smirked, shaking her head in amusement at the sight of the tough guy squashed underneath his golem, before it finally rolled off of him and Chopper returned him. Not bad. The girl said, grinning. Not bad at all, kid. But, there's still a bunch of us left. Ash groaned, face-palming. Come on, do I really have to face all of you? The girl smirked, her name wasn't Tyra for nothing. Yes, and it's my turn now. She took out a pokeball and released a Slowbro. A Slowbro? Ash wasn't expecting this, he expected them all to just have brute force Pokemon, like Blue said. Slowbro was more of a defensive Pokemon. Blue blinked, surprised. I never did face her in a battle, come to think of it. He looked at Ash, thinking. So, why is she battling Ash? Alright, I guess I know who to use for this battle. Ash returned Konoha to his heal ball and turned to the Pikachu in the basket. Well, Storm, ready for a rematch against a Slowbro? Storm stood up, smiling as electricity crackled from his cheeks. More than ready, I've been waiting for a chance like this. Alright, let's start with Thunderbolt. Ash commanded as Storm jumped from the basket, charging up his Thunderbolt and letting loose a powerful electric shock at the Slowbro. Tyra smirked. Dodge and use Ice Beam to slow this Pikachu down, she commanded, surprising Ash again. Slowbro, for something so slow, was able to jump to the side quickly and dodge the Thunderbolt and then shot out an Ice Beam at Storm. Dodge! Ash quickly said. Storm managed to land and zip away from the Ice Beam. That was too close. He then tried to move, but felt a tug on his tail. What the? He looked back and frowned, apparently his tail wasn't fast enough, it got hit by the Ice Beam. Tyra smirked. Not bad, for a wimp. Slowbro, use Psychic, toss that Pikachu into some of the beams. Ash growled, narrowing his eyes. Storm, use Iron Tail and put it in front of you now. Storm blinked, not sure what good that would do, but did it anyway, trusting his trainer. He turned his tail to Steel and quickly pulled it in front, out of the ice it was in. When the Psychic Wave hit him, it picked him up a little bit before putting him back down. Hey, what? Tyra frowned in confusion. What the heck happened? Ash sighed in relief, as if he wasn't sure if it would have worked himself. Steel types are resistant to Psychic, so I figured what if a Steel type move helped cover the Pokemon itself from the attack? Maybe it would reduce it, and what do you know? It actually works. Blue smirked, nodding. Yes it does, and good job Ash. Interesting tactic, too. He then blinked, seeing something begin to emerge in the distance. Wait, what's over there? Everyone stopped what they were doing and saw three shadow-figured, two tall ones, one of them with a long hair, and one small one. The three figures came closer and closer until they revealed to be. Ash's eyes widened in shock, staring openly. Jessie, James and Meowth. I hadn't seen them in a while. Tyra was staring openly as well. C-Chain Jess. She blinked, startled. So you're back. Little Jim. Jessie blinked, surprised. Tyra. She looked at the girl, before glancing at Chopper. See Chopper. What's going on? I thought you guys moved on to other territory. Tyra smirked, shrugging as she regained her bravado. We decided to take this one back after we heard Team Rocket slowed down the construction for the bridge. Chopper nodded, punching his fist eagerly. Yup, it's a great place to find traveling people since they have to come through here without a flying-type Pokemon. We were in the middle of fighting one of these guys when you two arrived. James raised an eyebrow, before looking at Ash. Wait. What? He's your current prey. Of course, what's the problem? Tyra asked as if they just said the sky is blue, right? Meowth laughed nervously, scratching the back of his neck. Actually, this kid ain't no joke, he's pretty tough, we fought with him a few times before, so we know. Tyra blinked in surprise. Wait, they beat you too? She looked between the two Team Rocket members, shocked. I mean, You both were the strongest of the group when you were here. Ash raised an eyebrow. Wait. Jesse and James, you were both once part of this gang. Jesse sighed and nodded, shrugging. Back then, we were only teenagers, running away from home and joining up a gang. I was known as Chain Jess since I loved swinging my chain around while riding my bicycle. James snickered as he thought about it, smirking. It seemed so long ago really. I was the youngest of the biker gang and had to use training wheels since I wasn't used to riding on a bicycle yet. Blue raised an eyebrow. Who are these two? He finally asked, confused. You know them, Ash. And why is that Meowth talking? Storm shrugged before Ash could answer. They're Jesse, James and Meowth. They belong to Team Rocket, but they seem pretty chilled to me. Ash chuckled. Yeah, these three are a part of Team Rocket, Jesse, James and Meowth. Meowth learned how to speak like a human. And, well, we seem to run into them a lot. They used to try to capture Storm or any of my other Pokemon, but lately I hadn't really seen them that much. Then he looked at them. Why are you three here anyway? Meowth blinked before smiling with a sheepish sweat drop. See, that's the thing. We're kinda in trouble with the boss. Jesse nodded, nervously grinning. Why yeah, we're trying to get a job done for him right now. Ash crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow. Oh. A secret mission for the boss? James nodded, smirking mischievously. Naturally, we are still a part of Team Rocket after all, so we want to try and please him however we can. Blue frowned, slowly speaking up. Is your boss Giovanni? The three looked at him, and Blue continued, which is odd since I heard someone defeated Giovanni in the Vermillion gym a while back and he disbanded Team Rocket. James scoffed. Well, that might have been true, but I've heard someone helped him. They helped the boss get back up on his feet, so now we're back in business. Meowth started to nod, then froze, gulping. You idiots. We just told them. He was about to slash the two's faces, but Jesse caught him by the paw. Not everything. Jesse smirked, only enough to satisfy them. Ash groaned, great, so it's a secret mission. You realize I'm going to have to try and stop you, right? James shrugged. Sure, perhaps, and you realize we're just gonna run now, right? They suddenly took out a two-biker, Meowth jumped on James' head, and they pedaled away quickly. Hey. Ash got on his bike, Storm in the basket, and tried to pedal after them, but the biker gang got in his way. Out of my way. I have to stop them. Tyra frowned, shaking her head. No can do. We're not letting you do it, little boy. Don't you realize how dangerous Team Rocket are? They're merciless, especially with trainers and Pokemon. The rarer the Pokemon is the more desperate they will be to obtain them, even go so far as to kidnap and torture a child just to get to it. Ash snapped, remembering his experience with his kidnappers all too well and how he came close to death. Chopper glared, clenching his fist. How dare you say that about Chain Jess and Little Jim? They wouldn't hurt a fly. He pulled out another Pokeball. We won't let you hurt them. Ash growled and was about to have Storm attack when Blue stopped him. Ash, you go on ahead, let me handle these guys. Ash blinked at him, surprised. But you're not even a trainer. Blue gave him a somewhat bitter smile, shrugging. True, but I do have some powerful allies. Go on, I'll catch up with you later, okay? Ash frowned, before slowly nodding. Alright, but be careful, Blue. I still want to be your traveling partner. Blue nodded, watching as Ash began to pedal around the biker gang before he exhaled, turning to the gang and keeping them distracted. So. I assume you won't just let me go. We need to get that other boy. Chopper snapped. No. Your opponent is me. Blue glared, taking out his Pokédex. I had hoped I wouldn't have to do this, but it seems I have no choice. he pushed a white button on it, and a pokeball transferred to his hand. Alright, who's first? Tyra glared, but seemed hesitant, before she spoke up. You guys fight him, I'll go after the boy with the Pikachu. Chopper blinked, glancing at Tyra in surprise. Wait, what? Tyra, we need you. I dash. You guys can handle this brat. I've gotta stop the other one, quick. She sighed. I don't like it either, but I'll be fine. With that, Tyra pedaled after Ash. Blue sighed, oh well, maybe I'll still have some fun with you guys. Chopper growled, turning to him before stopping. Wait. You're not Gary Oak, you look like. Who do I look like? If it's Blue Oak, well, you've hit the mark on that one. Blue smirked at the biker gang and they suddenly paled. Meanwhile, Ash was racing after Team Rocket, but their bike was faster than his since it uses 2 people. Hey, get back here, he shouted, switching gears to try and catch up. Too bad this bike isn't electric powered, otherwise I could have used my Thunderbolt to make it go faster. Storm said with a sigh. Then Ash remembered something, and he blinked. Oh wait. He quickly dug out the device from his backpack, and shouted into it, Mema. I need your help. The teleporter was snoring softly. Zzzzzzz. Ash and his bicycle did a classic anime fall with a thud. Mema. This is no time to be sleeping. WA. The teleporter seemed to shudder in his hand, before reforming into Mew. What's going on, Ashy? Do you need my help? She giggled, raising an eyebrow. Mema, don't transform in a public place please. Look, Team Rocket is here on a secret mission for Giovanni, we have to stop them now. Ash said quickly. Mew quickly turned serious at the mention of Giovanni, and she frowned. Giovanni, eh? Alright, Ashy. What do you need? Can you make it so this Pikachu bike can run on electricity? The more electricity the faster it goes. Ash asked, hoping she would do it. Mew grinned. Oh, sounds like a great idea, Ashy sure thing, gimme a second. She then made an engineer's hat appear on her head, and the legendary materialized a wrench. Now let's see. While Mew was making the bike, Tyra had caught up, but she quickly stopped and hid herself. She saw the boy, but she also saw the Mew he was with. No way. Mew. Why is she with that boy? She frowned in confusion, trying to see exactly what's going on. Soon, Mew simply hit the bike with her hammer, and smiled happily. Done, Ashy, you need anything else? A sandwich perhaps? No, but maybe later. Ash said, confused why Mew would offer him a sandwich when he's just about to go off on a high-speed chase. Mew giggled, nodding. Alright, have fun playing with your friends, Ashy hee hee. She then transformed back into the teleporter, and flew herself back into Ash's bag. Tyra's eyes widened in shock, and she nearly fell off her own bike. This boy, how, when, where? He couldn't be, the Child of Mew. The Mew. But how? The one, that I always heard about. That's unbelievable. They said that Mew would never take up a human child, but for some reason she did. And I was battling him. I must have been out of my mind. Alright Storm, get ready. Ash said as the Pikachu nodded, his cheeks sparking. Thunderbolt. Pikachu. Storm released his lightning and the bike took off like a speeding bullet. Meanwhile, Jessie glanced back. Is the twerp gone? If he's following us, and is catching up, we're dead. Meowth turned back and paled, quickly turning around. The kid's following us alright, and he's coming in fast. We're not going to let you get away. Ash yelled, almost beside them. But the dark clouds covered the sky, rain began to pour down, and the winds blowed. Ash's eyes went wide when the wet road began to slip up the bike. The electricity would surely shock him now that he's wet. Stop, Storm. Storm released his thunderbolt and frowned. What's wrong? Why are we stopping, Ash? We're almost there. I'm wet, I don't want you zapping me too and risk burning the brand new rare limited edition bike like you did with Misty's. Ash said. But, we should be able to catch up to them now without it. He began to pedal faster and faster, trying hard to catch up. Despite the boy's efforts, however. 2 beats 1, especially when it's 2 adults against a not quite grown-up boy, and Team Rocket began pulling away like a rocket. Ugh, it's no good. I can't catch up like this. Ash groaned, getting tired. We'll have to stop. The boy started to slow down, huffing and puffing. Tyra was still watching silently, then someone came up behind her. Why are you spying on him? She jumped and spun around to see it was Blue, and he raised an eyebrow at her reaction. I have my rights to sneak around on my turf. Blue smirked. It's not really your turf anymore if there's only one person left not beaten. Now is there? Tyra glared, about to respond before she froze. Wait. What did you say? No way. There's no way everyone but me's beaten. Blue sighed, shaking his head sympathetically. They were pretty boring, I guess I could have just used my other 3 untrained Pokemon and still beat them. Brute force, attack, 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 no strategy involved, they don't even take types into consideration, and that's pretty basic, it was rather pathetic really. Tyra growled at that, getting in his face. What did you say? My gang is not weak. They're just headstrong at times. Blue merely rolled his eyes before brushing past her. Where are you going? To help a friend out. You'd better get back to your gang and get out of this rain, wouldn't want a pretty lady like you to get sick now, right? Blue said, smirking at her before getting on his bike and pedaling to Ash. Tyra growled, narrowing her eyes even as she blushed. Why that little? Ugh. She kicked the ground angrily. I can't believe his nerve. While she got on her bike and pedaled away, Blue caught up with Ash. Hey there, looks like you need some help. Ash sighed, shaking his head sadly. That I can't catch up to them, Blue, they're too fast. Blue sighed, looking back up. Maybe we still can. If they're crossing this bridge, it must mean they're trying to get into the next town. So we know where we're going, we just have to get there quickly rather than chasing them. Ash looked at him, surprised. But won't they get away by the time we get there? Blue shrugged, sighing. Maybe. But we'll never know until we try, right? Now come on, we've got to catch up quickly. Right, let's go. Ash began pedaling as fast as he can again, with Storm looking from his basket, seeing a boat bridge going up. Shouldn't we wait until that bridge goes down first? The nervous Pikachu asked. Ash frowned, shaking his head. We can't wait, we have to catch up to them now before they do some real damage. So you're just going to jump it? What if we fall? Storm yelled at his trainer. Have you lost it? We can make it, I'm sure. Besides, we've always got a secret weapon. Ash said, referring to Mew in his backpack. Come on Blue, we're going to jump it. Sounds like fun. Blue smirked as the 2 boys began pedaling up the slippery wet bridge as the ship was coming in from the ocean below. Storm was curled up in his basket, holding onto the sides as tightly as possible. We better not die or I'm gonna kill you. Breathe, breathe Storm. Breathe, you've been through. Breathe life-threatening breathe situations before. Breathe, why is this breathe any different? Ash asked while trying to pedal up against the flow. Storm didn't physically respond. It isn't. If we ever died, I'd have killed you on the spot. Breathe, how can breathe you, kill me? Breathe if I'm. Breathe already dead. Ash asked with humor despite his situation. I'll kill you in your afterlife then. Storm hissed. I'll find a way. Blue groaned, stop talking. Breathe to the breathe Pikachu, and breathe keep pedaling. Ash nodded as they got to the steepest part of the bridge, the center. Here breathe we go. He gulped, but didn't stop pedaling for his life, going straight off the edge as Storm started to scream in terror. Ash and Blue were flying through the air on their bikes, going over the boat as it began passing under them, and they barely made it to the other side. Whoa! We made it! Ash cheered loudly, not noticing the small pink glow that faded from his and Blue's tires. That was awesome. I could totally join the Olympics with this. Let's do it again. Let's nod and say we didn't. Storm hissed, uncurling from his ball, but still hanging onto the basket for dear life. Ash chuckled, rolling his eyes. We're safe though, so you can relax. With you and Mew. I can never relax. Storm snapped, still shaken up. That's like asking a Moltres to not be on fire. Blue chuckled from behind, it must be nice being able to understand your Pokemon, huh? You two look like you're having a fight like brothers. Ash shrugged, smiling. Well. We sort of are. Especially since we're constantly trying to survive the insane stuff thrown at us. Insane stuff? Sounds like you've been through a lot, huh? Blue chuckled. You have no idea, and hey, since you're stuck with me now maybe you will too. I seem to be a magnet for weird things. Ash said, chuckling back. Blue sighed, suddenly growing somber. Yeah, maybe, well anyway, we should probably get to town now before Team Rocket does whatever it is they're planning to do. Right, but Blue, how did you escape from the biker gang? Ash asked as they began pedaling again, the rain slowing down. Let's just say they decided to let me go. Blue said, shrugging as they made it to town on the other side. They were still quite a ways away from Fuchsia City, and this town was pretty small. What could Team Rocket want here? Well, here we are. Ash said, soaked. Guess we better find Team Rocket, wherever they are. Chapter 5, Shadows and Secrets. Ash and Blue had to take a break in the small town, knowing they had to go after Jessie, James and Meowth, but they couldn't find them anywhere, no matter how hard they looked. Blue sighed, shaking his head. Those three can be fast when they feel like it, can't they? I wonder what they eat, that kind of speed is unnatural, even on a two-person bike. Those three are very persistent, almost scarily so, that's all I can say. I mean seriously, Storm and my other Pokemon beat them many times in the past yet they're still okay and can come back for more, they're like cockroaches and impossible to get rid of. Ash groaned, remembering all too well his battles with those three. They're not so bad. I had fun zapping the CRP out of them. Storm smirked. Besides, they're never too badly shocked, clearly, so I can probably put in a lot of volts until they go down. Blue raised an eyebrow at the boy. So you have your own little trio of Team Rocket trying to take your Pokemon, eh? I know that feeling. He smirked, shaking his head in nostalgia. Wait, what? Ash blinked at him. Why would Team Rocket go after you? And, three of them went after you? Blue shook his head, sighing. No, it was two of them. As for why, well, I kept on slipping away, and if I have someone like my EV on my team, wouldn't you think they'd chase me for a while? I guess that's true, they are known for wanting to steal rare and valuable Pokemon. Ash sighed, nodding in understanding. Which is why we have to find them, and fast. Ugh. I wish I had a Growlithe. Brock had one, but he's gone right now. Blue raised an eyebrow before shrugging. Well, I suppose we could use mine if you have something with their scent on it. Ash blinked before his face went red, and he slowly nodded. Oh, right. I kinda forgot you had one. Blue chuckled at that, the boy going through his bag. Let's see if I can find something. Storm then held out a piece of cream fur, smirking. Hey. I managed to get a lock of Meowth's fur, would this do? Ash blinked in surprise, raising an eyebrow. What? When'd you get that, Storm? And why'd you never say this before? The Pikachu shrugged, smirking. I think he was shedding, because he left a few pieces on the cycling road. Storm shrugged. As for why? Well. I like to mess with you sometimes. He gave Ash a smug grin, handing the boy the fur. Ash grumbled, holding it up. Well, don't do that next time, Storm, sometimes we need this sort of thing. Blue chuckled at the boys arguing with the Pikachu before releasing his Growlithe, pointing at Meowth's shed fur. Growlithe, sniff out that fur and see if you can find the source. Right away. Growlithe barked and began sniffing the fur in Ash's hand and then began sniffing around trying to find it. This way. It began running towards the open road. Blue raised an eyebrow, climbing back onto his bike as he called back to Ash and Storm. Come on you two, hurry up before we lose the trail. We're coming. They followed quickly, climbing on. The two boys rode their bikes, wanting to keep up with the Growlithe. They were soon riding through a nice open field. There weren't many trees, mostly just grass. The Growlithe kept going until he stopped by a shack. They're in there. He pointed right at the shack with his paw. Dark clouds began to fill the sky. Storm looked up, his cheeks sparking, feeling the lightning in the clouds coming closer. Blue nodded, smiling as he returned Growlithe quickly. Thanks, now return. He glanced at Ash. Come on, let's hurry inside. I don't want to be caught in the rain again. Alright, let's go. Ash and Blue cycled to the shack. I guess we'll have to leave these bikes out here. Ash sighed. Not necessarily, you see these buttons here? Blue pointed at a small button on the bike's front. It's designed to make it capsule size so we can put it in our pockets or something until we need it again. Ash blinked, surprised. Wait, really? He blushed in embarrassment. Is it that way for a lot of items too big to carry? I never really knew how Brock fit all the pots and pans along with the tent. Blue nodded, shrugging. For some, mostly for traveling people, but not all of them. He pushed the button and the bike shrank down to a toy size. Pretty cool, huh? Ash nodded, pressing the button on his bike. Yeah, very. I could really have used that information before, that's really useful. Blue smirked, putting the bike in his bag. Be glad I'm around, then, since I've traveled so much. Ash put the shrunken bike into his backpack. He heard his Mema still snoring softly and he chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. Storm looked at the shack, shuddering. This place looks run down and old. Are you sure we should go in there? What if there are more ghosts like at Lavender Town? Ash sighed. Well, we're going to have to risk it, Storm. Besides, not every place that's run down and old automatically means that ghosts reside there. He opened the door. Hello. Ash called, no answer. Dot. He was about to call again, but felt a hand wrap around his mouth. Shoo. We don't want to alert Team Rocket we're here. Blue hissed at him. Sorry, I just wanted to see if anyone was in here. Ash sighed, pushing Blue's hand off his mouth. Blue shrugged. Well, don't try it again, we'll be in deep trouble if they ambush us. Storm's ears perked, looking around. Hey, I hear something. The boys quickly turned, looking for anything suspicious, then Ash saw another Pikachu. Huh. Hey. I didn't know there were Pikachu here. Blue blinked, surprised. I don't think there are, look at that Pikachu's face. He pointed, and Ash blanched, seeing how it was all derpy looking, with lines for eyes. Looks more like something using an illusion or transform but failing. Ash knew he'd seen that face on a Pokemon before, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. What was it again? Ugh, it's going to drive me crazy. D. Something. Storm kept looking at it, tilting his head. Hey, what are you? Hey, what are you? The Pikachu repeated like a chatted, tilting its head. Storm growled, glaring. Hey, I asked you first. Hey, I asked you first. Again, the Pikachu repeated what Storm had said, growling. Ash kept thinking where he had seen this face, before he snapped his finger, smiling in recognition. Ah! I get it. It knows transform and it has that face, it's gotta be a Ditto. Blue examined the Pikachu, before nodding. Yeah, makes the most sense. But I do wonder why it can't copy the face like it should. That would make it easy to win a fight against a wild Ditto if you knew which Pokemon was yours so you didn't accidentally give it the fighting backup. Maybe this one is a newborn. A lot of newborn Dittos have to practice transformations before actually doing them, then again it's pretty hard to breed Dittos. Ash groaned. He never actually seen a real Ditto, only seen them in pictures or TV. For some reason his memo was a bit touchy with Ditto. To his surprise, though, he heard Mew's snoring instantly come to a stop. Ashy, are you talking about Ditto? Ash blinked, startled. Yeah, I think this Pikachu that's mimicking Storm is a Ditto, a young one I'm guessing. Ash mentally said back to her. Mew hadn't answered back, which made Ash worried. Mema? Something wrong? Ditto, and I have a rather complex history, Ash. Mew didn't say Ashy, which meant she was all serious business. Ash frowned in confusion. Well, what do you mean, Mema? I mean, sure, you and Ditto are both pink, and you both can use transform, but that's it, isn't it? Mew didn't answer back for a while, worrying Ash more. Hey Ash, snap out of it already. Blue snapped and brought the boy's attention. Wah. What is it? Ash asked startled. What? He glanced at Blue, raising an eyebrow. Look over there. Blue pointed at someone. Ash jumped to see it was a person dressed up exactly like himself. Hey. Why are you dressed up like me? Ash demanded. Who are you? Tell me who you are, the person said, in his voice. Ash frowned angrily. Hey. I asked you first. Why are you dressed like me? And how do you sound like me? Why are you dressed up like me? The person with his voice spoke, sounding angry. 2. Ash decided to just say it, my name is Ash Ketchum. Now tell me who you are. Duplica, from the house of Imitate, the person said, and suddenly the voice changed to a girl. The person lifted their head to show it was indeed a girl. She grinned, winking. Welcome to my home. Blue had to hold in his laughter, settling for a smirk. You did a really nice job imitating Ash here. And I'm going to take a guess and say that's your Ditto, right? He raised an eyebrow, pointing at the derpy-faced Pikachu. Duplica nodded, sighing. Yeah. Ditto still can't seem to get the faces right for some reason, but he's still really good at everything else. Blue nodded, frowning in thought. I think I remember coming here a few months back. You had a comedy show about Pokemon imitating, right? It was a success. What happened? Duplica sighed, nodding sadly. That's right, and when I caught Ditto here, I was hoping to really expand on my act. But, well, when he was to copy a Pokemon, the face stayed the same. First was a Machop, then the Voltorb. Ash imagined a Machop and a Voltorb with a Ditto's face, and he had to grab his mouth to keep himself from laughing at that. The Ditto Pikachu glowed as it turned into its pink blob form. I don't know how to change my face. It said sadly. And I've been practicing to make Miss Duplica proud, but it just isn't working. The mimic girl sighed, shrugging. This caused a lot of problems among the audience, and I had to close it down so I'd keep the place. But I refuse to give up. I know I can reopen someday. once I can get Ditto's face to actually change. Ash sighed, shrugging helplessly. I wish I could help, but I don't know much about Ditto. Mema wouldn't tell me much about them. Blue looked at the Ditto, thinking. Well. Ditto changes its own cells and structure to match the Pokemon they see, but they can't see their own face, so it's naturally the hardest part for them to change. Maybe it's too stiff and needs to rearrange it with its own hands, when it gets hands. Duplica blinked, surprised. Huh. Well, I never thought of that. Maybe we can try it out. Then she got an idea. Why don't I battle with one of you? Maybe it will help out with the face problem. I'm training to be the best Ditto trainer after all. Ash groaned. A Ditto trainer? That sounds boring. I'd rather be able to train all sorts of Pokemon rather than just one, but hey, everyone has their own taste. Blue then pointed at Ash. Battle him, I'm not a trainer. He shrugged. You get a better fight out of this guy than me. Ash glared, frowning. Hey, you need to train your 3 Pokemon. What if those biker gang guys didn't let you go? You would have been creamed out there. Blue shrugged. Well, that isn't an issue, now is it? Come on Ash, you fight Duplica already. Storm just grumbled, glaring. Just fight her so we can move on. Aren't we supposed to find Team Rocket? Ash's eyes widened as he remembered, blinking. Oh yeah, alright fine, I'll battle you Duplica. Mema's been really quiet, is she asleep again? No, I'm not asleep. I just don't want to talk about it. Mew mentally said quietly. Ash wished his Mema would just tell him, she always told him what was wrong but this isn't one of them. He then shook his head. Alright, I'm ready. So choose your Pokemon, Ash. Duplica said with a smirk. Anyway, I'll be ready for you. I choose. He then grabbed a Cherish Ball. Scorch, go. He released the shiny Charmander, and Duplica blinked in awe. Whoa! You've got a shiny Charmander. She whistled lowly. That's impressive, to say the least, hopefully Ditto can match it. Alright Ditto, do your stuff. Transform. Ditto glowed and changed into a Charmander, with the derpy face. It matched the golden colors, but the face. Scorch glared, feeling rather insulted by this display, before it messed around with the Charmander face, transforming it into the real one. Did it work? Ash smiled, hey wow, that did work. Scorch crossed her arms, huffing as she turned away. Humph, I still say I look better than that. But fine, you're a Charmander now, big whoop. Let's fight, already. Alright Scorch, start out with Slash. Ash commanded. The golden Charmander charged at the Ditto transformed Charmander with her claws. Use Mega Kick. Duplica ordered. The Ditto quickly kicked at the true Charmander, sending her flying back. Alright. She cheered, grinning as she turned her voice back into Ash's. Not bad, for a copy. Alright Scorch, you ready? Use Ember around your body. Ash commanded. The real shiny Charmander began spinning around, her tail flame releasing a lot of fire and surrounding herself, like cloaking herself with fire armor. Duplica raised an eyebrow, surprised. Well, not bad for a copy. Alright, use Rage. Ash frowned. Scorch doesn't use Rage, and as far as he knew the Ditto can only use the moves the Pokemon they're currently copying can use. To his surprise, though, the Ditto did seem to grow angry, and slashed at the Charmander. Huh? How'd you do that? Duplica grinned, tossing her head back. I've been training Ditto to use any move the Pokemon it copies can know at its experience. Wow, that's really good. Scorch, now use Ember Slash. Ash commanded, a combination with Ember cloaking her and using Slash to do it. Duplica frowned. Use smokescreen and dodge the attack. Don't think so. Ash said and smirked as Scorch managed to slash and leave a gash burn mark at the Ditto's stomach. The ember slash keeps Scorch's eyes focused and can seek bio heat, like a heat-seeking missile, so it never misses, like aerial ace. Duplica blanched in surprise, before frowning. Alright, fine. Use smokescreen again, and transform into an unwounded Charmander. Scorch, don't give them time, use ember slash again. Ash quickly said. Scorch went through the smoke quickly and ember slashed at the Ditto again and again. Duplica winced. You use slash, force the Charmander away, quickly. It was a battle between the slashes now. Scorch and Ditto were slashing each other face to face, but eventually Scorch began to overpower the Ditto Charmander and pushed him back. Ash frowned, though, with each attack, the Ditto Charmander was getting more and more angry. Duplica noticed as well, and grinned. Rage, catch her off guard. Ditto's fiery tail was huge. She charged at Scorch. Ash knew he had to do something quick, and he quickly shouted, smokescreen. Scorch shot out black smoke at the Ditto, hoping to dodge the incoming rage. A failed clone. Ash was caught off guard by the voice in his head, and thus, missed the Ditto rushing through the smokescreen and smashing into the shiny Charmander. First it was just one, then there were hundreds of them. They wouldn't stop, until they got the perfect clone. Mema, please tell me later. I'm kinda in the middle of a battle here. Ash thought to her, before he sensed something was off. Blue seemed to have felt it too, and he frowned, looking around. Something's not right here. Duplica blinked, raising an eyebrow as she dropped her Ash impression. Huh? What is it? Is something wrong? Storm suddenly jumped in alarm, his ears twitching. There's an unnatural darkness in the air. It's almost suffocating. Ugh, yes. I can feel it too, it's like it's crushing me. Scorch said weakly. Even Ditto felt unnerved, looking around. Where is it coming from? Oh, I see you followed us all the way here. Ash heard Jessie's voice. But you're too late, we've already got what we came for. James' voice said smugly. Team Rocket. Show yourselves. Ash demanded, whirling around. The voices laughed mockingly, before with a flash of light, Jessie and James appeared on the stage of the theater, with Meowth and a second Pokemon with them. Well, you asked, and we obeyed. Meowth grinned. And now, it's finally being completed. What is being completed? Blue demanded. Our first project, and the first step towards creating the ultimate Pokemon. Jessie answered, grinning. Do you even know what it's for? Ash snapped. Meowth frowned, shrugging. Not really, just that it was to make the strongest weapon Pokemon in the world. But I'm sure it'll be incredible. Storm growled, his cheeks sparking angrily. You know, I thought you JRKS were alright, but now I see you're as evil as the rest. James glared, his fist clenching. We're not evil. We're just trying to make the world a better place. This caught Ash's attention, and he frowned. What? Jessie nodded, smirking. You heard him. We're making a better, happier world. And twerps like you always stop us. But you're stealing people's Pokemon, you're killing Pokemon off, you're hurting and kidnapping others for your own selfish goals. How is that making it a better place? Ash yelled in anger. Meowth sighed. Well, sure, our methods aren't the best, but we're not doing that ourselves. And besides, it'll be better in the long run, you'll see. They suddenly pushed a button and the big-headed Meowth balloon dropped down, allowing the trio to get into the basket and escape. Stop. You're not getting again. Ash yelled as he pulled out Gale's Pokeball. Stop them, Gale. He released the Pidgeotto, who flew at them. Use quick attack. Meowth smirked. Well, why don't we test out the new test subject? It is a flying type, after all. But the boss said not to use it, saying we're not high enough on the rankings to control it. James protested. Meowth sighed. Well, how else are we supposed to get it to the boss? This kid's Pidgeotto is going to stop us if we don't use it. Well, let's see what it's like at least. Jessie took out a Pokeball, but it seemed to have a dark tint to it. Go. She released the Pokemon, revealing a strange purple bat-like Pokemon, none that was ever seen in the Kanto region. Wait, is that a Noibat? But how? They're supposed to be in the Kalos region, not in Kanto. Blue thought to himself, confused. The Noibat was flapping, but its face was blank, the eyes completely black. Ash, Blue, and the Team Rocket members stared at them, disturbed. What attacks does it know? Jessie asked. Meowth pulled up a device. This should tell us. It only knows 2 moves, Shadow Blitz and Shadow Mist. I've never heard of these moves before. What kind of Pokemon is that? Ash asked, never seeing a Kalos Pokemon before since Mew hadn't yet taken him on the grand tour of the Kalos region. That's a Noibat. They're supposed to be only found in the Kalos region, apparently some of them might have migrated over here. Blue said. But it looks very off. Storm hissed, his ears flattening in fear. I feel it, the crushing darkness, it's radiating off of that Noibat. Ash blinked in shock. What? No way. That's nuts. He looked at the Noibat in shock, gulping. Blue, is there such a thing as a Pokemon that literally radiates crushing darkness? Blue frowned, nodding. Yeah, some, but not a Noibat, this isn't natural. And they don't normally have black eyes either, something seriously wrong here. Duplica frowned as well. Maybe we can knock it out of the sky with a cannon. Scorch looked at her, shocked. A cannon? Are you nuts? Ugh, if only I was a Charizard I could fly up there and help Gale out. What are you? Gale demanded, flapping in front of the strange Noibat. The Noibat didn't answer, instead it just stared blankly at the Pidgeotto, no emotion whatsoever. Blue frowned in thought, before his eyes widened. Wait, it's radiating darkness, its eyes are black. And it knows shadow moves. See, could it be? What? What's wrong? Do you know something, Blue? Asked the boy beside him. Attack that Pidgeotto. Use Shadow Blitz. Jessie shouted. But the Noibat didn't do anything, it just flapped there, staring at Gale. Come on, stupid thing, attack. The Noibat continued to stare, before dark mist started to float in. What the? Ash. Get your Pidgeotto out of there, now. Blue said frantically. This isn't a normal Pokemon, you have to get him out. Alright. Ash knew it must be bad if the normally cool and calm Blue was panicking about it. Gale return. He quickly returned the Pidgeotto into his Pokeball. Scorch and Storm looked up worriedly as Duplica looked at her Ditto, frowning in worry. Transform, now. Ditto nodded and turned itself into a cannon. Scorch blinked, looking down at the cannon in shock. Wait, what the? You weren't kidding, were you? Wait, Duplica, what are you planning to do? Ash asked. The 3 members were looking at the Noibat as it turned on them, hissing sinisterly. Meowth felt a crushing darkness. What is this? That's not a normal Pokemon, guys. Meowth said quickly. Return it back. I don't think it's happy to see us. James nodded, grabbing the Pokeball from Jessie. Our return. He quickly managed to return the Noibat, right before it could attack, and he sighed in relief. Duplica grinned, suddenly dressed up like a pirate. Arg, time to send these scurvy landlubbers off the plank. Ash looked at her before smiling, glancing down at the 2 of his Pokemon. Hey Storm, Scorch, I think the cannon still needs some ammunition. Care to make some? Storm nodded, smirking. I'm ready to be fired. If I can survive a Mew cannonball, this should be cake. He jumped into the Ditto cannon, curling up into a ball. Scorch frowned, crossing her arms. Hey! I am not going into the sky without wings. Ash shrugged, smirking. Alright, but that means you can't blast Team Rocket away. Scorch eventually sighed, hopping in as well. Move over, Storm. Ready, aim. Fire. Duplica shouted and Ditto fired the two Pokémon. Both of them were going right at the Meowth balloon. Thankfully they landed on the balloon so it was a soft landing. Hey! Get down from there. Meowth shouted at them, then he turned to the two humans. You've got other Pokémon, use them. James frowned. Yeah, but what if the balloon pops? We'll be blasted off again. They'll pop it anyway if we don't do anything. We have to stop them. Meowth snapped. Hurry up and send out your Pokémon. Ash smirked, shaking his head. We're not popping the balloon from anywhere but the top. Storm, Scorch, make the balloon go towards the ground. Got it, Ash. Scorch called back. The lizard Pokémon climbed up the balloon and smirked, Storm quickly coming up behind her. Let's do this. She used her sharp claws to pinch a hole, Storm used his sharp tail to make a hole, causing the balloon to lose air and began going down. Jessie gulped, glancing down. Oh okay, we've gotta run as soon as we reach the ground. Oh no you don't, you three are staying right here. Storm smirked, his cheeks sparking, as he dropped back into the basket. Scorch and Storm were guarding the three like guard Growlithes, keeping them from running off as soon as the basket hit the ground. Ash, Blue, even Duplica and Ditto, walked up to them. James smiled nervously at the four of them, trying to slowly sneak out of the basket. Hey there, Ash. Who are your new friends? Ash crossed his arms, narrowing his eyes. We've got some questions for you. Ditto, I think it's time to tie them up, wouldn't you say? Duplica smiled and winked. Ditto nodded and transformed into rope and tying up the trio. Nice work, Ditto. Ash smiled. Storm and Scorch were watching the three like a Pidgeot to make sure they don't pull something and get away. Meowth gulped, trembling. Please, just let us get this Pokémon to the boss. He told us that he wanted it on the double, we're in the Growlithe house if we lose it. Ash shook his head, frowning. That Pokémon you used was obviously not normal, you're going to tell us everything or you'll be in jail instead of a Growlithe house. Jessie scoffed, rolling her eyes. What makes you think we'll talk? We're not telling you anything. Ash smirked as he turned to Scorch and Storm, shrugging. Well, I think we'll have our ways of making you talk. It doesn't have to be physical torture either, have you ever heard of Mew games before? Meowth's irises shrunk into pinpricks, and he started to sweat bullets while Jessie and James started laughing. Why you're going to make us play a video game? Ash just gave them an innocent smile, tilting his head. Yeah, sure, a video game. How about it? You tell us what you know and we'll let you go without playing that video game. Meowth quickly whispered into their ears. Gee guys. We ought to tell them what we know. Mew games are serious business, but they're only legend as far as I know. Oh don't be such a scaredy cat, Meowth, we can handle any stupid game this kid throws at us. Jessie snapped at him. We'll play your little game and you must let us go without telling you twerps a thing. Ash smirked, nodding in understanding as Meowth gulped. I was hoping you'd say that. Mema, you have anything special in mind for them? Oh, yes, I've been dying to try out a new Mew game. Mew mentally said back with eagerness. Ash grinned at them mischievously. Well, have at it then. He waved at them with a laugh. Have Fuyuan. Before Jesse or James could ask what he meant, the three of them were suddenly sent spiraling like being sucked into a tornado. They suddenly found themselves on what appears to be a deserted island. What is this? James yelled, having not expecting this at all. Meowth slapped them both with his claws, growling. We're in a Mew game, you idiots. Why'd you do that? What's wrong? He said video game. Jesse snapped at him. He put quotation marks around video game, meaning it's not what it really is, you moron. A Mew game is a game created by Mew herself. I've never played in one before now, but I've heard a lot of stories about it from the streets. It's not pretty. Meowth quickly said, starting to pace in frantic worry. Oh no, oh no. What are we gonna do? James gulped, looking around nervously. Wait, so we're in a dimension created by Mew? Who could put anything inside it? Meowth nodded, taking a breath to calm down. That's exactly right. Jesse grabbed Meowth. You better tell us what you know about this and tell us now. Meowth quickly put up his paws, yelping. Okay. From what I've heard during my early days. Someone once mentioned that legendary Pokemon get bored of living millennia for so long, so they decided to create certain games but with different names, but they're all the same thing, a bored legendary who wants to play with their victims. I've heard that. There are some who would turn a perfectly nice summer day into a raging blizzard that's literally raining poison powder. And that's only the tip of the iceberg. As he spoke, Jesse and James paled more and more, looking around nervously, and even glancing down at their feet to check they were safe. We're in one right now. James yelled worriedly. Ash himself walked up to them, surprising the three of them. If you want to give up before the pain, just say, you will talk, and the game will be over. Jessie gulped, before shaking her head. No way. We will never talk, you brat. The boy just rolled his eyes, shrugging. Okay, but I have to warn you, Mew is pretty hyper today. He smirked. Enjoy your Mew game. With that, he walked into the shadows and disappeared back into his dimension. Are you sure this will work? Blue asked. You don't have a real Mew with you, are you sure your illusion trick will work? Ash was holding another device in his hand, which he explained it shows illusions that can replicate a Mew game. I'm sure, just give them an hour, tops. He chuckled, shrugging. They'll crack pretty easily. If you say so. Blue crossed his arms, frowning. We've got to get to the next gym for you, after all. There's no hurry, the gym isn't going anywhere. Ash smirked. Chapter 6, The Journey Ahead. It's been 30 minutes since Jesse, James, and Meowth were stranded on some island. After the warning about the Mew game, they were pretty stressed out. They were constantly looking around, just waiting for something to pop out and eat their faces. The talking Pokemon was starting to tremble, the anxiety growing on his nerves. It's been almost half an hour. What could they be waiting for? The cat Pokemon grumbled, still nervous. James looked at Meowth, speaking up just as nervously. Are you sure this is a Mew game? I mean, it could just be a deserted island with nothing special on it. The Pokemon shook his head, glaring at James. Hey, I know what a Mew game is, and this is one, even if I'm not sure what. How did we even get here? Jessie asked as she stood up, huffing angrily. Oh well, I'm going to go find some food and then find a way off this place. Wait, Jess. What if the food is poisonous? Meowth shouted worriedly. Or what if it comes to life and tries to bite your face off? James stood up, going after her. Wait. Jessie. Don't go by yourself. The female Team Rocket member growled, turning around angrily. Well, I don't know about you two, but I am done waiting around like this. I'm going to find a way off, with your help or not. Ash and Blue were watching from the bushes, storm on Ash's hat. Well, I think it's time to throw them a banana or two. Ash said with a chuckle. He held up a banana, peeled it, and threw it in front of the three of them. None of them noticed, though, not until Jessie started to walk away. "Forget you two lazy idiots, I'll find a way out on my OOUCH." She slipped on the peel, landing on her back, hard. "Ow." Jessie groaned as James ran over to her worriedly, looking her over like a parent would a child. Jessie. Are you okay?" James asked in concern. The red-haired woman slapped his hand away, growling out, "I'm fine. Just slipped on some stupid banana peel some careless apom probably dropped." Meowth ran over, gulping worriedly. I am telling you that we should be more careful." James gulped, nodding nervously. "Why yeah. What if it's MEW who dropped that banana peel for you to slip on? Don't be stupid. Why would Mew do something so ridiculous as to drop a banana peel like that?" Jessie snapped, obviously irritated. Blue whispered to Ash, confused, "So what next?" Ash began thinking, next. "I guess I'll be having Trixie use her illusion to try and scare them." Blue blinked, raising an eyebrow in befuddlement. "Trixie?" The boy nodded, holding up a poke ball. "She's a Zorua. I found her before I went to Cerulean City." That surprised the spiky-haired boy even more. "Azura in Kanto? That's pretty much unheard of." Ash shrugged, smiling. "Well, I guess I got one, so it's not completely unheard of, now is it?" "Still. I wonder what she was doing here." The Pikachu blinked, surprised, before he pointed out, "Hey Ash, I think you better hurry, they're already on the move again." The boy nodded, grinning mischievously, "All right, let's do this." He threw up the pokeball and released the Zorua, who gave a chuckle of mischief. "So you're ready for some pranks, Ash?" "I'm your gal." Trixie smirked, winking. Blue suddenly looked uneasy, frowning worriedly. "Are you sure you have to use a Zorua? They're not always that trustable." The trainer of the Zorua frowned in confusion. "Huh? What do you mean, Blue? Trixie's always been trustable." The spiky-haired boy just looked down, gulping. "I've seen someone with a Zorua before, things didn't turn out pretty." Ash sighed, shrugging. "Look, Trixie is a partner, so I'm going to trust her." "All right Trixie, think you can use your illusion to scare those three?" He pointed at Jessie, James and Meowth. Trixie gave a smirk, giggling. "Are you kidding me? Is the sky blue? When I get done with them they'll be skinning their thumbs and curled up in a hurricross position." Ash gave a nervous chuckle, replying worriedly, "Just scare them, not traumatize them." The Zorua sighed, pouting. "Ah, you're no fun." Fine, no traumatizing involved, but you got rid of my best work. We want them to be able to talk at least when you're done, we've got some interrogating to do." Storm said to the Zorua. Trixie sighed but nodded. She then trotted out of the bush, smiling ever so innocently. The little Zorua began walking towards the three while they were too busy arguing with each other. She gave a smirk and began using her illusion, turning the area around them dark and sinister. Meowth frowned, gulping. Why did it get dark so fast? I was sure it was daytime a second ago." Jessie scoffed, rolling her eyes. "We're on a desert island, Meowth, the time flies by. And we don't even have any food or water, or even a shelter. But this is unnatural. It should have been dusk before dark, everybody knows that." Meowth cried, gulping. James frowned, his ears catching the sound of something stomping closer. "Did you see something moving?" He turned around and noticed the Zorua walking closer. What's this? Looks like a fox of some kind." "Relative of yours, Meowth?" Jessie dryly remarked. "You're practically a fox yourself." "I am not." Meowth snapped, hissing angrily. Suddenly, a giant angry-looking dragonite appeared behind the Zorua, and it growled at them. Dragonite usually look big but cute, this one was almost as big as the one back at Bill's lighthouse, and it looked terrifying. It roared at them, blowing the Team Rocket members back slightly. James gulped, looking like a ghost with how pale he was. "Here, let's just back away slowly." He started to back away, but the Dragonite roared again, causing him to freeze. "Let's get out of here." Meowth screamed, instantly turning and bolting. The Dragonite shot a huge hyper beam at them, causing a huge explosion. Though, for some reason, they weren't sent flying from the shockwave. Weird. Ash frowned, face-palming. "Trixie." He groaned in annoyance. "What is she thinking? I told her to try and keep it non traumatizing." Blue groaned, shrugging helplessly. "I warned you, Zorua can't be trusted that much." The Dragonite then scooped up the frozen three, growling. Jessie wanted to scream, and the other two were choking. Finally, Jessie yelled, at the top of her lungs, "Okay. Okay. We'll talk. Just let us out of here, please. I don't want to be eaten." Ash quickly returned Trixie before she went too far, crying out, "Return now." He managed to get the mischievous fox back into her pokeball. "I still need to train you," he muttered before walking out of the bushes. Jessie, James, and Meowth froze, surprised. "WWA. Meowth managed to get out. Where did you come from?" Ash gave them a smile, winking mischievously. "I was watching you too." He pushed a button on a small device on his hand, and just like that, the entire island disappeared and they were back at the outside of the plains where the Ditto Mansion is. "You three are ready to talk now, right? Or do I need to give you another taste of the Mew games?" Blue blinked in confusion, looking around as the three Team Rocket members shook their heads, still pale. "How did we?" he muttered. "I was sure we were in another location, not just outside of the Ditto Mansion." "And no. We'll talk," James quickly said, getting on his knees. "No more Mew games, please." "Good," Ash said, then he turned to Deplica, who was blinking in shock. "Use Ditto to turn into a rope and tie them up." "Oh right, where did you go?" she asked, still confused. "You guys just disappeared." Blue frowned, hearing that, but Ash chuckled nervously, coming up with an idea on the spot. "Well, you see, that's part of the illusion. You think we're no longer here, but we still are." Ditto transformed into a rope and quickly tied the three up as Blue eventually dismissed it, for now. "Duplica, you go ahead and call the police while I question them," Ash said. "All right." She nodded, walking inside to find the phone. Storm got down on all fours, watching them like a guard grow lithe as his cheeks sparked. "If you try to do anything funny, I'm going to paralyze you with thunder." "Storm, you don't even know how to use thunder yet." Ash chuckled, shaking his head as he picked up his good friend. "But good Pikachu." He then looked at the three. "Now, what I want to know is why were you stealing a foreign Pokemon and why is it like that?" "You know, Dark." Jessie frowned, reluctantly shrugging. We don't know. The boss wanted to create the ultimate Pokemon, but he didn't tell us much else, just that it was powerful. We didn't even know it was dark, just that it was something the boss wanted us to get." James said with a sigh. Ash frowned at what Jessie said, thinking it over. They're trying to create the ultimate Pokemon. Could it be related to my dreams of that other Pokemon? And how they just stopped like that? Last I remember he was apparently sleeping somewhere deep in my mind. He's gone now, he's been gone for almost a month, Ashy, he heard Mew say in his head. He is? Why didn't you tell me before, Mema? Ash mentally asked her, frowning worriedly. Because I figured you would have been better off, not knowing, she said with a sigh. You okay? You've been really quiet. Blue asked in concern, putting a hand on the raven-haired boy's shoulder. Do you know something about this ultimate Pokemon they're making? Ash shrugged, snapping out of his conversation with his mema. Well, not really. I know of a Pokemon that might have something to do with it, but I don't know where it is now. Other than that, nothing. Ash looked at the three again, still frowning. Why do you work for this boss of yours? You three don't look like you want to be evil, so why work for an evil organization? James sighed, shrugging helplessly. That we have to. It's not a choice of wanting to. We don't have a choice, so we have to make the boss happy, or he'll. Well, it won't be pretty. All of us have something in common, we are flat out broke and lack talent. Nobody wants to hire us. Then we came to Team Rocket, it's the only place that kept us alive. Jesse said, looking down sadly. I used to live on the streets, stealing to survive, and even learning how to walk like a human and talk like a human to impress this appealing Meowth, but she rejected me, so I joined Team Rocket to try and get rich for her. Meowth said sadly. James shrugged, looking away. I had parents who were extremely rude, and selfish, and extremely wealthy. They wanted me to marry a girl I disliked, so I ran away, and had to leave my best friend, a Growlithe, behind. Ash frowned and sighed, now feeling sorry for them. I see, so the three of you have it rough. He sighed, before calling into the mansion. Duplica, tell the police they got away. The mimic girl looked at him in shock and disbelief. What? Why? Ash turned to the three, frowning in determination. I believe they need something first before we turn them in. And what is that? Blue asked, raising an eyebrow. And is it something we can give? A second chance, the boy answered, beginning to smile softly. It's pretty clear that, given the chance, you all could be good, so I can help with that. But what can you do? You're just a kid. Jesse pointed out with a confused frown. Ash nodded, smiling even wider. True, I am just a 10-year-old human child, but despite this, I think I can help you three. Sure, I can't stop you from going back to Team Rocket, but I at least want you to know there is another way to live other than trying to work for an evil organization. Meowth shook his head, scoffing. Gimme a break. You can't help us, and the boss will kill us if we just quit. Ash sighed, shrugging. How do you think trainers live? We earn money, not steal it. Just like how we earn our Pokemon, we catch them in the wild and raise them ourselves to make them strong. Blue frowned, protesting in confusion. Why are you trying to reason with them? They're just thieves who work for Team Rocket. Ash glanced at the older boy, shrugging. I dunno, I just am. Besides, wouldn't you like a second chance too? I can't make the choice for them, but I can offer it to them at least. Ash, I don't like the idea either, remember how they keep trying to steal me and your other Pokemon? Storm said to his trainer, frowning angrily at the memory. We shouldn't help Dash. Storm. Meowth was wandering the streets, and he had nowhere else to go. You could have been the same way if you ran into Team Rocket. Ash said to the Pikachu quietly. Storm frowned in thought, he had remembered being lost in the streets for a long time himself before Professor Oak caught him, but would he have been the same way as Meowth? Would he have joined Team Rocket? Ash then looked at them, sighing. I'm going to let you go, but only just this once. If we run into each other again and I catch you, I'll turn you in, understand? This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. You don't tell us what to do, kid. We won't be caught again. Jessie snapped, narrowing her eyes angrily. James looked down, sighing. I don't know, Jessie. I don't like how cruel the boss had been to some of the Pokemon in the organization, or outside of it too. She snapped at him, turning her furious gaze to him. Are you planning to turn traitor then? The blue-haired man winced, gulping, before he took a deep breath to steady himself. I might, Jessie. I don't know yet, but I don't want my Pokemon to be hurt, just because the boss is in a bad mood. The boss has been favoring that Persian lately. Meowth frowned, looking down as well. I feel like I've been left out a lot. Ash sighed, deciding to let them think on it. Alright Ditto, release them. The Pokemon then reluctantly turned back into its goopy form, letting them go and allowing the three of them to scramble to their feet. Go on, get out of here. But I'm taking that dark Noibat. You're not delivering that to your boss. He frowned, snatching the Pokeball the Pokemon was in off the ground and putting it in his bag. But the boss will. Jessie started to protest before frowning. Let's go. With that, she, James and Meowth began walking away. Wait, where are you three going? Blue asked in confusion, still finding it hard to believe what was happening. I guess we'll just go, wherever now. James sighed in dejection, responding, we can't just return without the Pokemon, or he'll destroy us. You could, always travel with us. Ash offered, smiling weakly. You can't be serious. Blue spluttered. They're Team Rocket. They shook their heads, and Meowth spoke up, glancing back at them. We are still part of Team Rocket, make no mistake in that, but I guess we'll just be the bottom of the grunts now. See you later, kid. Jessie said as they walked away, the woman waving behind her to the three of them. You sure it was wise to let them go? Duplica quietly asked the raven-haired trainer. They might cause chaos. Maybe, maybe not, I guess only time will tell now. Ash said, looking down at the Pokeball the mysterious Noibat was in. This Noibat. Why is it here from Kalos? More importantly, why is it like this? I doubt Noibat are naturally dark like this. Storm frowned worriedly, glancing up at the Pokeball. Maybe we should send that to the professor, you know, so we don't break the Pokeball and accidentally release it or something, he suggested, smiling nervously. Ash sighed, shrugging worriedly. Maybe, but I don't know, Professor Oak may not be able to handle how wild it is. Blue looked at the Pokeball and frowned, thinking. Have you ever heard the legend in the Ore region? Ash blinked, as he remembered Mew mentioning a desert region called Ore. It used to be a lush and appealing place, but it became a wasteland, no wild Pokemon could survive there for very long. What legend? The one about it being an appealing place once. The elder trainer shook his head. No, the legend of shadow Pokemon. They were Pokemon with their hearts closed, and much, much stronger because of it. Really? Ash frowned as he crossed his arms, his mema didn't mention shadow Pokemon. I don't think I have. Shadow Pokemon, they are unnatural. Because of what evil humans did to them. Mew hissed angrily. In the Ore region, these people called Cypher artificially shut the doors to a Pokemon's heart a few years ago, turning them into fighting machines. Blue explained, before he added, or so I've heard. There are many rumors surrounding it, one of which is that a former Team Snagem member defeated them. But either way, they fell, and all the Pokemon had their hearts reopened. Guess what they were called? Mema, why didn't you tell me about this? Ash mentally asked the Mew device in his backpack in confusion. Shadow Pokemon. I guess there's a connection somehow, we have to figure it out. It's not something I like talking about, Ash. Mew said quietly, calling him Ash instead of the usual Ashy. It was a horrible, horrible mistake on my part. One I could never correct, and have never been able to fix, either. Ash frowned, he didn't like how Mew was saying this. Something bad must have happened and she either couldn't stop it or was the cause of it. Well. I guess we should be going now. I have to get to Fuchsia City to get the next gym badge, the boy said to Duplica. The Ditto trainer nodded, smiling. I understand, but be sure to come visit when you have time, okay? We'll do an extra special show just for you. Thanks. I'll be sure to stop by and see it. Ash smiled as Storm climbed on his shoulder. Thank you for fixing my face. Ditto smiled as it waved happily. See you soon. Blue sighed and stretched a bit, shrugging. Alright, let's get going then. He then got on his bicycle, before blinking as he noticed a green-haired girl riding a bike and rushing closer to them. I guess we have company, Ash. Wonder what she wants, he mused, tilting his head in thought. Ash blinked, looking back in confusion. Huh? Isn't that one of the biker gang? The girl won, right? What's she doing here? Blue frowned, shrugging. You've got as much of a clue as I. He muttered. Especially since she's alone. Maybe we should keep going. I doubt what she wants is anything good. Ash gulped, alright, let's go. And with that, the boys quickly began pedaling away, before he heard her calling after him. Wait! Tyra, the girl, cried in frustration. I have to ask you a question. Kid! Wait up! Despite Blue's warning, Ash frowned, and he began to slowly drift to a stop. I wonder what she wants. She's going to throw a big tantrum. Storm frowned. I should at least see what she wants. Ash said with a shrug. I mean, it's gotta be important, right? Tyra soon caught up with him, and she gasped, breathing out, finally. Ash frowned and gulped, nervously speaking up. So, what did you want? The green-haired girl looked at him for a second, before sighing. Kid. Does the term, mema, mean anything to you? Anything at all? If so, we need to talk. Ash's eyes widened, and he stammered nervously. You, mema? No, what does that word mean? I don't even know, he said, a little too quickly. The biker looked at him for a second, before grabbing him by the ear and dragging him away from Blue, ignoring his pained protests. When they were out of earshot, she let him go, growling out, Stop lying. I'm asking, because we're the same, aren't we? Raised by Pokemon, not humans. The boy looked at her in shock, before beginning to connect the dots. Raised by Pokemon? Wait, are you saying that you're a child of legendary? Tyra rolled his eyes, spitting out, No, I'm the child of a Rattata. Of course I am. Are you or not? I saw you talking to Mew earlier. Ash gulped, nervously shrugging. Well, she was just flying by, and I had something she liked, so yeah, and after she took it, she just left. The biker got in his face, narrowing her eyes dangerously. Why? Are you lying? I saw what happened with my own 2 eyes. So what's the big deal? You're the child of Mew, aren't you? The boy gritted his teeth, trying to control his anger. What difference does it make if I was or wasn't, huh? He asked, wanting her to stop harassing him. Tyra didn't back away, still looking angry. If you are, then I might have been wrong about you, kid. You might be someone I can trust with a plan I've been making after all. Now. Who raised you? Storm glared at her, his cheek sparking. If you are a child of legendary, then you can understand me. Stop harassing him. Or I will shock you no matter who your mema is. Tyra looked at the little Pikachu, before taking a deep breath and stepping back. Sorry. When I'm angry, I'm like a volcano. I think I got that from my own mema's charges, they occasionally battle so hard the world shifts. Ash sighed, looking at her with a hint of distrust in his eyes. Who is your mema? Tyra looked him right in the eyes, before speaking quietly. My mema is Rayquaza. The Hoenn-Kalmer of Groudon and Kyogre. Rayquaza? Oh yeah. I heard she's the queen of the skies, though many mistake her as a male and call her the king of the skies. Ash said in recognition, nodding. I guess I can understand. Wait, she leaves you to Groudon and Kyogre as your babysitters. The biker smirked, shrugging. Well, they're not too bad, when they get along, which is never, but it always makes for interesting shows, at the very least. Are you a young Rayquaza right now? Like half human, half Rayquaza? Or still just human? Storm asked curiously. Tyra smirked as she turned her arm into a black scaled claw, shrugging. Does this answer your question? But I was under the impression all children of legendaries turn into half human and half whatever Pokemon they were raised with. Why did you ask it like that? She asked the Pikachu as she turned her arm back to a human's. Ash frowned, quietly responding. I'm still 100% human. The biker blinked slowly, before pinching him. Oh ow. Hey, what was that for? Tyra frowned, before sighing. Well, you're still a child. Listen, there are some of the legendaries who are growing, uneasy with Mew in charge. They consider her, nutty, to say the least. I am not nutty. Mew was practically screaming from in his backpack, even though she was unable to leave it and be her true form at the moment. I've heard some rumors about it. Ash frowned, cautiously speaking. But, what do you mean exactly? The green-haired girl rolled her eyes. Frankly, they want rebellion. But they're hiding it from Mew, as well as who their members are. But my Mema, and a few others, don't want that. So, they're trying to fight back against the rebellers, or at least calm them down. I see. Why tell me this though? Don't you want to keep it a secret from Mew? I mean by telling me, her child, you'd almost be telling her. You know I can't hide my thoughts from her, right? Ash asked the young Rayquaza hybrid. Tyra shrugged, sighing. Actually, no. I've been looking for you, and your Mema, for a while, trying to find out who the Child of Mew is. Because, she needs to know to not butt in. If she does, a few of the legendaries who are unsure will side with the rebellion, and will lose. Well, I don't know. Mema's kinda hard to figure out. Ash said nervously. Suddenly a flash came from his backpack and Mew herself floated above them. She looked at the young Rayquaza hybrid, seeming serious. Tyra's eyes widened when she saw Mew herself floating right in front of her, and she gulped nervously. So you're telling me not to interfere, is that it? The biker gulped, shakily nodding. Why yeah. But I'm also telling you to let your son, let your son battle with us from time to time. We could really use the help. Why should I put my only child in danger like that if I'm not even allowed to fight? Or defend him if things are looking bad? Mew questioned her, getting up in her face, making her more nervous. I understand you don't like this, but... Tyra frowned, trying to stay calm. Mema told me that you, of all Pokemon, would never take in a human child. She said you even swore that you wouldn't, ever since the Cypher incident on Ore. I'm quite surprised, in fact, just about every legendary Pokemon is surprised to hear you did take in a human child. What changed your mind? Mew only glared, growing more furious with that evasion. That's none of your business, and don't dodge my question. The biker gulped, breathing shallowly. Right. I don't see why you should. But it would be a good test for him, and he could help save you. The pink cat only crossed her arms, narrowing her eyes dangerously. I will agree, but only on one condition, that I will be able to help my child if he is in a life or death situation, understood, she hissed with venom. Tyra frowned, before reluctantly nodding. Right. I understand, please don't hurt me, Mew, I am only asking what Mema asked me to do. Mew flew around her for a minute before speaking up, I will respect her wish due to her long loyalty with me. She knows better than anyone why I do what I do. Then she turned back to Ash and smiled suddenly, confusing both of them. Well Ashy, let's get going now, shall we? You do have a badge to win after all. Ash blinked slowly, just as confused as Tyra, before he slowly nodded. Alright, I guess. He then smiled at Tyra, shrugging. So, how are you going to ask me for help? By phone? Tyra just smirked, winking. Something like that. She then took out a device and gave it to him. That is the poke gear, a lot of trainers use it in Johto. It has my phone number already registered in there. I have an extra poke gear, hoping to give it to you. We can keep in touch with each other should we need to. Ash smiled as he took it. It was like a child receiving a brand new toy. Wow, this is so cool. Maybe Blue has one too. The biker chuckled, shrugging. Considering who he is, I certainly wouldn't be surprised. Ash blinked in confusion, before she mounted her bike again. I'll be seeing you soon, Ash. Here's hoping you have a safe journey for the most part. Most of Kanto hardly is anymore. What? What do you mean? Ash asked. She shrugged, sighing. Let's just say be wary when you see the shadows of the Kanto region. It holds many deadly secrets. And with those words, she pedaled off. Ash frowned, wondering what she meant by that. Mew groaned, rubbing her forehead in annoyance. I should have known it was only a matter of time before the rebellion started. Storm looked at her, confused. What did Tyra mean by, you swore to never take in a human child? Yeah, that's news to me too, Mema. Ash said, frowning. What did she mean by that? Mew sighed, before looking up. That will be a story for another day. For now it seems Blue is coming back, she said as she transformed back into that little black device and landed herself into his backpack. Blue groaned as he stopped his bike in front of Ash and Storm. Where the heck were you? I've been waiting and waiting for the past half an hour. Ash blinked, surprised. You were actually worried about me? He frowned in confusion, crossing his arms. Why? You kept on calling me an annoyance the first day or two. The former trainer closed his eyes, huffing, before he responded. Well. I'm not sure, I just. She seemed extremely angry, and she dragged you away like that. I was worried she killed you or something. Then Ash began to smile, nudging the boy with an elbow. Ah, you were worried about me. I think we're starting to become friends. Blue frowned, growing a little angry by those words. Hey. No, we're not. Don't get any ideas just because I came back to make sure you weren't dead. Storm laughed, you so were worried for him. Hey. Get off. Blue growled as Ash tried to glomp him, before the boy moved out of the way. You're acting like a total child, stop it. The boy grinned, beginning to speak in a sing-song tone. You were worried, 'bout me, you were worried, 'bout me, he then laughed, seeing steam coming out of Blue's ears. Hey. I'm just glad we're friends now. Blue growled out, shoving the boy back. We are not. Don't get the wrong idea. Just get on your stupid Pikachu bike and get moving or I'm leaving without you. Ash chuckled, shrugging with a cheeky grin. Right, but you know you like me. I do not. Now hurry up. Blue snapped angrily, tapping his foot on the ground impatiently. The boy got on his bike with Storm on the basket and the two boys pedaled away, continuing their journey towards the fuchsia gym, Ash teasing the Gary lookalike with a smile on his face. Chapter 7, Diggin', the Brotherly Brawl. Ash and Blue were taking a break in the meadows. They put their bikes against a tree and just sat down to eat some lunch. Storm the Pikachu was eating some pokechow. You think maybe we should release the rest of our Pokemon so they can eat too? Ash suggested to Blue. Why do you need to ask? Isn't that common sense? Blue grumbled as he took out his 3-Pokeball and released the Spearow, Growlithe and Eevee. Ash smiled, alright. Come out everyone. He tossed up his 5 Pokeball, releasing Remy the Rattata, Nidosaur the shiny Nidoran male, Luna the Clefairy, Trixie the Zorua, and Ian the spiky-haired Eevee. "We've stopped for lunch, you guys hungry?" They all smiled and nodded as Ash handed them all some pokechow. Then the boy thought about Mew, who was still in his backpack disguised as a teleportation arrow device. "I wonder how I'm going to feed her with Blue around." As Ash thought to himself wondering how to feed his Mema, his Pokemon were talking amongst themselves. Storm looked over at Trixie, frowning slightly. "Trixie, why'd you have to go all out with that illusion? We didn't want to scare them that much." The Zorua giggled, shrugging. "Why not? It was fun. Besides, it worked, didn't it? You can't deny that my methods work. But it was too much, you need to make it less scary next time," Storm said. Remy grumbled as she chewed on her food. "They must be wimps to be scared of a couple of illusions." Nidosaur piped up, shaking his head. "I have to agree with Remy on this one. Humans don't have the best hearts in the world, but to be scared of, What did you scare them with, Trixie?" She shrugged, pouting. "It wasn't much. Just Dash." "Oh. Luna wants to know who this guy is. Luna's never seen him before." The Clefairy spoke up, interrupting Trixie and pointing at Blue. Storm blinked as a few of the others murmured in agreement, before he decided to explain, "That guy's Blue. He looks a lot like Gary, who's Ash's rival." Come to think of it, I hadn't seen Gary since that beauty contest on the beach." "Oh yeah. That Gary kid also has my brother with him. I hope he's doing well," Ian said with a hint of worry in her tone, her ears flattening against her head. "I mean, he's strong, but Gary seemed to only care about strength." "But what about Blue? He seems kinda cold," Nidosaur said, looking at him suspiciously. Then the Growlithe spoke up, smiling, "He's a great guy and he takes good care of us. But I wish he'd let us fight a bit more. I've been itching to battle with another Pokemon for ages." The Spearow groaned a bit, looking down in frustration. "Blue's going through some hard times, cut him a break," the other Eevee said, looking at the Spearow with a frown. Storm raised an eyebrow, speaking up. "So you know what he's been through? 'Cause Blue's been a mystery to us this whole time. Maybe you can shed some light on the situation surrounding him." "I'd rather not say. Blue wanted to keep a tight lid on it, and if I told you." Eevee then looked at his trainer and sighed, looking conflicted, before he shook his head. "I can't tell you, sorry." Just as they were beginning to enjoy the food, there was a sudden loud booming noise and a tremble of the earth, causing the food and drinks to spill everywhere. Blue frowned worriedly, barely keeping a hand on his drink to keep it from spilling as he looked around. "What the dash?" That sounded like an explosion. He stood up, setting down his drink. "That I'm going to go investigate." Ash popped up beside him, wiping some water from his vest. "Well, I'm coming with you, Blue. Let's hurry, someone might be in danger." Luna angry. "How dare they destroy our picnic?" Luna was hopping around in anger, fists clenches. "They'll get hurt. They'll get hurt real bad." Ash sighed as he held up his Pokeball. Everyone but Storm, return. Blue also returned his 3 Pokemon as the Pikachu jumped on Ash's head. "We better hurry," he said. The 2 boys rushed to where the explosion was heard, and when they came to a road, they saw trucks with supplies moving through. "It's almost like a construction site here. What's going on here?" Ash wondered. Out loud, and a man was screaming as he ran up to them. "It's those dastardly Digletts. They're screwing up everything," he shouted in pure rage. Almost as if to prove his point, a large rock fell from the nearby cliff wall and holes appeared in the ground, causing the trucks to crash into one another, unable to move forward. "But why are they doing that? They must have a reason," Blue said, thinking about it as he crossed his arms, resisting the urge to pace. The man, who had a name tag that read Bob, shouted, "They have no reason to other than to just mess with us. They're preventing us from building the dam." "A dam?" Ash blinked, startled. "You're building a dam?" "Yes, over there." The man, presumably named Bob, was pointing at an incomplete man-made dam nearby. "It's going to be called the Great Giva Dam, or at least, it would be if we could get it done." He started raging once more, stomping on the ground angrily. Storm then jumped down from Ash's shoulder, pointing to some brown mounds coming out of the ground. "Hey Ash, look! I see the Diglett." The Pikachu ran over to them. There were about 5 or 6 on this road, and they were constantly popping up and down. "Diglett dig, Diglett dig, Diglett dig," their words, if understood correctly, meant in this situation, have to dig, save our homes, have to dig. One Diglett popped in front of Storm and smiled, speaking up. "Hello there. It's nice to meet you." Storm smiled, waving, "Hey. So, why are you guys messing up these humans' work?" "I mean, not that I care, but I'm just curious, that guy seems pretty angry. If he was a Voltorb he'd self-destruct 10 times over already." The Diglett seemed to grow a bit angry at that, and it frowned, looking over at the man. "They're trying to destroy the environment. That big wall is gonna block the water, and flood so many Pokemon's homes. We're trying to keep that from happening. I've heard from my mema stories about these walls the humans make to block out water. I think they do it to keep their own homes from being flooded." Storm said with a frown, looking at the incomplete dam. Ash just let Storm talk to the Diglett while he and Blue tried to calm the raging worker down. "Look, sir, these Diglett are not mindless. I'm sure they have a good reason for doing all this. Yeah, so just take a deep breath and calm down before you blow a blood vessel," Blue said. "I've had it with these little monsters." Obviously Bob was no longer listening to them, trying to hammer the Diglett into the ground with a sledgehammer as he ranted. "So I've decided to take matters into my own hands. I've hired many professional Pokemon trainers to come here and destroy all these annoying Diglett once and for all. They should be arriving soon. And we promise them a big reward if they do this." Ash frowned and crossed his arms, confused. "Wait, you hired Pokemon trainers to take them out? Why not Pokemon poachers or Pokemon exterminators?" Bob looked at them, seeming a little scandalized by that. "Well, we're not heartless, at least trainers can just catch them and Pokeball or something to get them out of here with no harm done. We don't want them dead, just out of here." Blue was looking at Ash and said, raising an eyebrow. "You had a dark childhood, didn't you?" Ash gave a sheepish chuckle, glancing away nervously. "You could say that." Bob then noticed the Pikachu next to the boy, who was done talking with the Diglett. "Hey you, boy, are you two Pokemon trainers too?" Ash nodded, shrugging. "Well, I am, Blue." "I don't know, he says he's not, but he does have Pokemon with him." Suddenly the construction worker grinned, seeming to relax. "Finally. You guys are here. You act a little weird, but no harm done. Now get to work, we didn't hire you for nothing." He started pushing them towards the area where most of the Diglett were popping out from, before he paused, hearing trucks coming closer and closer. He blinked, looking up as a certain red car showed up, with a certain arrogant teenage boy with spiked brown hair driving the car. He stood up when the car screeched to a halt, a bunch of cheerleaders behind him. Gary, he's our man. If he can't do it, no one can," they cheered, waving their pom-poms in the air. Ash groaned, facepalming as he muttered, "Oh no, he's back again." Blue frowned, immediately recognizing his long-lost twin brother. "I didn't think I'd see him again after I left home." The mentioned twin smirked, speaking to Bob and acting as if he didn't even notice the two next to him. "Sir, the invited Pokemon trainers have arrived." Then he pretended to finally notice Ash, and he turned to him, grinning cockily. "Well, if it isn't little Ashy." I'm surprised to see you here. How many Pokemon do you have now? The trainer in question narrowed his eyes, gritting his teeth. Gary. You shut your mouth. Why are you here, anyways? He then smirked, crossing his arms. I thought the best Pokemon trainers were supposed to be here. Did I miss something in the memo? Gary hadn't noticed Blue yet, mostly because Blue was trying to hide himself behind some of the buses the other trainers were in. He smirked, easily replying to the boy's taunt. Exactly why I'm surprised to see that you're here. After all, you're the worst trainer by far. Blue looked down and crossed his arms. He stayed hidden, but he spoke up. And why do you think Ash is the worst trainer, Gary? From what I can see, he's a pretty capable trainer, with loyal Pokemon. Ash was honestly surprised that Blue spoke up like that, and he blinked, glancing over at the boy. Blue. What are you doing? Gary looked over, trying to find who spoke. The voice sounded familiar, but he couldn't place on who it was. He eventually shook his head, responding to the question. Oh, simply because he was the last trainer to leave Pallet Town, and he's also the last ranked Pokemon trainer of our town. Pretty major if you ask me. Blue frowned, speaking up once more. Oh really? Because if you would recall, Gary, Red, the current Kanto Pokemon champion, was also the last to leave home. Well, him and another, but they both did eventually make it to the top of the Elite Four, unlike the rest of the Pallet Town trainers, who left a week before them, didn't you hear? They had to wait until Professor Oak got another set of starters for them. Gary, spotting who the speaker was, clenched his fist in anger. Blue. What are you doing here? I thought you just disappeared from the face of the earth, you coward. Blue, still having his arms crossed and leaning his back against a bus, said, It's nice to see you again too, brother, but I see you haven't lost that cocky attitude that I once had myself. Instead, it looks like you made it grow. I never once drove in a shiny red sports car full of cheerleading girls. And you're too young to drive in the first place. Ash frowned, looking between the two in confusion. Blue. You never told me how you and Gary got along, but I thought it'd be better than this. What's going on? Do they hate each other? Just sit back and enjoy the siblings show, Ashy. Now this is what I call a bitter brotherly reunion. Mew spoke in his head, giggling in amusement before he heard some crunching. Want some popcorn? Ugh. Mema, this is serious. Ash mentally groaned, rolling his eyes at that. I know. We're out of butter. What's popcorn without butter? It's so stale. Ash would facepalm if he didn't want to look like a moron in front of the two Oaks and everyone else around them. Blue sighed, glancing over at Ash. Gary's just mad that I never tried to face Red again after he dash. He stopped, remembering that he denied he ever fought with Red to Ash. What I mean is, he's mad that I left the family and never returned. Ash frowned, catching the elder Oak's mistake, before Gary shouted in anger, You should have tried to get your title back. But no, you just wanted to run away like the coward you are. Again, Ash frowned, growing more and more lost. Blue, had a title? Why didn't he tell me this stuff? Blue sighed and looked away, before eventually saying, Maybe I am a coward, but I have no use for such a meaningless title. Tell me, Gary, is the reason why you became a Pokemon trainer is to be the very best? Or is it to show me up? Or maybe it's for revenge? Perhaps it's also all of the above, am I wrong? Gary jumped off of the car, stomping up to Blue and glaring all the way. You shut your mouth, Blue. Gramps is still upset with you. Do you realize that? Yes, I realize that. The last words he said to me was that I didn't care about my Pokemon, that's why I. Blue then looked over at Ash again, before shaking his head. Look, you're here to take care of some Diglett, right? Why don't you just ignore me and go after them so you can get paid or whatever the heck this reward is? The younger Oak started to raise his fist, before regaining control of himself, turning and storming towards Bob. So you just want me to get rid of those Diglett, right? The construction worker nodded slowly, surprised. Alright, fine. I'll show you all what the best trainer Pallet Town has this year can do. He smirked, pulling out his pokeball. Ash frowned as he looked over at Blue, walking over to him. Would you mind telling me what was that about? Blue sighed, shaking his head. It's complicated right now. He looked at his brother, faintly frowning. But, let's just say I have a spat with my family right now. Before Gary could do anything, though, 3 familiar Team Rocket members ran up to Bob, grinning eagerly. "'Es sir. Jesse started, we're Pokemon trainers. We'd love to have this reward, what is the reward, again?" Bob cleared his throat, trying to regain control. It's 7 days and 6 nights at the Skyva Hot Springs and Resort. Ash blinked, startled, as he looked over at James and Meowth. "You 3. What are you guys doing here?" He hadn't expected to see them again so soon. James glanced over at Ash, scoffing. "Do you think we wouldn't have felt that tremor? We're here for the reward, of course. And that's to soak in a hot spring." Ash frowned. Storm giggled in his paw. "Some reward, besides, I thought Meowths hated water." The cat glared at the Pikachu, huffily responding, "We need some relaxation, brat. Besides, where there's a free stay, there's free food. And it's also in a resort. Must be some resort then if every professional Pokemon trainer was so eager to come here just to soak in some hot water." Storm rolled his eyes, sticking his tongue out cheekily. "That's enough, Storm, don't rile them up." Ash said to the Pikachu on his shoulder before turning back to Blue and Gary. Blue was just watching his brother as he gathered all the people's attention and the cheerleaders cheering him on. "That cheering is so annoying, how could anyone concentrate like that?" Gary smirked as he kissed his Pokeball, before tossing it out, "Now go." He threw it, grinning in anticipation. The Pokeball landed on the ground and opened, but as the energy was taking shape, it suddenly turned red and went back into the Pokeball. What? The Pokeball then started moving back to him. When it stopped, he picked it up to see that a Diglett brought it back to him. "Huh. Thanks." He grinned at it before freezing. "Wait, that wasn't supposed to happen." He growled, stomping at the Diglett as it went back underground with the speed of lightning. "Humph. I guess I'll have to use my strongest Pokemon then." He huffed, pulling out his other Pokeball. Blue shook his head, speaking up again. "If that Pokemon didn't want to come out of its Pokeball, what makes you think that even your strongest Pokemon would come out? I knew there was a reason why those Diglett were trying to stop the dam from being built, and even the other Pokemon knew about it, that's why they don't want to fight." Gary growled in annoyance, turning to his older brother. "What do you know, anyway? You're not even a Pokemon trainer anymore. I don't need to listen to you." Blue sighed, rolling his eyes. "Just because I'm not a Pokemon trainer anymore doesn't mean I don't have knowledge of Pokemon. Obviously your Pokemon don't want to fight these Diglett and that's why that one didn't come out of its Pokeball." The other trainers began to murmur amongst themselves, and the 3 trainers at the front could hear questions being tossed around left and right. What could this mean? Who is this guy? Does it really matter? But he looks like that Gary Oak. True. Maybe he's a clone. Blue did an anime fall at that last remark. Of all the assumptions they could make, and they think I'm a clone. I'm taller than him. Seriously, that's just. How did that one even get asked? Ash chuckled at that remark. Okay. That was pretty funny. I gotta admit, I sort of thought that too when I first saw Blue on TV, so I have no room to talk, but it's still hilarious. Gary tossed one Pokeball after another, but none of his Pokemon came out. The other trainers began tossing their Pokeball as well, but like with Gary they all stayed shut. Each one was being carried back to their rightful owner by the Diglett, but it was still a hassle. Ash crossed his arms. Blue is right, none of the Pokemon want to battle the Diglett. Storm sighed, it's because they know that the Diglett here are only trying to protect the wild Pokemon's homes. Yeah, I can see that, but, without the dam, wouldn't people's houses nearby be flooded? Ash asked the Pikachu on his shoulder. Storm nodded and said, that's what I thought too, and asked the Diglett about this. And, he told me that he and the rest of his family, including the Dugtrio tribe, are working together to make it so the water doesn't ever flood the valley. That includes the human cities and villages, but they can't do that if that dam is built. Ash nodded, quickly understanding the situation. Ah, I see, but shouldn't we tell them? Let them get it out of their system first. Storm shrugged, not really caring. Now it's Team Rocket's turn to shine. Jessie suddenly announced, pulling out a Pokeball. Oh no. Ash groaned, face-palming. I forgot about them. They may not really be part of Team Rocket anymore, at least, as far as we all know, but they'll still be a huge pain. They never know when to give up. Jessie and James both tossed their Pokeball, but once more, neither of their Pokemon came out of their Pokeball, and were instead returned to their rightful owners. The two of them growled in frustration, turning to Meowth and picking him up. Meowth. James grunted. You really are gaining weight. But you have to fight those Diglett for us. I can't fight all of them by myself. Meowth snapped, struggling to break free. Besides, the Pokemon doesn't want to fight the Diglett anyway, and neither do I. Gary, eventually growing frustrated, just stopped tossing Pokeball and turned around. This is pointless. No respected Pokemon trainer should stay here anymore, it's as entertaining as Whack-a-Diglett. He pointed at Bob, who was trying to hammer the Diglets with a mallet again, but failing. Good, maybe then you can continue and actually learn something. But I would advise you to lose the car and the girls, they're more of a distraction than anything else. Blue said dryly to his brother. Not to mention there's less of a chance to actually explore, as you should if you're a Pokemon trainer. What do you know? Gary snapped, once again barely restraining himself from hitting Blue. You lost to an extremely strong Pokemon trainer. You wouldn't have done that if you had kept your eye on the prize. So. It's a crime to lose every once in a while. Blue said calmly, shrugging. Losing is what helps make you grow as a Pokemon trainer, it doesn't mean you're a failure. Says the guy who just gave everything up and ran away from home. Gary snapped back, losing even more of his patience. I have my reasons, and it wasn't just because of a simple loss. Blue said, still keeping calm. Yeah. Gary nodded stiffly, narrowing his eyes dangerously. For once we agree, it wasn't a simple loss. You were the former champion, anything involving that loss wouldn't be simple. Blue's eyes widened when Gary said that, he then worriedly glanced over at Ash. He didn't hear that, did he? Ash's expression just gave him the answer. OCRP. He totally did. Gary smirked when he realized just why Blue looked so worried. So you two are traveling together, huh? And I guess you lied to Ashy Boy too, huh? Figures you'd lie to him just to keep your loss a secret. Blue gritted his teeth, beginning to grow angry himself as he began to lose his cool exterior. This is none of his concern, Gary. You know why I kept this a secret, and it's not because I lost to Red. Oh really? Gary shot back. Considering how much your reputation meant to you, I'm sure that's the only reason. You sicken me, you realize that? You reached the top, and in less than an hour, you lose it. And then you had to go and disappear instead of facing it like a true oak. Blue. Ash spoke up quietly, looking at the ground. Is what Gary said is true? Blue didn't look at him, instead he said, still looking at Gary, believe what you want to believe, Ash. He glared at his brother, but Ash wasn't done talking. Why didn't you tell me? He quietly asked. We're traveling together, so I thought, that you trusted me. How long have we been traveling together? Not very long, so why would I have told you anything? Besides, I've kept it a secret for a reason. Blue said, glaring at Gary, but revealing it to Ash wasn't the only thing that made him angry. There were people nearby that heard this and already they were murmuring amongst themselves. You don't think he's that same boy that fought with Red, right? He does kinda look familiar now that I think about it. And I don't just mean he looks like Gary. Blue, but I thought the former champion's name was Green. Blue growled, completely furious now, as he got up in Gary's face. Now look at the spot you put me in, Gary. What did you hope to accomplish for this? Petty revenge? The Pallet Town trainer smirked, shrugging. Maybe. After all, you deserve it, Blue. You know just as much about revenge as anyone. How many times did you challenge Red before the championship? Huh? How many times? The older brother only glared more, his hand curling into a tight fist. I must have lost count, perhaps as many times as you insulted Ash here, but we're rivals and that's what we do, it wasn't about revenge. You're no brother of mine. Gary finally snapped. You're just a coward. Why don't you get out of here, like you did after the championship? I doubt you could even fight me and win anymore. Blue and Gary fought before. And Blue was Red's rival. The Red. All this information was a lot for Ash to take in, and he was barely able to keep up. Blue balled his hands into a fist. Are you challenging me, brother? He hissed angrily. Because you know how well that's going to turn out. Gary merely smirked, pulling out a pokeball and forgetting all about the reason he was there. Then prove it, show me what you've got. Gary threw the pokeball and it released a Blastoise. Ash's eyes widened, he remembered Gary saying that his Squirtle evolved into a Wartortle, way back when he first met Cooper. Wow, my own Pokemon still haven't even evolved yet. I feel out of the loop. Blue glared, narrowing his eyes dangerously. Oh great, he uses his starter first and, wait a minute. What the heck, Gary? You're using the same starter I chose when I started out. You chose Squirtle. Ash blinked, surprised. Guess that's the least surprising thing I've learned of Blue so far though. But seriously, I probably would have wanted Squirtle. Gary got Squirtle, Blue had Squirtle. Actually Ashy, you wanted a Charmander, remember? Mew mentally said, giggling. Well, yeah, but if I wasn't raised by you I probably would have wanted it. Blue grumbled, yes Ash, I chose Squirtle. He glared at his brother again, waiting for an answer. Well, Gary. Why did you choose Squirtle? Why do you think? Gary snapped in response. So I could prove that I can handle Squirtle better than you. Mine even evolved before yours did. Blue grumbled, facepalming, Gary, you didn't know when my Squirtle even evolved and I never told you when he did. This is bad, his Blastoise is strong, none of my current Pokemon can take him on, not even my EV who's the strongest one I have right now. He had to resist the urge to groan, realizing what this meant. Oh no. I have to bring in one of my Pokemon. This SCKS, this really does, and unless I want to lose to my brother, I'm going to have to do this. My Pokemon probably hate me, but I don't have much of a choice here. If I lose to Gary he'll just have more reason to ridicule me, this is one battle I do not want to lose. Blue took out his Pokédex, Ash blinked and looked over, he remembered Blue having a Pokédex, but he couldn't recall where and when, but he did remember him taking it out but putting it back without doing anything. This time, though, the elder boy pushed a white button and a Pokeball materialized in his hand. Gary smirked, crossing his arms arrogantly. So you're finally going to use one of your teams against me? But aren't you worried they won't listen to you anymore? Blue frowned, gripping the Pokeball tightly before he enlarged it. Perhaps, but we won't know that until we battle. And with that, he tossed it out in front of him, revealing a Ninetales. It gracefully flicked its tails, ready for battle, but not before it gave its trainer a happy glance. Ninetales. We're going to have to fight Gary this time, are you ready? Yes, I am. I've been waiting for the day you finally use me again, Blue. Ninetales spoke happily with a nod. Blue looked at it in confusion before shaking his head, sighing. I must be imagining it. There's no way. Gary was laughing by now. Are you serious? You must be awfully rusty. Because why would you use a fire type like Ninetales to battle against a water type like my Blastoise? That's like putting a Caterpie against a Pidgeotto. Blue only smirked, shrugging. Well, if you're so confident, then you shouldn't have any problems taking my Ninetales out, right? He folded his arms, still smirking. In fact, you take the first attack. Consider it a veteran's gift. Ash was shocked at Blue's confidence. It's like he's a different person. Before he was so hesitant to battle, but now. I guess he really wants to win this one. Yeah, go Blue. Beat that insulting. Porcupine prick up the wall. Storm cheered from Ash's shoulder, shaking pom-poms he got from nowhere. Storm, don't yell in my ear, and where did you get those poms? Ash asked as Storm just grinned. Your backpack, he said with a wink, pointing to it. What? But I never dash. Mema. Ash groaned, facepalming in realization. Gary blinked before growling in anger. WIU. Are you mocking me? When Blue didn't respond, he turned to his Blastoise. Use Bubble Beam, KO that stupid fox. Really? Bubble Beam? That's the best water attack you could come up with for a Blastoise. You could have used Surf or Hydro Pump, but BUBBLEBAM. Blue shook his head. Ugh. Ninetales, use extrasensory to stop those bubbles in their tracks. Ninetales didn't hesitate as its red eyes glowed and easily stopped the incoming bubble beam. She looked back at her trainer before nodding and sending the bubble beam back at Blastoise's face. Gary's eyes widened, and he hastily called out, Skull Bash. Blastoise quickly ducked its head into its shell, dodging the bubble beam aimed right back at it, before slamming directly into Ninetales. Now bring your head out and use Bite. Bite? Just Bite? Not Crunch or even Body Slam. Blue sounded less than impressed, and he rolled his eyes. Ninetales, use Dig. The fox went underground faster than Blastoise could catch it, and easily dodged its bite attack. Gary then smirked, crossing his arms as well. I was only warming up, I wanted to see how you battle nowadays, you coward. He closed his eyes as he cried out, use Flash Cannon, aim it into the hole. Blue frowned, closing his eyes as well. Flash Cannon, interesting choice. Trying to blind my Ninetales, Gary? Well, I won't let that happen. Ninetales, use Fire Spin now, he hastily commanded. Out of the hole came a tornado of fire. It trapped Blastoise right into the vortex, making him unable to move faster than he could react. Ninetales quickly followed its flames out of the hole, glaring. And now use Confuse Ray. Blue said, smirking in triumph. Ninetales smirked, nodding. Gladly. Its tail spread as it flashed brightly in Blastoise's eyes, confusing it. Anything else, Blue? Gary gritted his teeth, shocked. What? No way. You're cheating somehow. That can't be. How am I losing? It's a water type versus a fire type. I'm not cheating, Gary. You of all people should know that it's the one with more experience and higher level that wins, not the type advantage. Blue explained calmly, shrugging. I told you to get rid of that cocky attitude, it's not going to get you anywhere. The younger trainer gritted his teeth, clenching his fists in anger. And no. No, I'm going to beat you, Blue. I'll beat you and show just how much of a disgrace to the Oak family name you are. Maybe I am a disgrace, but you're losing to a disgrace, that's just sad, don't you think? Blue asked, shrugging. Now come on, why don't you come at me? Blastoise. Stop hitting yourself and use Hydro Pump now. Gary snapped at his confused Blastoise. Blue watched carefully, as the Blastoise finally snapped out of its confusion. It quickly gathered water inside its cannon, and fired it, straight at the Ninetales. Now. Use extrasensory again, redirect the water into the hole. Gary blinked in confusion. He had expected Blue to have his Ninetales fire the hydro pump back at Blastoise, not at the ground. But what's he planning? 3, 2, 1. Blue snapped his fingers and the water came blasting from under Blastoise, causing it to get blasted into the air and landing on the ground. Hard. Everyone, especially the cheerleaders, gasped at this as the trainer of the Ninetales calmly explained. If you give a small, enclosed space more water than it can hold, what do you think will happen? Gary gritted his teeth, already knowing the answer. It'll explode. Why didn't I realize that? Blastoise. Get up, he desperately cried out to the unmoving Blastoise. Blue shook his head, frowning. I think you better look at your Blastoise, he doesn't look ready to battle any time soon. I suggest you get him to the Pokemon Center now. Gary ignored him, though, continuing to try and revive his Pokemon. That was fun, Blue. Ninetales smiled at him, its tail swirling around it happily. Blue looked at the smiling Ninetales. I can't really tell, but, is she planning to kill me now? Why, are you so happy? The yellow fox chuckled at that, yipping. Well, I'm with you again, Blue. We've all missed you so much. We've been worried for a long time. So why wouldn't I be happy to be with my trainer again? Blue just groaned, rolling his eyes. I have no idea what you're saying, but stop looking at me with those eyes. I get it. I was a bad trainer to you and the others, and that smile is just a mask and you're really plotting to kill me. Sorry, but not today. Ninetales blinked, about to speak, before he continued. Look. You've got to go back home. He pulled out his Pokeball, and tried to retrieve her, but she quickly dodged the red beam. Hey! What are you doing? I don't want to go, Blue. She huffed, looking at him angrily. You finally call one of us, for the third time in forever, and this time I don't have to leave as soon as you're done battling. We're not done talking, mister. Blue grumbled angrily, face-palming. I knew this would happen if I brought one of them back again. It was only a matter of time before they wisened up. Look, Ninetales, I can't tell why you're angry, but I can figure it out later. Just return already. Stop talking like that, Blue, you know why. Ninetales snapped, her tails whipping around like an angry storm. Ash ran over to Blue while Gary was still too busy trying to get his Blastoise up. Hey, Ninetales is saying she doesn't want you to take her away after using her, You have a powerful Pokemon, why not use it more often? You said all you had were those 3 before. Blue growled, turning to Ash in frustration. I do, those 3 are the only Pokemon I have. This isn't even my Ninetales. It's my grandpa's and I was only borrowing it for this battle. Liar. Ninetales shouted, beginning to growl. I'm your Pokemon, Blue. What is with you? Ash frowned, looking up at the Oak twin in confusion. She said she's your Pokemon and asking what is with you. Blue grumbled, still trying to return Ninetales. Nothing's with me. I dash. You don't have to lie, Blue, I know you're the former champion and battled with Red. You couldn't have with just those 3 Pokemon. Ash interrupted, frowning gently. You had to have strong Pokemon by your side. Blue shook his head, looking away. Not anymore. I've given them all to Professor Oak. He quickly tried to cover up his mistake with a cough, but one look at Ash's shocked expression proved that to be a futile battle. Wait, he's Professor Oak's grandson too. Storm blinked in shock, his jaw nearly touching the ground. Then, why is he here of all places? Really, Storm, if he's Gary Oak's twin brother, it should be obvious that he's Professor Oak's grandson. Mew mentally said to the clueless Pikachu, giggling. Oh come on Ashy, you can't tell me you didn't see this coming. Ash mentally shrugged, trying to recover. I might have been distracted by everything else, okay? I like the fact that Blue fought Red. How come I never heard about that? Because society is quick to forget a champion who's only been a champion for like, what, an hour. Nobody really talks about Blue. Mew answered simply. It'd be like if someone saw me for a second, while someone else caught another legendary, which do you think would be in the news more? I guess I can kinda see that. Ash thought before speaking to Blue. Why would you give them all to Professor Oak? Blue sighed, shrugging, as he looked away bitterly. It's obvious that I'm not raising them right, so it's better they live with someone who will. Besides, I went on this journey not as a Pokemon trainer for a reason you know. Ninetales, stop being stubborn and get in the Pokeball. People are watching. The fox shook her head, huffing. Not until we talk, you stubborn boy. Sure, I'm your Pokemon, but you haven't even used us until lately. So until I get answers out of you, I'm not leaving. Blue grumbled while he put a hand over his forehead. This is going to take a while. Stubborn fox. She said Ash started to say. Look. You're not my Pokemon anymore, got it? You belong to Professor Oak, not Blue Oak, but Samuel Oak. So stop assuming you're my Pokemon, because you're not. Blue yelled in frustration. Ninetales only huffed, as if hearing this speech before. Ash and Storm were staring at Blue, before Ash finally spoke up. Did you just dash? No Ash, I don't understand Pokemon. But we've been through this before and I already have an idea what she's saying. Blue grumbled, narrowing his eyes in frustration at her. Ninetales scoffed, tossing her head to the side. Please, that's not the only reason he knows what I'm saying. Stubborn trainer that he is. Blue looked around and noticed people were watching and some were murmuring, again. Is he, playing with that Ninetales? I think he is. But he talks like he knows what it's saying, that's just weird. Blue's face was red, and he facepalmed in frustration. Ugh, why does this always happen to me? Ninetales, enough of this. Just return already so we can move on with our lives. In response, the yellow fox turned her head with a huff. Ash's sweat dropped, shrugging. You might want to promise that you will talk with her about this, later. Otherwise, I think she'll still be stubborn. What's there to talk about? Blue grumbled, crossing his arms in annoyance. I've already said all I needed to say to her and the rest of Professor Oak's Pokemon. I told them that I needed to go on my own journey and leave them in better hands. Ninetales growled at that, and Ash shrugged. Sure, but maybe she didn't feel like it's resolved. Just promise her, okay? It'll be for the best. Blue crossed his arms and gave a very annoyed sigh, eventually nodding. Fine, if it'll keep her from acting up every time I need a favor, then I promise to talk to her and the others about this. Happy now? Ninetales' demeanor instantly changed, and she turned to him with a smile, nodding. Very, thank you Blue. You didn't give us much of a chance to respond before, and now that you will I think you'll hopefully see the truth. Blue looked at Ash who frowned and translated, she thanks you and glad you're giving them a chance to show you the truth. The truth? Blue raised an eyebrow, before shrugging. Oh whatever. With that, he returned the Ninetales back into her Pokeball. At least I can send her back. I just hope I never have to use her again or I'd have to make good on that promise. Ash blinked in surprise, startled. Wait, you're not letting her talk to you tonight or any time soon? Blue shook his head, scoffing. Well, why not? That was your promise, right? I promised to talk to her, I didn't say when. Blue said with a shrug, smirking. Ooh, such a sly one aren't you? Storm said with a sly smile. Ash groaned, face-palming. Blue, didn't you say you wish to have a better relationship with your Pokemon? Then talking to them is a good way to go about it. I told you already, Ash, they're not my Pokemon anymore. Blue said seriously. You see, Ash. Gary suddenly spoke up, standing up and pointing at Blue angrily. You see what a coward my so-called brother has become? He can't even face his own Pokemon anymore. The elder oak gritted his teeth in annoyance, before speaking up. Gary, I just said they aren't my Pokemon anymore. They're Professor Oak's Pokemon, so your argument is wrong. Now go bring your Blastoise to a Pokemon Center. You can't even call Gramps anymore, you're just pathetic. Gary said, crossing his arms. The cheerleaders were all crying that Gary actually lost one. Blue looked at Gary and said in annoyance, Gary. I'm going to say to you what I've always said to Red since we started our journey together. Smell you later. With that, he turned around and began walking away, doing a wave to the boy behind him. I'll see you tonight, Ash, stay in the area, I have some business to take care of. Ash blinked in surprise, before crossing his arms in thought. Storm, what do you think? What could Blue's business be? It's obviously important. Maybe he needs to take a leak. The Pikachu shrugged helplessly at Ash's incredulous look. I mean, that's what you humans say whenever you have to take a leak. Ash sighed before turning to Gary, crossing his arms and tilting his head curiously. Gary, what are you going to do? Forget my so-called brother. I'm going to continue my own journey, and one day I'll be strong enough to take on his real team. I won't ever admit this to him, but Ash, my brother is a strong Pokemon trainer, remember that. Gary said as he went into the car, turning on the ignition. Let's go, ladies. And with that, he drove off. Ash was shocked that Gary actually admitted that his brother was strong. Seeing how those two were at each other's throats like that, he never thought Gary would admit to it. But, why tell him like that? He continued to stand there in thought before turning to Bob, raising an eyebrow. So, what should we do? I gotta stay around the area, and you still need to have some work done, right? These stupid Digletts just won't stop. Bob screamed, still trying to hit the Diglett with a sledgehammer. Yeah. I'm gonna go find that hot springs now. Ash said as he quickly left the deranged man to his work. Chapter 8, Team Rocket's Evolution. Ash sighed in relief, feeling his tense body relax in the hot springs. Ah, this is the life. He leaned back, letting more of his torso get enveloped by the warm water, before he glanced up and saw two familiar faces raising up from the water. Yeah. He quickly sat up, startled. J. James. Meowth. When did you two get back? I thought you got blasted off again. Actually, we didn't get blasted off very far, just into this lovely hot springs. James answered with an easygoing smile. It's rather soothing, isn't it? Meowth said with a relaxed grin, closing his eyes in content. Ashy. You didn't even ask if I could join in, Mew snapped mentally. Ash froze, but only for a second, and he blinked a bit. WL, you didn't really ask. I guess you could teleport away and walk over as Naya. If you want, that is, sorry, Mema. Yes, and that's just what I'm going to do. Mew stated, giggling. But wait, Mema. You're a girl and this is the boys' side. Ash quickly mentally said, realizing his own mental blunder. Why you wouldn't be available here? Silly Ashy, his Mema replied, still giggling, female Pokemon are alright in the male hot springs, and vice versa as long as they don't act like perverts. Ash groaned as he slipped underwater, blushing madly just as there was a pink flash in the bathhouse, and in walked a female Meowth, smiling. Time for a nice relaxing hot bath. Meowth's eyes widened as he remembered her during their battle with Cassidy and Butch. And he also remembered when he spoke to her. He couldn't really remember where, but he did remember her mentioning a date. He blushed, trying to hide under the water before he paused. But, what about Meowsy? I did all this so she could love me. Sure, she rejected me at the time, but that couldn't happen again, right? She's not that cruel. Storm the Pikachu blinked as he looked over and said, I mean Naya, why are you coming into the hot tub? I thought most cat Pokemon hated water. Excuse me, little Pikachu, but I'm not like most cat Pokemon. In fact, I'd take naps underwater if I want, and could. Naya pouted, crossing her paws as she dipped her feet into the hot water and slowly got in. Meowth blinked, hearing that as he glanced over. And no kidding. His eyes were wide, and he quickly sat back up. I love the water too. It's pretty soothing, actually. You're the only Meowth I've ever met that loves water too. I'd be lying if I said I loved cold water, but she doesn't need to know that. Naya looked over at him, already knowing what he's thinking. Didn't you have another lover at one point? Ash had to hold in a laugh from that. James didn't care since he couldn't understand Naya's language and was just relaxing himself. Meowth, though. The cat was blushing bright red. No. I wasn't flirting, honest. I still love her. I was just saying it was, surprising, is all. Right, well. I heard you've been going through a lot just for her. Tell me something, Meowth, is she really worth it? Do you really think she'll ever truly love you? Naya asked him with a knowing look in her eyes, leaning back like, well, a cat. The talking Pokemon spluttered, before giving her an angry frown. How dare you say that, Naya? She does love me. I just have to get back there once I'm powerful enough to prove I can keep her around, that's all. Right, and I'm a legendary Pokemon in a Meowth disguise. Naya said dryly, though she gave a secret smile. Meowth, you have to move on from that girl. Storm rolled his eyes at this, grumbling out, I can't believe I'm even hearing this conversation. The Pikachu slowly went underwater, joining his trainer. Meowth frowned, stubbornly shaking his head. And no way. I won't do it, Meow, she's too important to me. How did you even know about her, anyways? Naya crossed her arms, frowning. I've seen it all happen in his head. I know her type, she will never come to love him for who he is, and that is such a shame too since he's the type that would never quit and stays true and loyal. It's hard finding Pokemon and humans like that these days, but he's one of them. Let's just say I feel like I've met her already. Meowth grumbled, turning away from her and sinking back into the water. Whatever. You don't know anything about her, Naya, so don't just judge without seeing her for yourself. How appealing and kind she is. Or can be, at least. You just keep thinking to yourself about that. I'm going to relax, it's been a while since I got any relaxation, the female, Meowth, said as she floated on her back in the water, smiling. Ash eventually had to come up for air, and he reluctantly decided to talk to James, frowning slightly. So, are you, Jessie and Meowth still going to try and destroy the Diglett? James shrugged, shaking his head with a smirk. Nah, we don't really care about the reward anyway. We have bigger Pokemon to catch, after all. We do have a little surprise for our next battle, though we only came here to test out our new Pokemon. New Pokemon. Ash blinked, surprised. You caught more. We didn't catch more, no, but James started to say, before he paused. How about we have a little practice battle, he suddenly asked. You know, since you're still a twerp and I want to see if I can finally beat you. I could call in Jessie and we could have a double battle, if you want. Ash blinked again, before he crossed his arms and said. Aren't double battles illegal in Kanto? Then he frowned, shaking his head. Oh, wait. I forgot that rule was changed recently. I don't even know how I forgot, but... James grinned, shrugging. Well, it's your choice, kid. But you know. I doubt you'd even stand a chance. He gave Ash a cocky grin, elaborating. After all, you beat us pretty well last time. But this time, we've got a major advantage. Ash gave him a challenging look, grinning excitedly. Alright then, you're on. I'll take you and Jessie on in a double battle. How many Pokemon each? Just 2 for you. James shrugged, smirking. We each use 1 to make it fair. Alright, twerp. The boy sighed, growing a bit annoyed with that. Stop calling me twerp and we have a battle. He stood up, wrapping a towel around his waist. I'll meet you out on the fields in about 10 minutes then. James said as he too stood up and wrapped a towel around his waist. Come on Meowth, let's go. Meowth frowned as he came out of the water, glancing back at Naya before nodding. Sure. He quickly went after James, occasionally glancing back at the female Meowth. The Pikachu jumped out and shook his fur, his cheeks sparking a bit. So am I going to fight them? Ash chuckled but shook his head, smiling. Not this time, Storm, sorry. I want to give Dexter a chance. He hadn't had much battle experience since he became a Porygon, and Remy, that Rattata is just itching for a good fight. Storm pouted, crossing his arms. But I'm itching for a good fight too, and aren't I your best Pokemon to do the job? If they've got new Pokemon Dash. Oh come now Stormy, you've been hogging the spotlight for a lot of chapters, give the other Pokemon a chance to shine too. Naya spoke up from the hot springs, still floating in it in content. Naya, what did we say about breaking the 4th wall? Ash said, crossing his arms sternly as Storm blinked, completely confused. What? It's funny. And the readers expect me to do something silly every once in a while hee. It's been all about you and Blue lately after all. I needed some spotlight too, the Meowth said with a giggle. Cha-wa. The Pikachu was still completely lost, while he had grown somewhat used to Mew's antics. He didn't understand this chapter's reference. What are you guys talking about? Is it Mew stuff again? You could say that. Ash rolled his eyes, shaking his head in amusement. Come on, let's go, Jessie and James are waiting for us. Wait, what about Blue? Shouldn't we wait for him? The Pikachu asked as he followed Ash and Naya teleported herself on the boy's head. Well, it's been almost half an hour and he still isn't back yet. So I'm sure we can spare a battle or two. Ash said as he frowned to himself. What is Blue up to? He's been gone for a while. Oh don't worry about Blue, we'll see him later on, Naya said, giggling a bit as if she knew. Ash frowned in curiosity, but he shrugged, walking into the dressing room. Well, Naya, wait out here, okay? I gotta change. Ashy, who was the one who helped change your diapers before? You don't have anything that I hadn't seen yet, my little boy. Naya said, putting her paws on her hips. The boy blushed, coughing nervously. It's still embarrassing, Naya. Please, Mema. Wait out here, okay? Storm was laughing his tail off by now as Ash blushed more and more, and Naya rolled her eyes. Honestly, you should know by now that you don't have to hide anything from your Mema. Ash by now was a tomato red, and... He crossed his arms, huffing. It will still seem weird to other trainers for a girl Pokemon to be in the guy's changing room. Please, wait out here. Naya was pouting in the hot spring while Ash hurried to get dressed and grabbed his Pokeball. Naya, Storm, let's go. I'm sure Team Rocket's, Jessie and James, are waiting for us. The Pikachu jumped onto his trainer's shoulder while Naya teleported herself on his hat. Ash frowned, glancing up at her. Naya, what did I say about careless teleportation? You could be caught. The Meowth giggled, grinning widely. But Ashy, it's so much fun I can't stop with just one teleport as a Meowth. You're gonna give yourself away. Storm warned, rolling his eyes. And when you do, I'll have the right to say, I told you so. Remember that, okay? Excuse me, I've managed to avoid most human contacts for millions of years, I can handle myself, thank you very much. The Meowth glared in annoyance, crossing her paws with a huff. Ash grumbled, rubbing his forehead as he walked out and headed towards the field. Okay. You two really need to stop arguing. You're acting like a cat and a mouse. Naya and Storm stared at him before Ash realized what he said, and he facepalmed. Just stop arguing, we're here. The two Pokémon blinked, glancing up and realizing that they really were at the fields already. James was leaning against a tree, and behind him, Jessie was doing the same thing on the other side while Meowth leaned against the tree, facing them. Well, look who decided to show up. Meowth smirked, grinning eagerly. This is gonna be fun, I can already tell. Ash blinked before facepalming. Are you guys trying to look cool right now? 'Cause it's not working. The instant he said that, the three former Team Rocket members slipped off of the tree, and their faces hit the ground, hard, as Naya giggled. Okay, so. We're using 2-on-2 now, right? Ash asked them, holding two Pokeball. It's a double battle. Jessie smirked after she hastily stood up and said, yes, we have a special little surprise for you too. Where's that other kid that was traveling with you? I'm not sure, but he's pretty busy right now. Ash said, sighing. James just shook his head, dismissing it. Doesn't matter, let's battle with him. With that, they both threw their Pokeball and released two fully evolved Pokémon. Ash blinked, surprised. W8. He stared at the new Arbok and Weezing in shock. What? You mean they're your new Pokémon? Wow. I didn't expect that, to be honest. I thought maybe you bought a new Pokémon or something. Don't you mean steal? That is our specialty after all. Meowth said, grinning. Standing before the boy was an Arbok and Weezing, apparently their Ekans and Coughing just recently evolved. Ash sighed, this has him in a bind, but he couldn't back down now. Alright then, Dexter, Remy, go for it. With that, he released the Porygon and Rattata, both of them looking battle-ready. Oh come on. The little snake has become a bigger snake, I see. Remy groaned, remembering when she bit the Ekans back in the Viridian Forest. They must have worked hard to get those two to evolve. Dexter said with a sigh. Ash nodded, frowning. Yeah, no kidding Dexter. How long did you guys take to evolve the Ekans and Coughing? James sighed, rubbing the back of his head. It took a bit of time, but I guess our Pokémon saw how hard we wanted them to evolve, and they just. Whatever, cut the talking, let's get to battling. Arbok, use glare on that little Rattata. Jessie snapped. Ash frowned, a little confused. I thought you guys nicknamed your Pokémon. And Remy, dodge by using Dig. We decided that nicknames are just a waste of time, and besides, we had trouble remembering them. So we just decided to call them by their species. James said with a shrug as the Rattata hurried and dug underground, avoiding the Arbok's paralyzing glare. Weezing, pour smog into that hole, smoke the tiny rat out. Ash frowned, glancing at his Porygon. Dexter, help Remy out by using Signal Beam to hit the Weezing back, hurry. Dexter nodded, charging up his Signal Beam and pushing the Weezing into Arbok. Jessie frowned, before smirking. Arbok, follow the Rattata into the hole in the ground, you've got the advantage, use it. Ash knew he had better get Remy out of there fast, there's nothing more dangerous to a rat than a snake in the hole. Remy. Quick, turn around and use Bite on its head. Although he couldn't see the battle going on underground, he could hear the grunts and cries of the two Pokémon. About a few seconds later, the ground cracked before Arbok came jumping out with an angry Rattata biting hard on its mouth, keeping it from opening. Yay! Go Remy! You get that Arbok! The Pikachu cheered loudly for the Rattata, punching the air excitedly. Show it how strong you are. Remy nodded, giving Storm an excited grin and speaking around her tight grip on the Arbok. I gotcha, Storm. Don't worry, this snake is done. She then smacked the snake over and over on the head with her tail. Come on Arbok. Show that prey of yours no mercy. Get it off you and poison that thing with poison sting. Jessie snapped. Ash quickly looked over at Dexter, crying out, help get her out, use tackle on the Arbok's face. James smirked as he said, not so fast. Weezing, use smokescreen on that Porygon now. The Porygon's vision was quickly blocked by the smog that emerged from the giant ball's pores. Ash frowned, growing worried. Remy. Use Iron Tail on Arbok, send it flying towards Weezing, now, he shouted. The Rattata didn't hesitate before her tail turned to steel and whacked the Arbok like a baseball bat. Unfortunately, the little Rattata wasn't strong enough to send it flying at Weezing, only enough to make it let go of her, and she quickly escaped from its deadly poison sting. That was close. Ash said in relief, before turning to his former Pokédex. Dexter. You use Lock On. Affirmative. Dexter said as his eyes glowed slightly, locking onto the Weezing before him. Ash smirked and confidently said, now let's see if that training with Naya paid off. Use Psychic, now. What? Your Porygon knows Psychic. Jessie screamed in shock as Dexter's body glowed a slight blue and began lifting the Weezing, throwing it at the Arbok. The woman quickly recovered though, frowning. No. We're not done yet. Arbok, do underground, now. Jessie snapped as her snake quickly dug down. Now Weezing, it's time, use self-destruct. James ordered with a confident smirk of his own. Ash's eyes widened in shock. What? Remy, use Dig hurry. He knew he couldn't save Dexter unfortunately, there wasn't enough time. The Rattata quickly dug just before Weezing exploded and Dexter was caught in the blast. Ash had to get down, and Storm and Naya had to do the same to avoid the explosion. When everything settled down, they saw a fainted Weezing and Porygon on the ground, both of their eyes spiraling. James frowned, a little disappointed, but he shrugged. Well, 1 out of 2 is better than nothing, I suppose. You've got this, Jessie. All that's left is one little Rattata, versus your Arbok. Jessie smirked, nodding excitedly. Yes, this is in the bag. She pointed at the hole. Arbok, poison sting when you come out. Ash glared as Remy and Arbok came out from underground, both Pokémon glaring at each other. The snake opened its mouth, but Ash quickly reacted, crying out, Remy, quick attack. Dodge the needles. The fast little Rattata left a trail of silver. As she dodged the Arbok's needles, unfortunately, this was her undoing before she ran right into the bigger snake's tail and it wrapped her up in it. Jessie smirked, crossing her arms. This is the end, Ash. Arbok, use Poison Fang on that little morsel, KO it. Ash's eyes widened as Arbok opened its mouth and its 2 fangs began to glow purple before it lunged right down at the small creature wrapped up in its coils. Remy's eyes lit up in fear as Ash shouted at her to use Bite. The rat then glared at the snake, growing determined once more. No. No giant snake Pokémon will get the better of me. The Rattata then bit down on the giant snake's coils, only she used her fang instead of her whole teeth, and it was much sharper and focused, causing massive damage. The Arbok yelled in pain as Remy was piercing its skin. Remy. Are you using Hyper Fang? Ash's eyes widened in shock at this, his jaw dropping, before he began to grin. That's awesome. He cheered, punching the air in excitement as Arbok hastily let go of the Rattata, nursing its wounds. Now use Iron Tail, finish this snake off once and for all. Jessie's jaw dropped as well, and she desperately shook her head. And no. Arbok, use Dig. Try to dodge that rat. Hurry. The Arbok did manage to dig, avoiding the iron tail that hit the ground. Remy growled as she waited for the Arbok to appear again. But then, they heard singing. Diglett dig. Diglett dig, trio. 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 What's going on? Ash asked, looking around in confusion. Are those Diglett I hear? I thought we were battling. Naya chuckled and said, smirking, looks like the Diglett and Dug trio are getting tired of the battlefield. And I'm guessing the Arbok just dug right into their home. Meowth, Storm, Remy, and Ash's eyes widened in shock, before the cat turned to his friends. Jesse, get that Arbok out of there. It's in the Diglett's home. Hurry up. Jesse blinked, caught off guard. Wah, what do you mean by dash? Suddenly there was a huge tidal wave, of dirt, and it carried the three along with the buried and now fainted Arbok into the sky. Ash's eyes widened, and he gulped nervously. Oh. Run. He quickly returned Remy into the pokeball before grabbed Storm and Naya and made a run for it to avoid the tidal wave of dirt. But it still caught up to him. Surprisingly, though, it didn't bury him like it did with Team Rocket, instead, he was riding on top of it. Hua! He yelped, trying to keep his balance. Storm grinned and Naya pulled out a surfboard from nowhere. She jumped on board, crying out, Cowabunga! Come on Storm, Ashy, try it out. This is super fun. Meanwhile, Blue and Bob were walking out into the field, and suddenly they saw Ash riding the tidal wave of dirt. The boy blinked and slowly said, after picking his jaw off of the ground. Yeah, he's unique all right. He admitted to Bob as if they were talking about Ash just minutes before. The construction worker slowly shook his head, completely bamboozled. But how? After a few moments, he tossed his hat to the ground, stomping on it for a few seconds. Gah! Alright, fine, you're right, that kid's not a regular trainer. But what makes you think he's right about not finishing the dam? Didn't I tell you already? Take a look at this place. Blue said to the elder man, gesturing to the appealing land, untouched by man. Bob blinked, before frowning in thought. Ash then saw a big lake up ahead, and he gulped, his eyes wide. This is gonna be painful. The instant he said that, the dirt wave literally threw him, Naya and Storm off and the three of them were flying through the air. Ho-ho! Wee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee. Naya cheered, doing a 360 on her surfboard. I don't wanna die-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee. Storm cried, covering his eyes with his tail. And with a splash, they fell into the lake. Ash swam up to the surface and hastily picked up his hat that had fallen off during the chaos. You know, I never knew Diglett can be so chaotic. Well, you know what they say, Ashy, Naya giggled, grinning widely. It was organized chaos, the best kind, too, that was almost as fun as a Mew game. Ash groaned as he put his wet hat on his head and covered his eyes, muttering. No more wave rides. He sighed as he swam to shore. Storm's fur was drenched, and he quickly shook himself dry, only to get his fur all poofy. Ash couldn't help but laugh when he saw the fluffy Pikachu, falling to the ground and rolling around as he continued to laugh. You keep laughing and I'm sure my electricity would be dancing on that wet clothes of yours. Storm hissed at his trainer, narrowing his eyes in anger. Blue soon came over, Bob right behind him. Ash! What happened? He demanded when he approached the wet boy on the ground. Ash chuckled and said, scratching the back of his neck sheepishly. It's just another one of those days for me, I guess. Blue blinked, before he glanced at Bob. You see what I mean, Bob? He gestured to Ash, raising an eyebrow. You heard what he just said. Ash blinked as the construction worker slowly nodded. Yeah. He mumbled. I heard. You don't need to prove it anymore, I got it. Did I miss something? Blue, what were you doing? Ash asked the older boy, tilting his head curiously. Blue shrugged and said, smirking a bit, just another one of those days for me. Ash blinked before chuckling as the older boy's thoughts turned to exactly what he was doing earlier that day. Chapter 8.5, Blue's Resolve. Blue sighed to himself as he walked away from the construction site. Why did my little brother have to reveal that? I didn't want anyone knowing. Especially, not Ash. This really SCKS. The boy held up his Ninetales pokeball. He decided to send it right back before the Ninetales could pop back out and question him, not that he would understand what it wants anyway. Sorry Ninetales, you're better off with the old man anyway. He muttered. Bad choice of words. With a flash of light, Ninetales forced her way out of her pokeball, growling in anger. No, Blue. I demand answers, and you are not sending me away again. Why haven't you called on us in over what feels like a year? Ha! Blue crossed his arms and frowned. Why did you come out of your pokeball? I need to send you back. The fox shook her head, her ears twitching furiously. You know why, Blue, why are you acting like you can't understand me? Drop the act, already. Why haven't you been using us? Blue clamped his hands over his ears and he glared. What? Are you saying you want to be used? Especially by a no-good trainer who couldn't see that his own Pokemon were suffering. Ninetales twitched again, frowning angrily. Blue, we weren't suffering. Sure, we had the occasional rough moment, but we always got past it, because we wanted to make you proud. Do you honestly think it means nothing to us anymore? The boy sighed and said, rubbing his forehead in annoyance. I already told you that I've retired, I'm no longer your trainer. Why do you keep insisting that you're still mine? I've given you to the old man. Call him Gramps. He's your own family, after all. Ninetales growled out. Did you know that when you ran away, he felt horrible for scolding you like that? Especially when he learned how much we do care about you. He had a funny way of showing it when I last called him then. Blue huffed. He was all, well, your brother Gary is doing so much better than you, and all. Did he actually say that? Ninetales asked him, her eyes wide in surprise. That doesn't sound like him at all. No. Blue frowned, crossing his arms. But he's been saying that to me since I was a kid. Gary and Red, they were always such prodigies in his eyes. Now return Ninetales, I'm not going back anytime soon. We know, that's why you've been working so hard to make us strong so you can prove you can be just as good if not better than them. Ninetales protested. So we should continue the dream. Well, it didn't work. Blue said in annoyance. The dream was lost when Red beat me and when he defeated that powerful Pokemon in the Cerulean Cave. So you should just go back to the professor and stay there. Blue, Red may not have had the easiest time with that powerful Pokemon. Ninetales frowned. But it was easy to catch once Red knocked it unconscious, apparently. It's too wild and doesn't have a lot of intelligence, and it's very destructive. You know how easy to catch those Pokemon are when you knock them out. Blue nodded. I do, and I also know how hard it is to knock them out in the first place. Ninetales, look, I'm not meant to be a Pokemon trainer, MSTR, champion, or whatever, so that's why I'm out on this journey, to discover what I should do. Oh yeah? Ninetales got right in his face, beginning to tear up. Well, I can tell you what you should do with your life, be a Pokemon trainer. You're amazing at it, and you should know it. So why do you keep hiding from yourself? Ha! Why do you keep hiding from us? Blue looked away, not wanting to face the Ninetales. Look, I made a mistake, and until I can correct it, I'm not comfortable using you or any of my old teams again. Only during emergencies, and I have absolutely no choice do I call for any of you. You know this, I've told all of you this before I left, why do you keep asking me? Ninetales winced at that, but she frowned. Why shouldn't I keep asking you? You told us almost nothing, we barely managed to convince you from just releasing us from our pokeball for good. Do you really think we wouldn't want to be with you at all times? We can fix the mistake together, but dash. This is something I must do myself. Blue snapped, looking away. I don't trust myself with you guys because I may have brainwashed you already like Koba, an old friend once warned me about with Pokemon trainers. If anything, I'd rather just be a civilian with a normal job. But sometimes, wild Pokemon just find their way to me. Blue grumbled, releasing the Spearow, Growlithe and EV to show Ninetales. The fox frowned, looking at them thoughtfully. Well, then you clearly need to be a Pokemon trainer. If these Pokemon want to be with you, then why don't you realize your true calling? Before Blue could respond, she smiled at the three young Pokemon. Hi there, what are your names? We're just EV, Growlithe and Spearow. The EV yawned. I came from Blue's old Vaporeon and Red's Jolteon, they kinda left those two together and made me. I've been with Blue ever since I was an egg. Blue's eyes widened in shock. Ninetales smirked, glancing at the Spearow as it spoke up. And Blue helped me when I had a broken wing. Someone's Ekans poisoned me with a poison sting and I hit the side of a building. Blue helped nurse me back to health and I wanted to repay the favor. Ninetales' grin was practically ear to ear by now as she turned to the last one, the Growlithe. And I was being abused by my old trainer. I was starved, hit, and locked up in a small cage with barely room to move. Blue saw me like that and released me, telling off the trainer before grabbed his Pokeball and taking me with him. He released me from the ball but I wanted to stay with him to repay his kindness. Blue sighed, look, I only helped them because I was there and I don't like seeing people or Pokemon suffering, okay? It was their own choice to follow me. I just kept the EV egg because Red was so insistent that I take it before he went to go find the elusive Mew. Ninetales was practically beaming by now as she crossed her front paws. Oh really? Because I'm pretty sure that you're still a trainer. No, I'm just waiting until I can find them a good home. Blue protested, crossing his arms with a huff. Ninetales continued to smirk. Oh really? Because there are plenty of places you can do that, Blue. I think you leikike them. Blue was about to retort when they suddenly heard Bob screaming, die you little demons. Get out of here. Blue and his Pokemon looked back to see Bob with a mallet trying to smash the Digletts. The guy's lost his mind and just trying to smash them now, of course, he's missing every single one. Blue sighed, rolling his eyes. Look, we can argue about this later, but first, can we help this poor construction worker regain what's left of his sanity? He held out his Pokeball and returned them, but Ninetales glared before he returned her. What is it now? Just remember, we are not done talking yet. Ninetales hissed. Blue rolled his eyes, saying sarcastically, yes, mother, and returned her as he went over to Bob. Yo Bob. Bob. Bob jerked, as if snapping out of an insane trance. Oh, it's you, what is it, kid? Which kid am I? Blue asked, wanting to know if Bob saw him as his popular little brother, as everyone else did. How quick they forget the former champion of Kanto. Bob blinked before squinting at Blue's face. What was your name again? Blue raised an eyebrow before Bob grinned. Ah, right, you're that Blue kid. What's going on? Well, it's good to know that some people remembers me. So, you're still going crazy over these Digletts then? Maybe you should stop. Blue said calmly. Bob twitched, glaring at Blue angrily. No, are you kidding? I'm not stopping until I get every single one. He growled, beginning to smash the ground with his mallet once more before Blue snatched it from his hands. Hey. Give that back, you little dash. Blue ran off into the forest, trying to get the man to follow him. "Sir, I just want you to understand that the town doesn't need that damn. Mother Nature and Pokemon can keep the place from flooding without endangering anyone else." Bob frowned, chasing after Blue. "Maybe, but frankly, we need the money. Besides, the dam is going to help people more than you seem to think." "Like who? And is money all you think about?" Blue asked as he kept running into the forest with the mallet. Bob blinked, startled. What? "No, OW." He yelped, tripping over a root. "Son of a, you see. Those Digletts are still trying to sabotage us. Didn't it occur to you that maybe they're stopping you for a reason?" Blue eyed him as he stopped and leaned on a tree, holding the heavy mallet like it was nothing, which was strange for a boy his size and age. The construction worker blinked, looking up at Blue in confusion. "Huh? What do you mean?" "They just want to keep the land to themselves and are too selfish to dash. The Diglett have more than just wanting to keep the land to themselves. It's also their homes, and a lot of other Pokemon's homes. The dam will cause the entire place to flood and every Pokemon will drown here or be homeless. They understand this and that's why they're trying to build up the land for Pokemon and humans' benefits." Blue explained. "Can't you see that for yourself? See how the Doug trio are planting the trees while the Digletts make the dirt." Bob frowned in confusion, beginning to look around. "Wah." He blinked, finally seeing what Blue was talking about. But that's dash. The trees will naturally take in the excessive water while the dirt soaks them up, preventing any big floods in the area. And the fruits will be grown much easier, so there won't be any food shortages anytime soon," Blue said. Bob then looked at the boy, frowning in confusion. "But, every other trainer couldn't see this, how could you?" Blue looked at the man and sighed. "Because I'm trying to study wild Pokemon and learn how they live and what they could do for the world and even for humanity." Bob frowned, raising an eyebrow. "Really? Then why you with that trainer? If you want to study how they live, why do you go with somebody who captures those Pokemon? Heck, do you even know his name?" "I certainly don't." "You mean Ash?" Blue raised an eyebrow before shrugging. "Well, he's different. I can tell, he's not like any other trainer. He treats his Pokemon with respect, he's like their best friend rather than their MSTR. I guess I hang out with him so I could learn from him too." Bob frowned, crossing his arms. "Really? I thought the kid didn't have that many gym badges. Isn't that a bad thing for a trainer?" Blue shook his head, shrugging. "No, it just means they're still in training. Badges are fine, but it doesn't always help to earn more and see how far you've come. Sometimes it's better to take it easy and not be in such a hurry to get as many badges as you can. I just wish I learned that lesson while I was on my own journey." The construction worker sighed, slowly standing up. "Well, I can't promise anything, but I can try to talk to my boss, see if he can't cancel the dam, especially with all that info. But, it's weird, you're saying he's a special kid? He doesn't look all that special. He looks short." Blue almost laughed, nodding. "Well, he is only 10 years old, while I'm about 14, close to being quite frankly, I'd say he's pretty tall for his age." Bob's jaw dropped. Wait, he spluttered. "Why you mean to tell me that kid's 10 years old? Don't most trainers wait until they're your age? It's a tough world out there, I mean, yeah, you can go earlier, but dash. Are you kidding? There aren't any age limits to becoming a trainer nowadays, even preschoolers are using Pokemon." Blue said with a roll of his eyes before thoughtfully adding, "Well, it was recently when that law was enforced, I had to wait until I was 12. Bob nodded before he walked up a pay phone and was calling his boss. Blue was beside the man to hear the answer. "Hey, Mr. Stone. I'm calling because, why yes, I know the dam's behind schedule, but Mr. Stone, just listen to me for a second, please. Then he blinked, seeing Blue take the phone from him. Wait, what are you dash? Mr. Stone, the dam needs to be cancelled. There are Pokemon living here that will not survive the flood if you build that dam. The Diglett and Doug trio are working together to make a compromise, so it's better to leave it up to them instead of this dam. Blue said to the phone without hesitation. What? An older-sounding man replied, sounding a bit indignant. Who is this? You're not one of my workers, what's your name? My name is Blue. Just Blue, and I want you to stop this project, you're going to get a lot of Pokemon hurt and a lot of people angry. Blue said over the phone. Mr. Stone sighed. Well, this is going to cost the company over $3 million, but how are you so sure it's going to cause trouble? After all, I've had scientists check the area before we began. Did your scientists check with the Pokemon themselves? Look, what can I do to get you to cancel the dam project? Blue asked him. I can't pay you the $1 million, but surely there's a compromise here. After a moment, Mr. Stone responded, and he sounded pretty confident. Tell you what, since you seem so sure of yourself. I'll do it, but only if you can defeat my foreman with a Pokemon I'm going to send over. It will be a one-on-one battle, and no using potions or anything of the sort, understood? Blue frowned, wondering how he got himself into this mess. A Pokemon battle? But I'm not a Pokemon trainer. But I saw you use Bob began to protest. Blue shushed him, before going back to the phone. Does it have to be a Pokemon battle? Well, yes, unless you would like forfeit already. Mr. Stone still sounded confident. It's either a Pokemon battle or nothing, just Blue. Take it or leave it. Blue groaned and sighed, reluctantly giving in to the CEO's demands. Fine, bring over your Pokemon and I'll battle this guy and win the Pokemon their homes. Mr. Stone seemed pleased as he replied, of course, now hand the phone back to Bob, since he's the only foreman there at the moment. Blue gave the phone to the worker. It turns out that Mr. Stone transported a Pokeball to Bob so he can use it to battle with Blue. Alright, just so you know kid, the boss's Pokemon are very strong, the construction worker warned, frowning a bit. Blue frowned, growing worried. How strong are we talking about? Bob released the Pokemon inside, it was a huge Rhydon. It roared, I am ready for battle. Blue frowned. Eevee, Growlithe and Spearow won't do any good against a rock ground type. The only one that would was. Blue groaned, even though Ninetales is a fire type, she does have moves that can easily take down a rock ground type. She also has a lot of experience unlike the other three, and he didn't want to risk calling in another Pokemon from Professor Oak's lab. I guess, if I want to help the people and Pokemon here, I'd have to use her. Blue mumbled to himself as he released Ninetales from the Pokeball. Ninetales blinked for a few seconds as she was released, before frowning at Blue. Are we ready to talk yet, Blue? Or are you going to hold off, again? If you haven't noticed, Ninetales, we're about to battle. We can talk later. Blue said to her, hoping the worker didn't hear him speaking to her. The yellow fox grumbled, growling at him a bit before turning to the Rhydon. Fine, let's just finish this guy up and get back to what's important here. Hey! I'm important, you little witch, the Rhydon roared, clearly taking offense to that. Bob frowned, a little confused. Then he shook his head, shouting, Rhydon, use Rock Slide. The Rhydon roared as he threw huge rocks at the Ninetales, who easily dodged the boulders. You're too slow. Ninetales, use extrasensory. Blue commanded. The fox's eyes immediately began to glow, picking up the boulders as if they were pebbles and sending them back at the Rhydon. Bob's eyes widened in shock, and he hastily shouted, Rock Smash. Try to dodge most of them if you can, though. Rhydon quickly tried to smash all the incoming rocks and trying to dodge, but it was unable to dodge most of the boulders. Now. Energy Ball. Blue said, crossing his arms calmly. Being a rock ground type, it was quad weak to grass type attacks like Energy Ball. Bob grimaced, shouting, Horn drill the Energy Ball. Ninetales only smirked at the slow Rhydon. Its horn was spinning, one hit from that would KO any Pokemon, but it was far too slow, one would have to be so lucky to hit anyone with that it was almost laughable. Oh please. Blue rolled his eyes, frowning. Fire 2 Energy Ball, and make sure to aim them. Ninetales didn't give any acknowledgement, she just fired one towards Rhydon. Then, while it was distracted with that one, she fired again, aiming for his side this time. The boy frowned. So you're going to start rebelling now? He crossed his arms, glaring. Ninetales turned and glared at him right back. Hey, I did fire 2 Energy Ball, you JRK. Don't just say I'm rebelling when I'm being smart and thinking during battle, like you taught us. You missed. Blue said simply, pointing at the Rhydon, who had used substitute during that time. She fired 1 Energy Ball and she ended up only hitting the substitute. Ninetales blinked before growling in irritation. Well, if you would just stop accusing me of things, I would have noticed that, Blue. Blue sighed, rolling his eyes. Are we seriously going to play the blame game? Who are you talking to? Bob shouted, confused as to why the boy seemed to be having a conversation with the Ninetales. Just ignore me. Blue frowned and blushed a bit, not liking people to know that he can speak to Pokemon. Alright fine, Rhydon use Earthquake. Bob ordered, quickly grabbing onto a nearby tree for stability. Yes. Rhydon stomped on the ground, creating a major earthquake around him. Blue glared and yelled, jump now. Ninetales quickly jumped high, trying to avoid the earthquake. Aim low with flamethrower. The fox grumbled, but she did so, and Rhydon dodged. You had to aim lower than that. I aimed too low, Blue. Ninetales cried out, landing a bit shakily. He was able to jump over it, not duck under it. I didn't intend for you to hit the Rhydon. Blue frowned, the two of them hadn't really been in battles for a while and their argument has left them uncinced with each other. Ninetales scoffed, narrowing her eyes dangerously. Oh yeah. Then what did you have in mind? Me to heat up the ground uselessly. Blue grumbled. If you had hit the ground, you could have made steam, and steam is made from the humidity in the area, which would greatly weaken the Rhydon. Which would have greatly weakened me too, Blue. Ninetales shouted, huffing in annoyance. Not if you had just did what I wanted you to. Blue glared. Why are you arguing with that, Ninetales? Bob asked, blinking. Just, ignore me. Blue frowned, still glaring at his Pokemon in annoyance. This is why I didn't want to train them anymore. I only hurt my Pokemon rather than help them. How dare you two argue during our battle? Rhydon snapped, angry that the two of them hardly acknowledged him. Will dash, you dash, just dash, shut up. Blue and Ninetales both shouted at him, before going back to their glare fest. Look, let's just finish this battle and then we can talk. You did well against my little brother's Blastoise, why the sudden hostility now? Blue frowned, crossing his arms. Ninetales narrowed her eyes at him. Oh, I don't know, why were you planning to just return me to the professor's home instead of keeping me with you to finish our little talk? Because there's nothing you can say that would change my mind. Blue snapped. Earthquake again? Bob said weakly, not really sure what to do here. Rhydon stomped on the ground again. Blue and Ninetales glared, energy ball. Almost before the words came out of Blue's mouth, Ninetales jumped and fired the green ball right at the Rhydon's face, instantly knocking it out. Bob's jaw dropped, and he stared at the fallen beast in shock. But you just, how did you, he stammered out, his eyes wide. Ninetales has a lot of battle experience, and I've taught her moves and abilities to counter a lot of types, including her own weaknesses. Blue said, crossing his arms. You could have won as soon as the battle started. You're no ordinary trainer, are you? Bob slowly asked him, his eyes still wide after returning his boss's Pokemon. I'm just a retired trainer. Blue said, looking at Ninetales with a small frown. Nothing more, nothing less. Ninetales narrowed her eyes at Blue dangerously, but she didn't say anything to disagree with him. Bob sighed, rubbing his forehead. Well, I'll send the Pokemon back, and that'll probably get Mr. Stone to call again. Do you want to stick around and talk to him? Because he probably will want to talk to you. I'll talk with him, but I need to give some attention to Ninetales. She's been rather rowdy tonight. Blue said, looking at Ninetales with a sigh. Ninetales gave a firm nod, frowning in agreement. Yeah, I could say the same about you, artful dodger. Bob frowned but shrugged as he went to the phone. Blue put his hands in his pockets and said, what can I say to get you to go back to Professor Oak peacefully? Ninetales huffed, stomping on the ground in annoyance. Oh, nothing much really, just that you use us instead of just leaving us with your grandfather all of the time. I've left you with Professor Oak. Ninetales growled in growing irritation at that name. A lot of times before, you never had a problem with it until after I retired. You are not retired, Blue. Ninetales glared at him, getting up in his face. You're not able to run away from it. Remember your new Pokemon. You're a Pokemon trainer, even if you won't admit it. Blue looked down at a puddle, seeing his reflection. Ninetales, did I ever told you what an old friend once told me? Pokemon trainers enslave their Pokemon with those Pokeball that brainwash them. After knowing that, you and the others still insist on never leaving the Pokeball when I tried to release you. Why? The fox blinked in surprise before poking his chest with her paw. Blue, if someone told you that, they don't know us. Sure, at first we're irritated about being captured. But, then we met you. You're not going to abuse us, you're not going to torture us. You're going to help us so we grow to like you. Not because of those Pokeball, but because of how you treat us. How I treated you, huh? Everyone made it clear I didn't raise you all with love and care. Blue said, still looking down at his reflection sadly. When I've met my brother, I could tell he put a lot of work into raising his Pokemon, but he only seems to focus on winning and getting stronger, like I did before. Ninetales sighed, gently nudging his head up so his eyes would meet her own. Yeah, you did focus a lot on winning and getting stronger. But unlike Gary, who is only doing it to either prove you wrong or for revenge on your loss against Red, it's for a dream to be the best. We all saw how you suffered after a loss to Red, so we decided to help you with something you wanted to do. You didn't show a lot of love and care, but it didn't matter, because if you did, we would have been weaker than we were. We were just fine having things as they dash. No. Ninetales. Blue interrupted her, shaking his head. I've been thinking while I was traveling. I've met this boy, Ash. He shows a lot of care and love for his Pokemon. He doesn't see them as just Pokemon to take care of or to battle with, he sees them as actual friends and partners. Although they haven't yet evolved, they are much stronger than most Pokemon would be at their level. They're stronger because they want to be strong in order to help their friend and partner. They'll do anything and everything in their power to pull off a victory for him. A Pokemon will try hard for their MSTR, but a friend will always do their very best for another friend. Blue said with a soft smile. I guess that's why I didn't walk away from Ash. Ninetales blinked, surprised. What? But Blue, we care too. You were more than a MSTR to us, you were a coach, a teacher. Maybe you weren't friends with us, but you made us just as strong as possible, and we were grateful. Why do you think it hurts so much for you to just abandon us? She began to tear up, and was the first to break the staring contest she had initiated. Blue looked over at her, his bangs covering his eyes as his Ninetales cried. Then he kneeled down and put a gentle hand over her head. Ninetales opened her eyes in shock as she felt him gently stroking her head and her neck. "You have a lovely fur coat, Ninetales. Have you been taking care of yourself lately?" Ninetales slowly looked up at him, confusion and shock clear in her eyes. What do you mean, Blue? I've always had this kind of fur. You said it helped to keep it clean so that the opponent couldn't use any knots in our fur to hold on. I'm sorry if you felt that I've abandoned you. I just wasn't ready to face all of you yet. I promised myself to be a better person before I tried to become a Pokemon trainer again. Blue said softly. That is my resolve. Ninetales didn't say anything, she just continued to stare at her trainer in shock. So you see. I went on this journey, not to run away, but on self-discovery, but I had to put my past life behind me in order to do it. Too many memories and influence wouldn't help me much. Ninetales was silent for a few moments, before she began to tear up again. Blue. She tackled him, nuzzling his cheek as she cried out, Blue. She continued to sob, holding him tightly. Why you have no idea how happy I am to hear that you'll come back for us. Blue gave a smile as he hugged her too, whispering softly, I miss you guys, a lot more than I would ever admit really. Of course I would come back, just, not right away. I still need more time to learn before I'm ready to be a true Pokemon trainer again. Until then, I'll just follow Ash and protect him if need be. I'm starting to think he's more than just a kid and a trainer. Ninetales' sobs began to die down, and she quietly asked, what? But he looks like a rookie. What do you mean, Blue? He doesn't look too special. Blue chuckled, shrugging slightly, that's what I thought too when I first saw him, but... Well, it's too early for me to assume anything, but if I'm right, he'll be Team Rocket's #1 target very soon. I'll be needing all the help I can get once that happens, hopefully by then I'll be ready to accept my team again, including you Ninetales. Ninetales blinked at that, before beginning to smile. Alright. Right. She nodded, giving him a happy and relieved, if teary, grin. I'll let everyone know, Blue, thank you so much for telling us. Blue sighed, glancing away sheepishly. Well, to be honest, I wasn't sure if you would have accepted my resolve, that's why I was afraid to tell you. But I'm glad you understand. Then he began to slide her face, letting her continue to cry. It's all right, Ninetales. I'm sorry I had to leave you behind. Eventually, Bob cleared his throat, and the two glanced up to see him awkwardly standing there. Sorry if I'm interrupting anything, but... Mr. Stone's demanding to talk to you, Blue. All right. Blue said with a sigh as he stood up and took the phone. Yes. What is it? Mr. Stone cleared his throat, sounding a bit uncomfortable. Well, it seems that you win, Blue. Now. I'm a man of my honor, and if you honestly believe that the dam shouldn't go forward, I'll believe you. But I have to know something, how are you good enough to defeat one of my son's Pokemon? You have a son? Blue raised his eyebrow. Well, I've trained a lot in my spare time, nothing more, nothing less. But I still want to build that dam. Bob frowned, kicking the ground in disappointment. Blue sighed, shrugging. Well, I'm just glad it's called off, thank you sir. He hung up the phone and looked at the bummed-out worker. You remember that kid with the Pikachu, right? Ash Ketchum? Then he felt Ninetales nudging him, and the boy dug into his pocket and took out a red spicy puffin. As the fox happily munched on the puffin, Bob blinked cluelessly. Who, that shrimp? He's just another wannabe, the only reason I remember him a bit was because he was with you. What about him? Blue returned Ninetales into her Pokeball after she was finished eating, glad that they finally got things settled now. Well, Ash is not really a wannabe, he's trying really hard. He may not have a famous reputation or super powerful Pokemon just yet, but I can tell he's got a lot of potential and, he's also unique in his own way. As if on cue, a tidal wave of dirt passed them by with Ash and his Pokemon riding on top of it. Bob's jaw dropped, and so did Blue's. After a moment, the boy slowly spoke again. Why yeah, he's unique, all right. The construction worker slowly shook his head, completely bamboozled. But how? After a few moments, he tossed his hat to the ground, stomping on it for a few seconds. Gah. Alright, fine, you're right, that kid's not a regular trainer. But what makes you think he's right about not finishing the dam? Didn't I tell you already? Take a look at this place. Blue said to the elder man, gesturing to the appealing land, untouched by man. Bob blinked, before frowning in thought. I suppose I never really thought about it that way before. We've been working on that dam for so long that it almost became a life goal for me. Bob said, frowning more as he kicked the ground with one foot, seeming a bit depressed. Blue patted his back, frowning in empathy. Yeah, I know the feeling. When you try for a goal for a long time and worked hard, you start to lose sight of what really matters and only see the goal. But perhaps this will give you a chance to try something more, something different, one that would benefit for both humans and Pokemon. Sort of like Ash tries to do all the time. Then he walked over to the lake, where he saw Ash climbing out of the pool. Ash. What happened? He demanded when he approached the wet boy on the ground. Ash chuckled and said, scratching the back of his neck sheepishly. It's just another one of those days for me, I guess. Blue blinked, before he glanced at Bob. You see what I mean, Bob? He gestured to Ash, raising an eyebrow. You heard what he just said. Ash blinked as the construction worker slowly nodded. Yeah. He mumbled. I heard. You don't need to prove it anymore, I got it. Did I miss something? Blue, what were you doing? Ash asked the older boy, tilting his head curiously. Blue shrugged and said, smirking a bit, just another one of those days for me. Ash blinked before chuckling. Come on. I managed to prevent the dam being built, let's go set up camp. Great. We can tell each other what happened then. Ash smiled eagerly, putting his hands behind his head. Some things may be a bit too personal for me to share right now, but... Sure, we've got a long road ahead of us tomorrow anyway. Blue said, yawning. He was exhausted from today, but when he was with Ash, he would be ready for anything. Chapter 9, Jim no Jutsu. The next morning, in the forest, Blue yawned, slowly standing up. Ugh, what time is it? The sun's already up. He muttered to himself, glancing up at the sun glaring high above him. We'd better get moving then. He walked over to a nearby cocoon of fabric and gently nudged it with his foot. Hey, Ash. Come on, get up. Ash groaned as he tried to snuggle deeper into his sleeping bag. Go away, still sleepy. He turned away from Blue, yawning. The elder boy rolled his eyes, walking away. 10 minutes later, the Gary look-alike walked over and stopped next to Ash. He groaned, still not opening his eyes. Blue, just go splash. Wah wah. Ash jumped about 3 feet in the air, his sleeping bag and his shirt all wet. Wah. Gary. What was that for? He blinked slowly before glaring at the now laughing young man. Blue. What was that for? Ugh, must you scream so early in the morning? Storm the Pikachu grumbled from his place on the stump. Some people like their sleep. Blue finally managed to stop laughing enough to say, it isn't morning anymore. But oh, was that hilarious. Ash glared, taking off his hat and wrung it out. Well, thanks a lot. Because of you I now have wet clothes. Do you know how hard it is to find clothes out here in the forest? Well, you should have gotten up when I tried shaking you. Maybe you shouldn't have stayed up till 3 in the morning to look at your Pokédex. Blue said, smirking. Ash huffed, crossing his arms in annoyance. I was trying to shuffle my team around so I can get them ready for the gym. Geez. You can do that at a Pokemon Center, genius. Blue rolled his eyes, smirking. Well, whatever, it gave me an excuse to cover you in water. Ash glared at him, growling in annoyance. I would have storm hit you with a thunderbolt, but I don't want to risk getting shocked myself. Now I'm going to have to walk in this drenched shirt all day. Storm grumbled as he opened his eyes, stretching slowly. Another day, another argument between them. I swear they're like brothers. I am not. Ash growled in annoyance as he picked up the Pikachu. Let's go. Blue, where's the gym anyway? I don't even see a city here. The elder oak rolled his eyes, pointing ahead. We're almost there. Stop your whining. I know your feet are tired, but I'm not carrying you. I'm not tired, I'm just wondering why we haven't even seen a city yet. This is kind of strange, we're like in the middle of nowhere. Ash frowned, getting suspicious. We're not, trapped in some ghostly illusion, are we? Ghost types tends to do that with travelers. Ash frowned, he didn't really trust ghost types. Even spooks, the talking ghastly, still creeps him out. Blue frowned, pulling out what looked like a set of goggles. Doesn't look like it. He glanced around before lowering the goggles. No, we're definitely walking to our destination. It's possible that the city's hidden again. Again? You've been to Fuchsia City before, Blue? Ash asked before remembering that Blue was a former Kanto champion. Oh, right. What happened last time? Blue crossed his arms, shrugging. Well, they were a city, but the gym leader is a ninja, so he likes to be more creative with his gym and challengers, so he may have hidden his gym around here instead of the city. Problem is, he keeps on changing the location. Ash frowned, growing a little worried. Wait, really? Then he began to grin as the worry quickly faded away. He's a ninja. Yeah, he is. Blue said with a shrug. Honestly, I think he's one of the more creative and tougher gym leaders I've faced, especially if you don't have a good psychic or ground-type Pokemon. Ash frowned, he didn't have any psychic or ground-type, not counting the Mew that's currently a small device in his backpack. That might be trouble for him. That I don't have any psychic or ground-type Pokemon. Blue frowned at that, crossing his arms in thought. You might want to have them learn psychic or ground-type moves, then find some way to counter his poison attacks. I can't give much more advice than that, though. Ash sighed, frowning in thought. Well, does what he train have any secondary typing? Like maybe half bug or grass? Only his Venonat is half bug, the rest are usually pure poison. Blue said with a slowly growing frown. Ash sighed, scratching the back of his head. Well. I have a Rattata and EV that knows Dig. But I'm not sure if they're strong enough to take on Koga. Well, you won't know until you try. Blue said with a shrug. You might just win, after all. Ash nodded, giving an eager grin. Right. I'll do my best. Ugh, I hate being poisoned, that's why I surround myself with pecha berries. Storm commented on Ash's wet hat. Ash blinked before swiping the Pikachu off his hat with a frown. So those are where all my pecha berries have gone. You little trickster. You never had any pecha berries, Ash. Storm frowned, a little confused. Ash grumbled, placing Storm back on his hat with a huff. I know I had some though. Ugh, I should have stocked up on antidotes while I was in the last town. Blue then sighed and said, will you two stop bickering? We're here. He pointed at a large-looking mansion in the middle of the woods. That's the place, if I remember correctly. Ash blinked slowly, surprised. Wait, so, he never changes the design of his gym? Then he paused, thinking. Well, if he did, it'd be impossible to tell the difference, I guess. Well, this isn't so bad, it's the interior you have to be careful of. Invisible walls and possibly traps and a maze, it's going to be hard to get to Koga. Blue warned the boy. I'll do whatever it takes then. Ash said determinedly. Besides, I've been through Mema's games, this can't be as bad as hers. The two began walking in. Blue's eyes looked over to the side for a split second, noticing a Venonat watching them, but he didn't say anything about it as he continued to follow Ash into the gym. Ash began to look around suspiciously as they entered the gym. Alright, let's see. Ah, I know. He grinned, pulling out a pokeball. Storm perked up, looking at Ash curiously. Isn't that Scorch's cherish ball? The boy grinned, shrugging. Yep, she can help us with this, especially the glass walls part. You know, since it'll stop when hitting any object, even if it's clear. Blue smirked, nodding in thought. Smart idea, I gotta say. Ash nodded and released the shiny Charmander from her cherish ball. The golden Charmander smiled as she looked around. What do you need me to do, Ash? I want you to use smokescreen around here, see if we can find any invisible walls. Ash said, and she nodded. Scorch opened her mouth and shot out black smoke. The smoke went everywhere though, and it was too hard to see. Ash coughed, frowning. Oh okay, ma, cough. Maybe not. Ugh, see, can you try to direct it? Scorch frowned. Well, the purpose of a smokescreen is to scatter all over the place so it makes it hard to see the enemy. Ash cough. Just forget it. Cough. Just try trial and error. Blue coughed as Ash sighed and returned Scorch to her cherish ball. When the smoke cleared, they saw a Venonat, staring at them. Ash, Storm and Blue blinked at the creature. Intruders. Come with me, it said before running off. Hey, wait. Ash frowned as he began to follow it. Wait, Ash. It's leading you to a dash, Blue tried to warn, but Ash tripped over something and got zapped by a thundershock. Trap. Storm jumped, seeing just what Ash tripped over. Ash, you just tripped over a Voltorb. The boy yelped, glancing down in shock. What the? He's right, it is a Voltorb. But that Venonat said. Blue grabbed the fallen trainer and began running with him, move it. Voltorb are known to self-destruct with little provocation. I know that. But where did that Venonat go? Ash yelled as they stopped in the middle of a room. Ash. Storm groaned from the ground. I think I hit something. Ash frowned as he put out his arms in front of him and felt a force there. This must be one of those invisible walls. Blue frowned as well before he froze, hearing something rolling. Behind him. Ash, I think the Voltorb's on its way, you'd better have a plan. We could. There's a door there, let's go. Ash hurried into the door, Blue and Storm following him, not wanting to face an angry Voltorb, and as soon as they did, shurikens were suddenly thrown at them. They reacted quickly and ducked, barely dodging the shurikens that hit the wall. A young woman wearing a pink suit landed on the floor, smirking, born in darkness, living in darkness, such is the fate of a ninja. Ash blinked slowly. You're a ninja? You're wearing pink, not exactly a ninja color. Seriously, just. What? Why? I don't need your fashion tips. She glared, crossing her arms. But you two have invaded the ninja school. She kneeled down and petted the Venonat that was just behind her legs. This Venonat told me 2 stupid people wandered in here. Ash glared, grumbling out, we're not stupid, we came here looking for Dash. And I'm afraid I can't let you leave until you defeat me in a battle. She smirked, crossing her arms a second time. Blue frowned. This isn't Naruto, we don't have any chakra or ninja flashy moves to battle you with. The girl, Ash, Venonat and Storm all did an anime fall. Blue. What? Blue shrugged. I'm not wrong, am I? Look, I meant in a Pokemon battle, the ninja girl grumbled in annoyance as she got back up. It'll just be a one-on-one battle. Ash stood up too and said, adjusting his hat. Alright, fine, I'll battle you. He shrugged, grinning. It'll be good training, at least. The girl smirked as she looked at her Venonat. Go Venonat. The little bug perked up, letting out a battle cry as it jumped forward. Ash glared. A bug and poison type, who in his current team is able to take that? Ash smirked. Flutter, I choose you. He pulled out a pokeball and sent out his Butterfree. Blue blinked, before crossing his arms in thought. Got a Butterfree, eh? Ash nodded, giving a small grin. Yeah, it's my only fully evolved Pokemon right now, admittedly. The boy chuckled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. It's been a while since I was able to battle with you, Ash. Flutter said, looking at his trainer. The ninja girl smirked, let's battle. Venonat, use Supersonic. The Venonat let out a screeching noise, but Flutter flew above it and avoided the attack. Ash nodded and said, Flutter, use Stun Spore to paralyze it. The Butterfree then flew above the Venonat, beginning to let out some yellow dust from his wings. The Venonat tried to get out in time, but it was too late, it was paralyzed. The ninja girl gritted her teeth. Not bad. She then smirked. Too bad, though. Ash glared, not liking that smirk, a smirk on a ninja is deadly. What? He cautiously asked. The ninja chuckled, crossing her arms. Too bad you got the wrong one. Ash's eyes widened, just as the Venonat disappeared with a poof of smoke. Substitution. Blue clarified, having seen the move used before. Venonat used Psybeam, the ninja girl commanded. The purple bug jumped behind Flutter and shot out a colorful beam of psychic energy at the Butterfree's back. It nearly knocked to the ground before he righted himself. Hey! You little sneak! Flutter glared in annoyance. How'd you get behind me? The Venonat merely began to laugh, making him twitch. Why you? Calm down Flutter. Watch the Venonat. Ash said, trying to keep calm himself. Flutter glared, keeping his red eyes on the Venonat. If Ash remembered correctly, Flutter's ability Compound Eyes would come in handy here. Now use Tackle. The Butterfree charged at the Venonat, but flew over the fake substitute and hit the real one that was behind it. The ninja girl's eyes widened in shock. WA. Then she frowned, narrowing her eyes. Nice hit, but it'll take more than that to phase me. Use Stun Spore. Take this you stupid winged bug. Venonat yelled as it shook its fur, spreading yellow spores at the Butterfree. I don't think so, Flutter, use Gust to blow away the Stun Spore. Ash quickly commanded. Oh, gladly. Flutter flapped his wings as hard as he could, blowing away the yellow dust as well as causing a super effective damage to the Venonat. The Venonat fainted as it couldn't take it anymore. Ash smiled, crossing his arms confidently. Look like we won. Suddenly, a Voltorb came rolling into the room and exploded before anyone could react, leaving a thick cloud of smoke. A deep voice spoke behind the ninja girl, you've got a lot to learn, Aya. The ninja girl, known as Aya, turned, her eyes wide. Be Brother Koga. As the smoke cleared, a man wearing a ninja outfit stood there, looking at Ia sternly. Ia, you shouldn't have blatantly attacked this trainer. I am sorry brother, but they have intruded here. Ia said, bowing her head. Ash looked at Koga, frowning in thought. Koga. So I take it you're the gym leader. Blue looked at Koga, the older ninja was looking at him too, as if recognizing him. But Koga didn't say anything to him, instead he turned to Ash and answered, "That I am, young one." "That's good, because I came here to battle you and earn a soul badge," Ash said calmly, knowing ninjas can be dangerous especially if you make them mad. The man frowned, looking down at Ash thoughtfully. "That I suppose so." He then smirked, crossing his arms. "You did defeat my sister, after all, so now this is a term of honor." Ash nodded, giving a small smile. "Thank you." Koga and Ash stood on each end of the battlefield. Koga showed Ash the soul badge, which looked like a pink heart with a line. "You will receive this soul badge if you can defeat me in battle." Ash nodded, clenching his fist in determination. "I got it. Then we shall battle a 2-on-2 battle. My first choice is Venonat." Koga threw out another Venonat as Ash made his choice. "That I'm still using Flutter." Ash looked at the Venonat Koga just released. "That one looks stronger than the one your sister used." The ninja nodded, smirking. "That's right, so don't grow cocky simply because you defeated my sister." And at that moment, Venonat suddenly began to glow. It's had a lot more experience. Then it suddenly got bigger and grew wings. It evolved into Venomoth. "I've finally evolved and I will defeat you," the Venomoth said to the Butterfree. Flutter glared. "Humph, don't think I'll be so easy to defeat you, little moth." Ash frowned at that, growing slightly worried. Koga's clearly an experienced trainer then, he was able to evolve Venonat almost at will. We hadn't even started the battle. It's just like with that Oshawott trainer, when Oshawott evolved during the battle at will. "Ash! Focus!" Blue shouted, trying to get the boy's attention. "Forget that he just evolved, you and Flutter can take him on." Storm cried out loudly, knowing what was going through the trainer's mind. Ash blinked before glaring, his fist clenching. "We're not going to let this distract us. Flutter, use Tackle." The Butterfree nodded, instantly flying towards the Venomoth as quick as it could. Koga smirked, though. "Venomoth, you know what to do, use Stun Spore. Fly up and use Gust." Ash yelled. Flutter shot up higher and quickly fluttered his wings to create a strong gust of wind to blow back the Stun Spore, but the Stun Spore was too strong and pushed through, hitting Flutter and paralyzing him. Koga smirked, nodding to himself. "Good. Now use Sleep Powder." Blue frowned, seeming a little troubled by this. "And don't forget to do it as we practiced." Flutter. "Come on, shake it off." Ash yelled, trying to get his Butterfree to move. "Well, this is just playing dirty now." Flutter growled, trying to move. Venomoth seemed to smirk as well, flying above its opponent. "We're ninja, foolish Pokemon. We're meant to play dirty." Ash knew Flutter was in trouble when he saw the Sleep Powder coming at him. "Flutter, return." He quickly returned the paralyzed Butterfree, taking out another Pokeball. Maybe Scorch." "Wait, Ashy. Why don't you try that little Zorua? You should take her out for a spin, you know, use ninja tricks against ninjas, this is a ninja gym after all." Ash heard Mew's voice in his head. "But Mema, Trixie is a dark type, and I haven't trained her much yet, is that a good idea?" Ash mentally asked her. Mew mentally giggled. "Yes, of course it'd be super fun, too, wouldn't you agree?" Ash sighed before taking Trixie's Pokeball and tossing it. "Alright then, go Trixie." He released the Zorua, which looked like a Charmander. Blue and Storm blinked, Storm looking more confused. He said Trixie, but why did Scorch come out? "So, a fire type Koga said, looking at the golden Charmander. "Venomoth, use Stun Spore." Ash glared, narrowing his eyes. "Trixie, use Snarl." The Charmander gave a mischievous smirk as she began growling and dark sound waves hit the spore, causing them to scatter. Odd. A Charmander shouldn't be able to use Snarl. Koga frowned, crossing his arms. How did you do that? Ash smirked, this is no ordinary Charmander. Just when he was about to give an order for the next move, there was a sudden explosion in the walls. Wah! The smoke cleared, revealing a familiar face that Ash dreaded to see after his first encounter, the mysterious trainer, with the duot beside him. The trainer smirked, crossing his arms. Well. I didn't expect to see you here. Blue Oak. What are you doing here? I thought you weren't a trainer anymore, or did you forget your precious lesson since our last meeting? Blue glared, as if recognizing him. What do you want, Dustin? I haven't seen you since Red kicked your and Giovanni's but 3 years ago. The trainer, apparently named Dustin, merely smirked, crossing his arms. Oh, come on, you didn't think I'd just give up so easily, now did you? No. He glanced over at Koga. I'm here for one thing, and one thing only. Koga glared, his fist clenching. And what's that? You tore down my gym's walls and come to demand something from me, you have no honor. Ash gulped, he remembered this boy all right, but the boy, Dustin, probably thinks he doesn't remember, so he kept quiet. Storm quickly ran over to Ash's side as if to protect him in case Dustin decides to attack them again. Dustin merely laughed, crossing his arms. Simple, old man. I want your badge. Time seemed to freeze, as everyone else blinked. Wait a minute. Ash yelled, running beside Koga, and Blue and Storm quickly followed him, both knowing how dangerous Dustin can be. What reason do you have for taking a gym leader's badge? He's part of Team Rocket, so why does he need a gym leader's badge for? That's for me to know and you to never learn. Dustin said, still with a smirk on his face. Now give me that badge and nobody gets hurt, much. After all, don't you have to challenge the gym leader to gain it? Well, I'm doing just that. Storm's cheeks sparked, never thought we'd have to deal with this guy again. Who's this creep with the duot? Trixie frowned, not liking how the boy's smirk was not only mischievous but sinister too. Blue frowned and turned to Koga, Ash and Aya. This boy may look young, but he is a very powerful, skilled and dangerous trainer. Taking him alone would be unwise. Koga nodded, I agree, we must join forces for now to defeat him. Go Venomoth. Go Trixie. Ash yelled, letting the Zoroark-disguised Charmander battle alongside Venomoth. Go Venonat. Aya released her Venonat to join them. Go Eevee. Blue released his Eevee too, all 4 Pokémon looking battle-ready against Dustin. Please, this is too much. You really think that you can overwhelm me with such powerless Pokémon? You are sadly mistaken. Blue, I have been in intense training since you last saw me 3 years ago, so intense it makes even the toughest of trainers cry and weep like weaklings. Dustin smirked as if the whole situation was laughable itself. He eyed the 4 Pokémon. Look at them, 3 out of 4 aren't even evolved. Do you want me to take them out, sir? His duot asked, ready to attack at the given word his trainer would say. Not yet. Let's humor them for a minute. Dustin said, smirk growing a bit more sadistic. Ash gritted his teeth as he began to sweat. Dustin. I was really hoping we wouldn't meet again until my Pokémon were stronger, but I guess there's no time for that. We need to work together if we hope to keep him from stealing the badge for whatever reason. And I know it's not going to be a good one. But even with the help of a gym leader, his sister and even Blue, I don't know if we'll be able to take him on.